Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Hearthstone Inn-vitational. This is for the newly released expansion and the beginning of the Year in the Phoenix with Ashes of Outland. Today, on April 21st, we're going to be playing a $100,000 invitational featuring 20 of your favorite Hearthstone personalities from around the world, very much practicing that social distancing from about 5 or 6 years ago. That's all started. It's actually been quite the undertaking that's been building up over the course of the past few years. My name is Frodan. I'll be your host today. I'm joined by the ever so lovable and humorous Derek Brown. Derek, how you doing over there across the pond?
I'm doing great over here, Dan. Very excited to jump into today's action. Like you said, a lot of great professional players and also streamers and personalities ready to dig their teeth into the new Demon Hunter class in addition to the other 9 that we know and love.
That's right. Is today the day they dig into Demon Hunter, perhaps? Or has it been the past few weeks it's been dominated by Demon Hunter? We'll see. There's a new balance patch in the mix right now. As of yesterday, 17.0.2, with a second patch in 2 weeks since the expansion has launched. Quite unprecedented, but very interesting to see how the meta is going to shift just from that 24 hours that everybody's had to playtest those new decks.
Yeah, that's right. We're shifting away from the established archetypes. A lot of creativity going to be needed from these players in the format that we can see here.
That's right. So today, the way it's going to go down is that we have 2 teams of 10 with each player that's going to be assigned a class. So there's 10 classes now in Hearthstone with the addition of Demon Hunter. And then we're going to be having them join alongside the other 9 classes and each take 1. From there, we're going to play best of 3 matches where each player will be matched with another player from the opposing team. And based on their performance, they'll be earning points. However, there's obviously a twist. Rounds 1 and 3, both teams will play their assigned class, but for rounds 2 and 4, one team will be entirely Demon Hunter, and the other team will try to stop them, because it'll be the invasion of the Demon Hunter. That's why we call it the Duel-fest. And then at the end of those 4 rounds, the team with the most points will win and earn a lot more money than the other team. But everybody, I believe, will be going home with guaranteed prizing, because, obviously this is a fun invitational and a series of show matches, and we have so many people involved, so we want to spread the love.
We do indeed. I'm particularly excited for those rounds 2 and 4. As you said, the players not on Demon Hunter are going to have quite a time of it trying to hold them back from the onslaught of Demon Hunter, because already, as you said, 2 weeks in, 2 sets of nerfs to Demon Hunter. I still think they are looking to be a real powerhouse in this invitational.
Totally. I think that most people who are playing Demon Hunter a lot look at these nerfs and say, well, yeah, these are the correct cards being targeted, but does that stop Demon Hunter from being a powerful class? No. And we hope that's the case. The idea isn't to make Demon Hunter completely unplayable, contrary to what you might see on the internet forums. Like, some people be like, I don't want to see another Demon Hunter till the day I die, but I think those people perhaps may have just gotten beat a few too many times on the ladder there. However, if you look at what we're going to be playing today, it's not just going to be a diverse set of classes, it's a diverse set of your favorite personalities and players over the years. How could we have a Hearthstone Invitational featuring some of the best and brightest superstars out there without the Hearthstone superstar himself, Kripp from Canada? Then we have the mayor of Value Town, Trump from the USA, along with fellow country person Slissa, who will be playing Paladin. Then we also have a pair of grandmasters in the top row. We have players who've made it to the World Championship multiple times in the form of Purple, and we also have RDU, Battlegrounds expert, Hearthstone Grandmaster, DreamHack winner many times. Really fun top row compared to what we have here, Derek.
Yeah, very true, and also a pretty competitive bottom row, I would say. Boar controlled the sort of sole hope of the United Kingdom in Grandmasters, who's also had a very popular stream in the last couple of years as well. Dawn and Tom60229, 2 Asia Pacific Grandmasters, and while Dawn is known for his competitive play and streaming, I definitely think we'd have to say Tom60229, the former champ, is what we all know and love him for. And Masaru, a popular, from what I hear, Japanese standard and wild streamer and YouTuber. My Japanese is not quite strong enough to be popping over to her stream. But then Shitanu Dachi on the bottom as well, known most for his 2017 World Championship performance, but also just a very strong all-round player.
Yeah, Derek, I always see you tweeting things like in French after a French person wins, or perhaps just, pandering to the audience a little bit. I'm surprised you didn't study up on your Japanese phrases by watching excessive amounts of anime. Or that might just be me. In the meantime, we have the Salty Satyrs on the other side of the tavern, captained by the man, the myth, the legend himself, the tamer of dragons, Brian Kibler, as well as Firebat from the USA. Those two are some really good-looking and smart fellows. Maybe I should start a show with them or something. Regis from the USA will also be near them alongside Dog. But of course, we also have Tice, two-time World Championship appearance and one of the most popular Hearthstone streamers out there now, and established Grandmaster. This is a very intimidating top row we have.
It really is, and joining them on the bottom row, no slouches in their own right at all. Flurry, one of the players I've enjoyed seeing most over in Grand Masters. Unfortunately, not quite as much success this week as the other South Korean players, but still a very, very strong competitor in his own right. Dione, we know him from slightly earlier competitive performances way back in 2016, but still an incredibly popular Korean streamer. And Nayaris Silvestre, always one of my favorite people to run into at events. Very, very friendly person, and very well-known Brazilian caster as well, not only a player and a streamer, showing that they've got what it takes, holding up the reputation of us casters. And Team Solari from France, being represented, I believe, there by Diz Demon. I'm not sure if he'll be joined by the other teammates over at Solari, but he in particular will be repping them there. And then Synod, a popular Russian caster, I believe I've seen him casting a few times, in addition to being a streamer, of course.
That's right. This is a team that we probably should be rooting for a little bit more if we were allowed to be biased on broadcast, largely because they are a team of casters and players. There's a couple people on the other team that also cast as well in their spare time, or perhaps used to cast a lot more. But of course, we're here to play for, of course, celebration of the new expansion, but also because there's a lot of money on the line. Derek Brown, we've been tweeting about it, you've been hearing it, $100,000 on the line for today's invitational, which if you're players like Firebat, where you're like, wow, $100,000 is what I competed for back in 2014 when the World Championship. Hearthstone has grown so much, and the personalities have really grown their streams and channels so much to the point where $100,000 splitting across all these people, that's a lot of money. But also at the same time, this could be some of the highest stakes that we see them compete for. Realistically, Derek Brown, the players who walk away from this invitational might make more money than some people who have been competing in Hearthstone for years. So there's a lot at stake here today.
Yeah, especially when you factor in the $1,000 bonus that go to 3 of the players who end with the highest game scores. Obviously, you want the rest of your team to be doing very well as well, given that bumps you up $3,000. But maybe some of the Grandmasters amongst these teams will be hoping to clinch that $1,000 bonus, even if their teammates aren't quite pulling their weight.
That's right. So the $1,000 bonus could go to anybody that's performing well, and we might anticipate some ties, but we'll go ahead and address that if we end up encountering it. For the most part, the thing that you want to focus on with this graphic that shows all 10 matches is that everybody is streaming their perspective as well. So if you want to watch some of these Titan matchups that we see in the very first round, RDU versus Firebat match number 8, that might be a really cool one to see, given that it's cross-regional play for 2 of the most established competitive players. You have Trump and Tyson match 10, Purple and Dog, really fun stuff overall. Boar Control and Brian Kibler as well. So a lot of fun matchups that we know from the West, and then if you're fans of like the East and Asia Pacific, there's also some really cool ones like Tom60229 versus Dahyoni. So I'm looking forward to see who's going to be able to get those early game points, but also, who is going to be able to make these classes that are lesser played or less popular right now when you see on ladder. How are they going to make them shine, Derek? Because after the patch, a lot of people have questions on what's going to be the best versions of these decks, and it's inherently competitive given how much money's at stake.
It really is, and I think this is where some of the players who are less well known for their strong competitive play may actually be able to shine. Players like Boar Control, some of the other competitive streamers as well, maybe Purple to a lesser extent, bit of a memer. But they're playing, grinding out these very powerful classes like Demon Hunter, of course, and Warlock at the moment. But some of the lesser well-known classes, or less popular at the moment, like Shaman and Paladin, that may be a little bit lower on the power level. Maybe a Slisser with her love for Murlocs will be able to bring them into the forefront.
That's right. And, there's a lot of possibilities with the expansion that open up if, the power level of some of the oppressive classes can come down just a little bit, so that way more options are available. And if you are confused as to what we're talking about, you can always go to playhearthstone.com and check out the 420 update that had changes to Kael'thas, Bad Luck Albatross, Frenzied Fellwing, a bunch of Demon Hunter cards, even a buff, by the way. Paladin getting a buff to Libram of Justice from 6 to 5 mana. And I know Kibler was talking about, can I win a game with Paladin today? He's probably going to try to see if he can explore that. And we will be playing Standard, I believe. Even though Masaru, people like Masaru are wild experts, finishing #1 legend there. We're going to be really focusing on the Standard play because I think everyone's really excited to see, what can this new patch usher in terms of a new wave of meta decks.
It's going to be very interesting to see. I'm still also, however, excited to see the every other round, as we were saying, one of the teams gets entirely Demon Hunter corrupted by the power that can offer. And while I do like seeing the lesser-known classes or less popular classes coming into their forefront, I also just like seeing some scrubs get beaten up by Demon Hunter.
That's right. So you can live vicariously through the players that you're watching. I mean, that's kind of experiencing Hearthstone on Twitch in a nutshell. Speaking of Twitch, by the way, today there are Twitch drops available. So if you link your Twitch and Battle.net account together and you watch for a few hours, you are guaranteed Hearthstone packs today. I believe it is 2 hours and 4 hours to get 1 or 2 packs respectively. And it is time accumulated across the entire Hearthstone category. And I think the cool thing is we slotted for an entire block, I believe 9 a.m. to 6 a.m. Pacific, meaning that if our tournament ends early, for some reason everything goes really quickly, that's not the end of Twitch drops. You can go ahead and watch your favorite streamers still continue to stream, and you're still going to get those drops. Or for people who aren't even necessarily watching this invitational, although you really should be, because there's going to be plenty of fun moments and lots of memes, I'm sure.
That's right. We'd love to have you here on the Invitational here on the Play Hearthstone Twitch channel, but you can check out the perspectives of any of the competitors in this tournament, all 20 of them, be it Feisty Fiends or Salty Satyrs, and get yourself those 2 Ashes of Outland card packs, and maybe try some of the strategies that these players are going for, given that I believe all of the decks have at least 10 Ashes of Outland cards, so there's plenty of new strategies going to be rolling about that you can try for yourself.
Absolutely. So as you can tell, we're clearly stalling for time just a little bit, just as we get the first game set up. I mean, having 10 matches start around the world at the same time is a little bit of an administrative logistics issue when you have so many different languages to speak as well. So, bear with us as we're getting everything set up. But, this is, of course, going to be going on live. And so, again, if you wanted to watch people's perspectives, make sure to check out their respective channels. So now, Derek, I do want to toss it back over to you and ask, what do you predict for today? Obviously, I think, when we see so many people being forced to play Demon Hunter, right? There's going to be 2 rounds where everybody plays at least Demon Hunter and everyone who's specialized in that class. Do you have anything that stands out to you in terms of what you feel like we're going to watch today?
Well, the big kind of elephant in the room, I suppose, is the nerfs that happened just yesterday, changing a whole bunch of the Demon Hunter cards, because prior to that, at least at the top-level competitive play, we were really seeing tempo Demon Hunter that relied on all those early cheap demons and weapons to kill your opponent as quick as you possibly can before they can stabilize the board. And the other portion of Demon Hunters were the combo OTK Demon Hunter that relied on Kael'thas to cheat out these very expensive spells, in particular Inner Demon, to deliver upwards of 25 damage in a single turn to take your opponent out that way. But with changes happening to Kael'thas being bumped up a full mana in addition to Altruis in the early game, I'm not sure. Maybe we'll be seeing some kind of a different archetype completely. There's definitely the tools to make a sort of control late game big Demon Hunter if you wanted to go for that route, or as is often the choice of a lot of these players and personalities, just going as aggressive as possible. I think will get you a lot of success as well.
Right. Well, have you seen any changes yourself to Demon Hunter or any other rising decks from the past 24 hours when you've been laddering?
I have. The big changes I've seen to Demon Hunter has been the inclusion of Priestess of Fury, the slightly late game demon that on the end of your turn does a whole bunch of damage to all enemy minions and the hero as well. And I think that in addition to the Raging Fell Screamer to get that down a little bit earlier, that's a very nice way to get down the big demons that little bit sooner, which is, you know, part of what makes me think that maybe there is some kind of a big control Demon Hunter that we could go for. In addition to the Demon Hunter, I'm definitely expecting to see the most powerful decks being Warlock with that Galakron Warlock. Maybe the changes to Sacrificial Pact will shake that up, but I still think that's a very good way to go.
That's right. You know, Sacrificial Pact, I know that a lot of people were calling it end of an era because you used to be able to do something very unconventional in Hearthstone, which was if you became Jiraxis, right? Like one of the original inspirations for hero cards. You used to be able to Sacrificial Pact Jiraxis directly and end the game by killing your opponent's hero, or destroying it rather. And that's no longer possible anymore because you only can target friendly minions with the new change. However, I haven't really seen Sacrificial Pact. Like, I haven't really seen much Warlock on ladder right now, and if I do, I haven't really seen people like playing a lot more things like Jiraxis. But maybe today we'll see somebody be able to figure it out, and I know that there are some people who love the Warlock class and will try to explore it, but I do wonder how that Sacrificial Pact will change. And that's not the only change, too. If you're a Warlock fan in general, and Wild Bloodbloom has recently doubled in cost, given that you know, their Warlock decks were running rampant in Wild along with Quest Mage, and those were two of the biggest nerfs, I believe, that impacted Wild with the 17.0.2 patch. So with this transition, it is going to start things off. So we're going to begin our path in this Hearthstone Invitational by jumping with the captain of the Salty Staters, Mr. Brian Kibler, getting advice from the tavern, or from the innkeeper rather, saying if you have really expensive cards, you can go ahead and throw them away for cheaper ones. And if you go second, you get to use the coin. Very helpful advice. Thank you, innkeeper.
I just want to check here though, Dan, before we jump in. Are you sure that this is actually Brian Kibler's stream, playing Dragon Paladin here? I think there might be some kind of a mistake.
Yeah. You know, I've heard about this Kibler guy. Maybe he'll pick up Hearthstone quickly. You know, I'm glad that it looks like he just finished the tutorial. But if he sticks with it, maybe he can make a name for himself. Okay, so this is a Paladin versus the Hunter matchup. This is what looks like to be the formulation of a mid-range Paladin deck that tries to use one of the new mechanics from the Ashes of Outland expansion called Librams. Librams are cards that basically, of course, buff and impact your minions like Paladins really try to do to buff their minions. But as the game develops, Librams become stronger because you'll be able to play them for cheaper with cards that says discount all of your Librams permanently for the rest of the game. And so a lot of people have loved this set of cards, but I think with the buff to Libram of Justice, I think a lot of people have figured out that Paladin could use a little bit of help here with that balance patch.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very good decision to go for this, especially as you can see in Boar Control, his opponent for this match. In his hand, you can see the Hungry Crab, which tries to eat up Murlocs, and maybe he was anticipating that Brian Kibler would go for a Murloc Paladin strategy, but clearly he was quite drastically mistaken. And now with the Libram of Wisdom in hand for Brian Kibler, it is 1 mana away from being down to 0, which when it comes back to your hand over and over again, can be a lot of late game value. But at the same time, I'm not sure late game value is what he needs.
Wow. You know, Boar Control is ready for the Murlocs. He played a Hungry Crab, trying to see if he can get ahead of it, but instead, Boar Control playing this aggressive dragon-based hunter, it looks like, or just from the beginning of it. It could have some Highlander elements of it if we are looking at it a little bit closer. But right now, this looks like a bad spot to be a Paladin.
Oh, yes. I mean, this is just Boar Control to a T. He's playing powerful minions on curve, and it looks like he's about to win this game. It seems like Brian Kibler's hope of winning a single game for today will have to wait a little bit.
Just a little bit longer, but, you know, this taunt in the Libram hopefully can buy Kibler just a little bit more time. Maybe. This is looking real harsh. The Evasive Worm with the rush and pushing through. Kibler's not dead, But is he really living?
Yeah, I wish I just...
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be getting out of this one. Too many expensive cards, even with the incredibly powerful Libram of Hope as his final, the final frontier here to keep him alive. I just don't think it's going to be getting there.
Okay, well, the Stormhammer, is that enough to get past this immediately and end the game?
Yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah, pretty much. So with that, Boar Control with a very quick 90-second victory, speed running this competition. But you get to see a little bit of why the Hunter is a really powerful early game deck if you're able to get those dragons on board and really push the pace of the game. But this is the best of 3. So, part of the reason why we want to play best of 3s is to avoid scenarios like that where it's like, game 1 was a blowout. Give Kibler a second chance to get that win. And we're not gonna put pie in the sky goals here, Derek. We're gonna try to hope that Kibler can win a game with Paladin. So I think we're gonna align our goals alongside him.
Yeah, that's his goal for today, just to try and take a single win off Boar Control. And it's easy to think in this situation that Boar Control, a current Grandmaster, very popular player, would be a huge advantage. But this is Brian Kibler we're talking about, one of the all-time greats of card games in general, let alone Hearthstone. And if anyone knows these weird dragon kinds of Paladin decks, or any kind of dragon decks, it's going to be this guy.
There's no, you only play the one deck in any given matchup. You can choose whatever deck you want to play against a particular opponent. But
not a bad start at all. The Underlight Angling Rod, one of the new cards that gives you a little bit of Murloc synergy. But I think Brian Kibler very correctly realized here, you don't have to have the synergy. It's just a strong card. 2 extra Murlocs to be working with in addition to a 3/2 weapon. It's a nice way to control the board at the start versus Boar Control.
Thanks for the sub. Welcome.
Yeah, you can hear, I was listening a little bit into Kibler's discussion on his stream about what he can do in the tournament and like some of his thoughts, but you can just see the exasperation of the idea that he doesn't have anything to play early game, and he's letting Hunter take the board. That being said, it's not like Hunter's off to the fastest of starts. Guardian Og Merchant, while it was very impactful last game, it's a new card from Ashes of Outland that damages the minion and gives it a buff. It's a series of 1-mana neutral cards that all do this. It's usually deal 1 damage and then give an effect. So really powerful for aggressive tools to use as Og Merchant. But without a combination, it's just a 1-mana 2/1. And you can see how much board control value is just getting onto the board early. The fact that he's just willing to play that 2/1.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting him to go for the coin-imprisoned Felmore, which he did just play on 2, demonstrating one of the new mechanics in Ashes of Outland. In Dormant, that minion is going to sit on the board, sleeping for the next couple of turns, and then after 2 turns have passed, it will awake when Boar Control's turn starts and will attack an enemy at random, whilst also having 5 attack and 4 health. Incredibly powerful for a 2-mana minion, but it definitely takes a little while to get rolling.
That's right. This Dormant mechanic was introduced, a while ago. I mean, people could look at perhaps Sherazin, the Corpse Flower, the rogue legendary from Journey to Ungoro years back, when we played Dormant, and then you had to play 3 cards in a turn, or 4 cards rather, to revive it. Now Dormant's been explored a lot more because it really represents the Demon Hunter fantasy of how they, being imprisoned, very much like Illidan was several times over, and perhaps even starting off the battle a little blind, but this immediate attack did not trade him to the 4/2, and I think Kibler was really hoping that the 2-turn investment for the Dormant minion would have accidentally attacked Brian Kibler's minion and then taken a bad trade. So Kibler with probably a little bit unhappy to see that.
Gave himself the best chance possible, but yeah, that's definitely not what you want to see. And Boar Control not slowing down at all on the other side, though.
Yeah, and this is a much slower start for Boar Control. It looks like he is playing the Highlander variant, as he has that Diamond Tamer brand from the Saviors of Olddoom expansion. And that might give Kibler a little bit more breathing room to the point where he can play his Librams and get full effect. Because the idea is, as the game progresses, Librams get stronger and stronger because they're cheaper, and then you're able to use them in really big combos. And then you have Lady Liadrid. It's a new legendary legendary that from the Ashes of Outland expansion that adds all the spells that you've played on your minions back to your hand, essentially your Librams. So there's a lot of cool stuff that you can do with Lady Leandrin if you can get to the late game, which is the trick.
Yeah, from what I've heard of the Paladin aficionados amongst my Hearthstone friends, Lady Leandrin is really the cornerstone of the deck. If you can get another cheapened Libram of Hope back to your hand, there is just no chance that your opponent will be able to kill you. And, you know, like you said, Brian Kibler may be able to get there this time and get a win on the board for the Salty Satyrs.
Right. And Boar Control's not going to let him have it easy, but it's not like he has the most powerful of turn 5s right now. He's got Dwarven Sharpshooter, Fairy Dragon, and he's got his new legendary Zizor or Zizor. I'm not sure how exactly to pronounce it.
No, I think it's Scissors. You got it right.
Scissors? Okay.
Yeah.
It's a new rush minion from the Ashes of Outland expansion that shuffles a prime into the deck. And for people who don't understand the primes, it's similar to the Storm Guardian from previous expansions, where upon death, you basically get a mega minion shuffled into it, a big version. In this case, for an 8 mana, it shuffles an 8 mana 4/4 beast into your deck, who has Rush, and Battlecry will summon 3 copies of it. Very, very fun card to play. I haven't really been able to activate it consistently, though, myself.
Yeah, it definitely takes a little while to get going. Kind of like the Librams on the other side, but I don't know, beastlier version that smacks you in the face.
Sadashi with the 5 months, welcome back.
Yes, and I think that with the Hunter class in particular, they do have really powerful cards to perhaps draw exactly. But speaking of powerful cards, Diamond Tamer Brand hits the board, and this is a game-ending march here for Boar Control. He is trying to end the game quickly, so he's going to put maximum pressure, not even acknowledge most of the board from Brian Kibler. At best, maybe take a value trade or two. But you know, putting his opponent down to very close single digits of life points is going to be very scary for Kibler for the rest of this game here.
He's got some tricks up his sleeves, though. That recently buffed Libram of Justice may be able to get enough damage off the board to keep him alive for a turn. But if he decides it's not going to be working out, it may just be time for the Libram of Hope, the panic button, yet again, to try and stay alive.
It's scary because I saw that the title of Kibler's deck was Pure, and Pure is an archetype for Paladin that is requiring you to play only cards from the Paladin class in order to capitalize on some powerful cards. And so, because he has all Paladin class cards, he doesn't have any neutral cards. One of the best combinations for Libram of Justice is Wild Pyromancer, the neutral 2-mana 3/2 minion that deals damage to all minions based off a spell that you play. And so Libram of Justice goes for a full board clear. It makes everything a 1/1, and then Wild Pyromancer will finish it off. But he doesn't have it available to his deck. How are you going to deal with this giant King Crush that looks like he wants to just eat your lunch?
Well, that's the best thing about Libram of Justice. It doesn't even make every minion 1 health. It's only your opponent's minions. It's one of the few non-symmetrical effects, I think, in terms of reducing the health with Paladin cards. So it can be very, very powerful indeed in not only a defensive instance, but also pushing for damage, which, you know, Brian Kibler's going to have to do at some point.
Yes. Looks like Board counting the damage just to see if there's an opportunity to end this game right here, but with no dragon in hand, I don't believe he had the ability with Corrosive Breath to end the game. Is he willingly taking the 8 with his weapon? Wow, going down to 13, and it's rightfully so. I don't think Paladin's a class that can deal 13 from the hand right now. Okay, so Kibler still has defensive measures in the form of, you know, cards like the Pharaoh's Blessing, the Libram of Justice, as you're mentioning. But Kibler still looks like he's going to struggle under the Hunter hero power, which is going to be really difficult to deal with, even if he's managed to stabilize on the board, which it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. And this is a tough spot. Kibler, he is he's doing that thing where like he's kind of calculating all the possibilities, thinking about what's in his deck, but the slow dread and realization that he is very much dead and gonna lose to Boar Control. Boar Control takes a series
That game
2-0 very convincingly off the back of very powerful Hunter draws, and I think that the important takeaway is that Hunter still has a very strong proactive game plan. So for all the Hunter fans out there, all the Smork lovers in the chat, don't worry, your boy's back. Hunter is back on the menu. It really hasn't gone too far away. Hunter has always had aggressive game plans. But maybe we'll see a little bit more Hunter represented now that Demon Hunter has been knocked down a peg or two. All right, so it looks like we're going to change to Kripp versus Diz Demon, who's from Solari. So Diz Demon streaming on Solari's channel right now. I think we may have lost Derek Brown momentarily, but I'm sure he'll be back. UK internet, am I right? In all seriousness, though, I hope Derek Brown doesn't make me do the rest of this invitational solo just because of that comment. Kripp is playing the Warlock, and Solari, represented by Demon, will be playing the Rogue. And it looks like it is a Highlander Rogue with Secret. Secret Highlander Rogue was a deck that did start getting played a little bit in the beginning of the expansion. I think people are kind of divided on it. Some people love it, and some people feel like you should just play regular Galakrond Rogue, and that might be good enough.
Yeah, it's one of the things that the secret package is very much a support package rather than a deck in its own right. And as we can see with, I think, Solari going with the Galakrond, as we can see Kronks there. I'm liking their chances up against Kripp, who seems to have fallen with the Warlock here.
Oh, wow, yes. That escalated very quickly. The Warlock, trying to destroy the Rogue's chances here. But he does have a couple of options to deal with some of the board here. And he's not dead just by the pressure that he sees, which is the good news. And he does have Keldon the Breaker, so he can destroy the minion of Van Cleef immediately. It's definitely a pretty powerful tool that Warlock hasn't really explored very much because we're so used to seeing other really powerful combinations of Warlock using cards like Plague of Flames, and that's what I was looking for originally to see that was in his hand.
Yeah, Keldon the Breaker, a card that fits really nicely into Plot Twist Warlock, from what I'm aware. I know a lot of people are very, very fond of that deck indeed, myself included. Haven't been able to make it work.
Plot Twist Warlock, super fun, especially if you're playing...
Oh, sorry, Dan. Go ahead.
I apologize, Derek Brown. Am I talking over you right now? Might be a little bit desync, but not the end of the world here. But I think that Kripp, one of the things that he loves doing is experimenting a ton. He's been dipping in and out of Standard every now and then. Whenever I tune into a stream, it's a lot of Battlegrounds, and I do see that Kripp once in a while dips into Standard and makes a deep run, maybe perhaps even hitting Legend every now and then. And I feel like what's really cool is that he tried to do it in a unique way with some interesting off-meta decks. And I really am curious about what the rest of his Warlock deck looks like, or if it's just a Highlander one-of that has a bunch of really powerful legendary cards and can use cards like Zephyrs to end the game. But he still also just has classically powerful combinations here. Crazed Netherwing and Netherbreath, very strong tools here to try and control the state of the board.
Yeah, I think in the deck archetypes he's written up as Galakrond Warlock that he was going to go for in this round. Not entirely sure if he's got too many of the new cards in there. At least Keldon the Breaker to round things out. But like you said, hopefully we'll see some of those new spicy Warlock legendaries.
Yeah. Looks like Kripp was really close of getting the win, by the way. Netherbreath can target the enemy hero. So, if he was able to do that and find a way to get spell damage or some other 1 point of damage, he would have been able to end the game. But alas, Kripp's going to have to wait just a little bit longer here. And I just want to let people know this is game 1 of Kripp versus Diz Demons. So we still got lots of more Hearthstone to play, even if this game ends soon. But, we've seen Galakrond Rogue be able to, pull the rug from under people. So I would never really count out this class until the final health has been dealt. Or the final damage,
I would definitely... Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Togwaggle, High Sparrow and Togwaggle in hand, an infamous rogue legendary already from Rise of Shadows a year or so ago that can give you, usually when you choose a treasure, the Wondrous One to draw 3 cards from your deck and reduce their cost to 0. And if you ever needed a miracle, that would be it. But with Zephyrus in hand for Kripp, it's just not active. If it was active, he'd have lethal.
It's true, but he does get a really nice secondary option with the Veiled Worshipper. If you've invoked twice, you can draw 3 cards from your deck. So, you know, having that much card draw while adding a 5/4 onto the board, this is a lot of pressure. And Kripp refilled his ammo, and he's getting closer, ever so near the ability to activate Zephyrus and kill from the hand, even if his board's dealt with. But it looks like the rogue can't even necessarily deal with the board just yet. Is going to have to rely on this High Sparrow and Togwaggle treasure to bail him out.
And in terms of the 0 mana cards that he gets drawn off of it, the one right off the top, I believe, was Dragon Queen Alex Straza, capitaling on the Highlander portion of his deck, trying to get him a 0 mana dragon to dig him out of this hole. But it's just not there.
Right. So Kripp will take game number 1 over Diz Demon, who's one of the strongest French players that we've seen compete in high-level competitive Hearthstone in Masters Tours, and dating back to the tour stops from the Hearthstone Championship Tour back in the years. So yeah, it's really cool to see Kripp still got the skills, and he's got the really fun Warlock deck, really strong mid-range / defensive version of this deck. We'll have to see exactly how Kripp chooses to build all 30 cards, but at the same time, you've heard from Kibler, they're allowed to kind of play whatever they want as long as they just stay on the class.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Looking like a pretty strong starting hand here for Kripp, with a bit of removal, bit of a invoke for that Galakrond, as you can see there, trying to invoke it 4 times so that he gets the full suite of 4 demons when it's played, and the claw.
Needs to move on to the next game in order to take effect.
Yeah, totally. And I think that one of the things that we want to consider too is Diz Demon going to change anything up? We saw him play the Highlander Rogue, and it didn't exactly work out, even though he did find an opportunity to have a powerful Zephyrus turn to summon Van Cleave. That was really cool mana manipulation, which is something that if you play a lot of Zephyrus, you are well versed in. It just didn't really work out against all the defensive tools of Warlock.
I think within each rounder they have to stick on the same archetype, and then afterwards they can switch over new cards and archetypes for if they want to switch things out.
It's a bit bad if he has backstab, but
gotcha.
So for the moment, Diz Demon is stuck if this matchup isn't working out for him.
Okay, well, it's even if it doesn't work out, which I totally think it still might go the other way here, because I do feel like the Galakrond Highlander Rogues are super powerful when they draw the right half of their deck, and they're able to make some really clever plays. Like this one. This looks like, to me, Diz Demon wants to play like a Van Cleef or some kind, or perhaps grab really early tempo. But in the end, he did not. The hand's been revealed, and it turns out he didn't have any big Van Cleef coming up here.
He was literally just digging for another Reborn minion to be able to play off of the Pharaoh Cat. And, I mean, be careful what you wish for, because he got it. It just maybe wasn't the one he was looking for.
That was so disappointing. Wow. Yeah. Well, Mermy has a tall order in front of him. I don't think Mermy is going to be able to stand up to this very confident orc.
Not the extension.
Escape Mana Saber, a card that I personally have grown to love a lot, where it's a stealth minion, so with reasonable stat line, but whenever it attacks, you get to gain 1 mana crystal early, so it helps you ramp. So effectively everybody gets the option of being able to ramp that mid game by playing Escape Mana Saber and perhaps cheating the curve a bit.
And while you said the Mermy is unable to overcome the overconfident Orc, just damaging it for 1 really reduces the attack by 2, and it's one of the reasons why this is not an overpoweringly powerful card, despite Overconfident Orc being one of the most played neutral cards of the new expansion.
Well,
I
if I had
believe.
my deck tracker on the screen...
Yeah, I would say that most
Ooh,
people,
no,
as
I
this
could
Rusty
find my
Raider,
deck check
another
if you want.
powerful taunt minion, but this one has Rush and gains +4 attack just for the turn only. It seems like these temporary powerful taunt cards that are neutral really reminds me of Tar Creeper back in the day, or just the creepers in general, that would gain attack on the player that controlled them. It was on their turn that they would be able to get that plus, or rather on their opponent's turn. And so it was a really fun way to kind of set up importance of how you're attacking, how you're trading, but also those neutral taunts give you a lot more fighting power back onto the board if you're falling behind early.
And Kripp's getting a huge amount of value here out of the Moarg Artificer, his 2 attack, 3 health minion on the board. While it is a neutral card, it's one of those cards that feels like an honorary Warlock card, given that they, when it doubles the attack that spells do to all minions, no matter what side of the board it may be on, Warlock has so many great ways to capitalize off that. The Unstable Fellbolt that we just saw Kripp go for, the Mortal Coil in hand, Dark Skies, there's so many different ways to capitalize on that, and I think Kripp's done a great job of that so far this game.
Yeah. And, how sad are you if you're the rogue? You have Kronks and High Spear and Togwoggle and Flick Skyshiv on 6, and these are 3 of the most powerful cards in the game, period.
Yeah.
And, you already have Galakron in hand, so it's not like Kronks does anything. High Spear and Togwoggle has no lackey to combo with it, and he has a Flick Skyshiv to target really weak minions. Instead, he might have to go for his 7th Mana Crystal and go for a Tiamat, but it's also a board full of 1/1s, so it's kind of awkward to say the least as well.
Yeah, I really like the Tiamat there. I think he had 2 options. He could have gone for Rush there to take out the 6/1, or he could have sacrificed some health by taking it out with the dagger and gone for Divine Shield and Wind Fury instead. But instead he's valuing his life total, which, as we saw last game, is a very reasonable thing to do against Warlock. They have a decent amount of burst damage they can push to the face.
Yeah, and Warlock isn't really known for their combo damage these days, but when you pair together Nether Breath and a couple of other cheap cards, Warlock can still put out a surprising amount of burst, as you saw towards the later half of the game previously.
Let me think. Slamming Kronks could get me wrecked.
And you can hear Kripp kind of debating about how badly does he want to use Kronks to summon the Galakron into his hand and then eventually play Galakron later on. But for now, he does have a taunt in this Bone Chewer Vanguard, a new card from Ashes of Outland, which whenever this minion takes damage, gain +2 attack. Seems fantastic in those games where you're trying to grind your opponent out. So more of a card that I feel like would have higher impact in Arena. Although I can imagine that Kripp has perhaps just found ways to outfit his deck defensively towards a late game that he personally likes.
It's the main thing.
I definitely like Kripp's decision to hold back maybe on the Kronks, given that he needs to protect his health for the moment. And with none of his AoE removal cards, he definitely needs to make sure he's trying to trade favorably onto the board, which unfortunately, because of Flick Skyshiv destroying the Shield of Galakron and all Shields of Galakrons left in either player's deck, it feels like Diz Demon has got himself in a pretty good spot all of a sudden.
Yeah, and it's kind of exactly what you were describing earlier as well, which is, Kripp choosing to kind of play some lesser conventional cards in Warlock, and that's led to some really advantageous situations. But sometimes, you need the good old-fashioned defensive removal cards to deal with your opponent's threats, and it seems like Kripp's stuck with very expensive cards. And that's sort of the risk that you incur, especially if you're playing a deck full of duplicates and you have Dragon Queen Alexstrasza.
I think I'm gonna lose this one.
That's a 9-mana 8/8 and nothing else right now.
I just can't get back tempo.
That's right. Despite him including Highlander cards in his deck, he's relying on the incredibly high amount of card draw that Warlock has available, and of course the life tap hero power that is ever present. and the Veiled Worshipper that benefits off of Galakron Invocations to draw 3 extra cards through his deck. But as we can see here, Kripp has not been valuing that life tap as highly as some other players would, and therefore is running very low on cards.
That's right. There's also even the coin still in his hand. This is something that there was an early meme back in the beginning days of Hearthstone that Kripp sometimes kept the coin till the very, very end of the game when it almost didn't necessarily matter. And that was because Kripp is so value-oriented back when he started off dominating the arena ladders or the arena rankings that he would really try to find the optimal use of it, to the point where some players call it the Kripp coin, where it's like, you play it like on 9 mana or something compared to the early game. So, but you know, I do kind of agree that I haven't found like an opportunity for Kripp to really use this coin effectively.
He's saving it for next game. We'll get a use for it there.
Saving it for next game. That's right.
I can do this and try to get Galakron and try to heal in the meantime.
And so looking at his options, if he wasn't happy going with Kronks earlier, going for Kronks now feels
good enough,
even worse, if anything, because he's still facing down that 6/6, which could just chew it up so easily. Or even more scarily, I would argue, everything could just go face, bring him down to 4 health, and all of a sudden he's looking very dead.
I think that in Kripp's mind, he might have to hope that the demons that summon from Galakron can bail him out. However, there's a lot of demons in the pool right now. Ashes of Outland was a Demon Hunter expansion, and so a bunch of demon cards were printed across all kinds of classes, including ones that don't immediately have impact. There's lots of dormant demons that you might get. So this demon's going to add to the board pressure, drawing Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, and finds a pair of meaty demons, meaty dragons. And I don't know if you can deal with this unless you just like draw Twisting Nether as Warlock.
It's not particularly
of course. If he were to find the new Warlock Legendary in Kelazan the Breaker, he would be able to completely obliterate all of these minions on this turn, and that's definitely what he's going to be looking for. Maybe he will even tap into it if he doesn't think that Galakron can save him.
Yeah, you know, we're kind of talking about the idea of Twisting Nether. He had 10 mana crystals available to him, and then the preservation of the coin would have paid off, Derek. But alas, the deck building decision here for Kripp, where he chose to play Highlander cards in the form of Zephyrus and Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, has kind of come back to haunt him here, and that's the risk that you incur. Summoning the demons, 2 of them dormant! Oof. And Kripp is dead. There's no way that he can deal with this. I
think that is the worst selection of demons I have ever seen in my life. That is 3 1-mana demons and a 2-mana demon, 2 of which are dormant, just to make things worse.
Oh no, Kripp with one final misplay. Didn't coin before the concede. But hey, at least he got the Fire Festival quest done on his special account. I do believe that all the players are on tournament accounts right now. That's why you might see some very interesting quests being completed.
And we didn't get
either that or somehow Kripp cracked the code and found ways to get 200 quests or 200 gold quests done.
Yeah, maybe he finally disenchanted all his cards and it just broke his account.
Yes, indeed. Well, here we go into game number 3. This is for all of the marbles of this series. If you win this series, you get 2 points for your team. And, you know, obviously that's going to matter in the long run because you're trying to pitch in. But don't forget that players who are performing the best individually also get a $1,000 bonus. So just by being able to be more dominant, you get an extra $1K in your bank account, which seems really good deal to me. Just win.
Zephyrus wasn't glowing. I don't know if you guys saw that.
And if there's anything Kripp wants, it's a little bit more of that.
These are not.
But
more wins.
Coil here.
More wins is what you're talking about.
More wins, more dubs. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Not ladder.
I don't know what you thought I meant. The Mortal Coil clearly favored very heavily by Kripp, going somewhat more on the defensive than I would usually advocate with this Warlock. But it worked out for him in the first game, able to remove a lot of rogue stuff early on. And if there was a Spy Mistress, say, the new 3/1 stealth minion from Rogue, which is part of the new big push to get more stealth cards in Rogue, a Mortal Coil would be fantastic for that.
Yes. In fact, that I feel like part of the reason why you even mentioned that Morag Artificer being an honorary Warlock card is because it just combos so well with all of their cheap damage that may have small impact by themselves, but when you combine it with the Morag Artificer, has devastating effects. Mortal Coil is one of them. Yeah. Rain of Fire, the new effective Whirlwind-like card in Warlock. You know, people have been playing it with Dark Skies to get some big clears as well. So lots of fun ways to combine Warlock cards right now.
So
it feels like a defensive combo deck in a way. It's like, how can I best use my cards to clear the board right now?
Card secret.
On the other side, though, for Diz Demon, it is a very respectable start here. He got the Bamboozle down on 2, one of the new set of Rogue secrets that came in Ashes of Outland, that when one of your minions is attacked, your opponent will be thoroughly bamboozled when it is upgraded by 3 full mana to a random minion that costs 3 more. So if this Ferocat is attacked into, Kripp's going to be met with a surprise 4-cost minion.
Oh, he knows. Kripp, you just heard him say it on the stream. He says, if I attack this, it becomes a 4-cost minion. So he's going to attack with a 2/2 into this Ferocat, so that does get a value trade, and then he can evaluate what happens afterwards, but the problem is it transforms before the attack lands, so if he chooses to use the Voted Maniac to run into it, he could be biting off more than he wants to chew.
Which could, of course, lead to him just ignoring it, as we see here. Go face, why would you ever want to trade? And I think this is very, very smart for Kripp. He's already ruled out the ambush, one of the other secrets, by playing a minion. And given that this 1/2 Ferocat isn't doing much, love to just push face.
Yep, and in the meantime, we might get this Demon to win back the board here through the Restless Mummy trades. What a great reborn minion to pick off Ferocat.
Pairing very nicely with the Akama to
never the right time.
Clear up pretty much all the relevant minions on the board. And while Akama may look powerful now in this matchup as a 3/4 stealth for 3 mana, it is also one of the Prime cards, the Rogue Prime Legendary. And when that minion dies, it is going to shuffle in a 6/5 minion, 6 attack, 5 health, that is permanently stealthed into the deck. No matter how many times you attack with it, it is still just going to be stealthed. Your opponent will have very few ways to interact with it. And against Warlock, if Diz Demon is able to go on the aggressive, that could just be a win condition in its own right.
Oh yeah. Akama Prime being permanently stealth is very nice. Just kind of lurking in the shadows. Very much like a lot of people in the chat trying to collect their Twitch drops. They are the Akama Primes. And we have Kripp trying to see if he can just avoid attacking minions for the rest of the game, but he might not be able to. Right now, that overconfident Orc with the taunt forces Kripp to at least interact with that minion. But, you know, he's going to use the spells to deny himself to prevent the forced attack. And he draws 3 cards and he picks up his Galakron.
Yeah, I think he's pretty happy to see that. With Kronks in hand, I think you would usually rather get the effect after you've played Galakron rather than drawing Galakron from your deck. A lot of rogue minions die to the 5 damage AoE as well, which means Kripp has the potential to play this very controlly and late game, which I'm sure he'd be more than happy to do.
And, you know, part of the reason why that Veil Worshipper feels so good is because it allows you to refill your hand so aggressively without feeling like you lose the board. Part of the problem is Warlock's hero power is so good, arguably one of the best in the game, if not the best. But, you know, you do give up 2 mana crystals, which can be really crucial to swing back the board. And these days in Hearthstone, it feels like people spend so much of their mana to tempo onto the board. Really powerful minions. And Veiled Worshipper helps really recover that with a huge amount of upside because there's so much cheap removal right now in the class. And now we look at Kripp's hand here. How is he best going to fight against the stealth minions and prevent himself from losing too much of the board here? He's just going to draw more cards.
This is a mill play, but I'm okay with that.
Yeah, he does have to overdraw 1, I believe, but I think as we heard him say there, he's okay with it. Just wants to get down these stats on the board, and like you said, it's actually the biggest stats he can put down in the Veiled Worshipper. And despite all these annoying stealthy rogue minions, I think he's got the right idea. Just put as much as you can on the board and try and fight back that way.
Speaking of putting as much onto the board, if he uses the coin and the Mana Saber, Dragon Queen Alexstrasza come out.
Yeah.
And let's see how thick these Dragon Boys are. Cobalt Spellkin and Brightwing, those aren't the biggest of dragons. But they keep the
Definitely
hand
the
economy
cutest.
high. Oh my goodness!
Wow,
And
that's not bad.
Only
the
11
Brightwing
drops.
summoned a Flick Skyshift into the hand of this demon. Wow!
Oh.
Oh my goodness! And also the Bamboozle on the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza transformed her into King Phaeorus, which is conveniently the attack stat that lines up really poorly into the Veiled Worshipper. Very unfortunate for this demon.
Kripp clearly setting up the Netherwing, the Netherwing into Nether Breath here to completely clear the board, but didn't even have to go with the Nether Breath because, of course, King Phaeorus is the absolute nightmare for this demon.
Okay.
Wow, so interesting.
This demon, I think, now looking to first priority just get a lackey into his hand, which could, of course, come off of the Maniac, or in order to invoke and get a lackey that way, or, of course, the Evil Miscreant instead, just so that he can activate that King Togwaggle, High Sparrow Togwaggle, and start drawing through his deck to find the powerhouse of Galakron.
Very much so. And we do have that Galakron ready to go. Kripp instead is going to try and use the breathing room to play some of the bigger minions. There is an argument for people to also just play Galakron to start getting presence onto the board, even if you
Have the
don't
Dark
get
Skies
all
combo
4
here.
Galakron invocations off. However, you know, Kripp has plenty of big minions to play, so I don't think there's any rush on that.
I wonder if Kripp, given all these big minions he's thrown into the deck, like the Bone Chewer Vanguard, if he's playing a Plague of Flames at all. Maybe that was one of the cards he decided to cut to make room for the Ashes of Outland card, which he has to include 10 in his deck,
Haven't gotten a
which
lot of
clearly
the,
gives him more punch in the late game, but
cards,
also makes him a lot less reactive to what Rogue is putting down,
though.
and leaves
Two
him
more
with
times to
very,
get the
very
weapon
few
off
ways
the
indeed
card,
to
and
kill
you
off the
kinda
stealth
need to
minions.
do that if you're playing a Warlock deck.
Yeah, it's true. Although Plague of Flames is so important in some of these Warlock
agree.
decks that love to be
He has
able
very
to
few
go for
invoke
board
cards.
swings.
I
So
wonder
I
if he
do
would cut
feel
some.
like Kripp is struggling a little bit against those
Typically
boards,
have to
but
cut
game number
something
3,
from his deck
he
to
is
get
fighting
10 new cards
perfectly fine, and he's also handling the secret fairly well with Bamboozle. But now, how is he going to deal with this Mage Secret? Oh my goodness, and look at this effect to just return the minion back to hand. Oh, that is brutal. Blackjack Stunner, 1 mana, 1/2. If you control a secret, it returns a minion and makes it cost 2 mana more, so it is super sap. It has double the impact because it's cheaper, and it puts a minion on the board, and it forces it to be more expensive like a freezing trap.
It is just an absurdly powerful card for if you are able to get those secrets down. Obviously, in a Highlander variant, this demon is only going to have access to 3 maximum instead of the usual 6, which you could run in a full secret build. But I think even then, he's just so happy to get this down. And next turn, we're going to be seeing, I think, the power of High Sparrow and Togwaggle, unless Kripp can go for a very, very powerful play this turn.
Well, the humorous aspect of it is that it came from Pilfer, which was a generated card from
True.
Cobalt Spellkin, which was a generated card from Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. So what a series of events that led to this demon to be able to capitalize off of Blackjack Stunner's battle cry, and now left Kripp in a little bit of an awkward position. It's not the most intimidating board. It's a few one-attack minions. And it looks like Kripp's going to go with the play that we were kind of talking about before, which was he doesn't have to capitalize on the full battle cry effect of Galakron. Oh, no.
Another pretty
Kripp did
mediocre
get a hero
selection
power
here.
off.
In addition to the newly nerfed Frenzied Fellwing, now a 3/2 instead of a 3/3.
Kind of weak, and this just got nerfed.
Doesn't make too much difference in this particular instance, I think, but still just somewhat comical.
Yeah,
It's just
animation
another
be so
way in
long.
which he got unlucky.
I don't think I played Galakron Warlock since last expansion.
Well,
It
you know,
shows.
Kripp, if you haven't played Galakron Warlock since last expansion, I'm still kind of hard pressed to
Here we go.
believe that you forgot what the hero power does. But that being said, you know, I think I understand what Kripp's saying, that he still feels a little bit unfamiliar in some of these tougher turns because they can be tricky if you're not super familiar and you're trying to go through all the possible play combinations in your head. Sometimes you freeze up a little bit.
Big RNG turn.
And yes, that is the prime we were talking about. Camouflage permanent, I think, roughly translates to permanently stealthed. No matter how many times you are attacking with it, that bad boy could just be lights out for Kripp.
Oh, and a boom pistol bully as well, which stops battle cries from being played at their normal cost. It makes enemy battle cry cards cost 5 more. And, you know, I feel like I see a few battle cry cards in Kripp's hand right now.
He does, however, now have access to Moarg plus Dark Skies, which makes all of the little meteors that rain down deal 2 damage instead of 1. One of the absolute premier Warlock board clears at the moment. But even having said that, he just doesn't have enough cards in hand to make it work, I think.
Well, maybe he can get fortunate and kill Akama. But there's only 6 cards, or 7 cards rather, that Dark Skies will count, because it does count itself. That was very middling, but he did find the opportunity to capitalize off of the Nether Breath for double the damage and double the life steal. That's a really nice sequencing spot by Kripp.
But now with Zephyrus off the top for Diz Demon, there have to be 7 ways to Sunday here to get lethal. All the damage that's already on board, 13. Bloodlust would be an additional 12, 25, and then you could Shadow Step the Zephyrus for the final extra damage. I think that's just game.
Against Galakron Warlock anyway. I wonder if it affects some of my next matchups. Maybe I'll put it in. Against Demon Hunter.
Yes, I'm trying to count to make sure that I myself have also figured that out. But yeah, the Zephyrus is very powerful here with 13 on the board.
He's had that every single game.
Well, Kripp, he's drawn over half his deck at this point. It's not particularly
Yeah.
that he'd find Zephyrus.
Kripp's drawn 24 cards, and he's like...
Wait, what offers Tyrion there? Oh, because... Oh, the Bloodlust wasn't lethal unless you Shadow Step the Zephyrus to get another card, so Zephyrus doesn't realize that it's lethal there.
Yeah, Zephyrus' IQ is pretty high, but it's not that high. He doesn't know what's in your hand and recognizes Shadow Step, so... Yeah, not lethal quite yet, but if we were able to, you know, control that outcome, absolutely. In this case, Kripp's going to go for a full board clear. Kronk's Drackhoof has the ability to go for one of 4 powerful spells, including deal 5 to everything, but actually deals 10. Oh, sorry,
no,
5.
it deals 5. It's only spells.
Because it's not a spell.
He just threw away Mohawk Artificer.
Oh, you know, I kind of thought that it counted as 1, and I think Kripp thought the same thing too, because I thought that Dragonhoof was casting it.
Yeah.
It's instead of the battle cry. Oh no, we all made the same mistake and thought the same thing.
I think this is the perfect opportunity to just go over to Kripp's stream and drop a quick Keck W in the chat.
Yes. In all caps, please. All caps.
Oh, of course. We're not animals.
I'm going to do that right now.
All right, I'm looking out, Dan. I want to see a great big beautiful Keck W from Frodo.
The reason I didn't get a weapon with Galakron is because all my Galakron
it's okay, no one will notice me in the chat. I don't have any icons.
Including 2 copies of the Cultist.
Well, either way, Zephyrus unable to deliver lethal quite yet. So instead it is going to be another defensive play here from Diz Demon. He is just creeping closer and closer and closer to lethal. Ah, there it is. Oh, look at that big, beautiful wall.
It's glorious. And, you know, I mean, it's an honest mistake, and I think maybe perhaps a point of encouragement. Even people who play Hearthstone a lot, you know, I would say Kripp plays above average the amount of playtime of the average Hearthstone player. But, you know, sometimes you just learn new interactions all the time that you kind of have to test out for yourself to see how it works. In this case, Kripp finally has, after 27 cards,
not really sure what
the Dragon Queen Ashraza and the Zephyrus active. What can he do here?
Well, I think, to be fair, Dan, there's a time to practice card interactions, and it's not when $100,000 is on the line for a huge tournament. But yes, for the moment, now that is
position to do that.
Yeah, ancient history now, though. He just needs to try and take the game from here.
Here.
And he obviously does have an active Zephyrus, which he could probably use to try and get some kind of healing. But first things first, he's got to clear this board.
Yeah, and he knows Zephyrus is in hand as well.
If I play Alex and get like a top
That's like the
dragon
hardest
and
part
an
because he
Elstraza.
knows that if he leaves anything on the board, there's a very strong likelihood that he just dies because the Zephyrus offers him a card. In fact, Zephyrus costs
Save
0,
me,
so it's a
Blizzard AI.
polymorph. So I guess no matter how you slice this, Kripp is dead.
Yeah, he could have gone for...
Thing is, he had Shadow Step
it
on
was
his
lethal either way,
Zephyrus
yeah. If he'd
again.
gone for the Betrayal, he still would have
5
died to
Zephyrs
obviously
in
the
3
second
rounds.
Zephyrus, and just 5 extra damage. But I think we can see here, whatever it is that
Ooh,
Kripp,
no.
Demon finds
There's
off
lots
the
of ways to
Zephyrus here
survive
is
this
just
turn,
going to be
except for the
game.
fact that he has
And it does mean
Zephyrus
that after a very
again.
well fought series, for the most part, by Kripp, it is going to be Demon taking the win.
Wow,
Yeah,
what a
nothing
comeback
saved
by
me there.
Demon. It looked promising for Kripp, but, you know, a couple of really high-impact plays
there,
really made it difficult for
Yeah,
him. One of them
pretty
was,
both pretty
you know,
high
being
roll
able to
decks.
get that secret and activate
And he rolled a
the
little
blackjack stunner that Kripp wasn't really anticipating. And then the second was being able to get that boom pistol bully for a decisive tempo swing. That is what Rogue does so well. Really commandingly wins back the board when it gets those giant tempo swings.
Down to 11, we have
Now we head over to another match. We have Regis Kilbin versus Dawn. Regis is very clearly ahead, and it seems like he's not going to lose control anytime soon. It seems that he is playing some kind of resurrect version of the priest, although it doesn't seem like your traditional version. He's got Deathwing, both Deathwings in hand right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that started in the deck or if somehow that was added to the hand. Maybe off a Skeletal Dragon, one of the new priest minions that is incredibly well statted at a 7-mana 4/9 taunt that also gives you a random dragon at the end of your turn. But speaking of well statted minions, Mashiffin Prime that just comes down from Dawn here is able to maybe swing things back enough in his control to take it. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. One of the new cards from the expansion, the Primes, as we were talking about, helps give Druid some of that power in the late game if they're able to get a lot of big taunts out there. But the power of Mishfin Prime, in my opinion, is when you're able to do things that duplicate. For example, the Druid card, Germination, I believe it's called, where you duplicate a minion that you have, very similar to like a Faceless Manipulator situation.
Oh my god, that's really annoying.
Winged
I
Guardian
feel like
being
that's
found,
where
though.
it gets really powerful.
Yes, yeah. I think that it's got a lot of application on its own, maybe not quite powerful enough, but a card that absolutely is powerful enough in its own right is the Winged Guardian, an army in its own right. I think it's very fair to say. And now that Regis Kilbin is left with no way to kill it off whilst also keeping his own board alive, I don't know. I'm sensing a potential comeback here.
Well, he does have Morg Artificer, so Holy Nova will deal 4 damage to that Winged Guardian. So he
True.
does have a board clear available to him.
True.
Actually, in a multitude of ways. He could Plague of Death, obviously. Could also Deathwing to help potentially clear. Although, I think playing Deathwing without preemptively trading is asking for a lot. You might accidentally, ruin your own board state and coincidentally set it up really well for his.
Yeah, if I went for Deathwing, I'd be in a world of hurt. I think we can kind of
As Regis so eloquently put himself.
And just
Yes.
roll into more Katrina value. I don't think we need to go crazy yet.
Yeah, I think Regis is in a really good spot. I mean, it's very clear that Dawn is grasping at straws to try to find some way to deal with this Katrina Muerte.
We have this as an emergency.
And, Katrina keeps summoning back more taunts, just getting in the way of stuff, and Druid without spells have a hard time dealing with this.
However, with the sheer power of the top decks available in what appears to be this big dragon Druid from Dawn, maybe that'll get him over the finish line. The Marsh Hydra now, which I believe will add a 7 cost plus minion to his hand after he attacks with it.
Right. Marsh Hydra costs a little bit more, it
strong.
seems, from the Biggin that was potentially played, and it adds a random 8 cost minion to the hand.
Oh, right.
So in this case, it adds Tortolum Pilgrim, which, if he's playing an Embiggen Ramp Druid that tries to, play really big threats every single turn, I wonder if the Tortolum Pilgrim can help him do that even more, or perhaps draw cards.
However, for the moment, this Waste Warden, given that the Marsh Hydra is a dragon, is able to beautifully clear off the board there. That is the best Waste Warden I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. Oh gosh, well, it's becoming less funny when your opponent's just summoning big dragons, Onyxia and Deathwing. What a duo that gets summoned off of Ysero's Dream Portal. The whole family's here, plus the Tortolum Pilgrim knows Dormu. he Tortolum Pilgrim reached into the deck and got a Ysera portal.
Can we get there? Well, these are too expensive.
But he can't deal with the 3/3 on the board.
He's just dead.
Yeah, he didn't find a single taunt. Summons the most powerful dragons in all of Azeroth just to die to a single Warden boy. Oh wow. Gotta love
Quite a
to
way
see
to
it,
end
Derek.
things.
And I think that is the end of the first round. All the best of threes, I believe, have concluded with that Regis win. So lots of fireworks to begin things off here in round 1.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. I liked, in the beginning, I liked seeing what Brian Kibler was kind of trying to go for, even though we did see him unfortunately take 2 very, very swift losses. I'm a big fan of these styles of Paladin decks. I tried to make Libram Paladin work, and I think there was a glimmer of hope there, even if it didn't work out for him against Boar.
Yes, and obviously we're going to be playing 4 rounds, so there's lots more Hearthstone to play. In the meantime, for round number 2, as we get ready for that, there's going to be a change in the game plan. Do we know which team exactly is going to be playing all Demon Hunters for round 2, Derek?
I believe it is going to be Regis Kilbin and so the Salty Satyrs, I believe, on round 2 playing all Demon Hunter.
Okay, so if our presumption is correct, then Salty Satyrs will be playing all Demon Hunters, and then the Feisty Fiends will have to stay on their classes that they've all divided up before the tournament has started, and they will all play against the Demon Hunters that'll be played. So Kibler, Firebat, Regis, Tice, etc., all of them will be playing Demon Hunters for the next round.
And it's going to be very interesting to see how they go about it. I know that what if some of the more competitive players will be going for it. I expect to see a lot of aggro Demon Hunter, as I said, relying on the weapons and all those early demons right at the start of the game to get things going. But before we get into that, we obviously have to take a look at how things shook out in round 1. And if things are going to be going good for Salty Satyrs next round, it is just going to add on to how well things went in this first round.
Yep, let's go ahead and recap what's happened. We had Kripp versus Disdemon, and Disdemon took that win. Tom 602-9, not able to take down Dahyoni, who gets the win there. And I guess you're just gonna go ahead and have to screenshot or clip in order to figure out the rest of those results. We'll read the round 2 schedule now. Different matchups compared to the first round. Anything that stands out to you, Derek?
Well, obviously, as we said, all the Salty Satyrs getting a go on Demon Hunter, but I have to say, taking a look at all of these, Dawn versus Flurry as an Asia-Pacific GM caster looks like a very exciting one to me, a clash of these South Korean players. But there's also a lot of very strong matches on the other side. Kripp versus Tice, the super streamer extraordinaire match right there.
Oh yeah. Gonna be fun stuff there. And, I think with all of these Demon Hunter Duel-fests going on, maybe we'll see if someone has the anti-Demon Hunter decks down. And we're gonna be rolling straight into that. We're not gonna take a break. We're getting the second matches set up. as we head into it. And for people who are just joining the broadcast and wondering what's going on, we're running a $100,000 invitational featuring 20 of your favorite Hearthstone personalities. And today, the special feature is not only, of course, the gameplay and the new patch, but also the fact that Twitch drops are active. So make sure, if you haven't already, link your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, and just go into the settings and make sure that's enabled. So that way you get Hearthstone packs while watching your favorite Hearthstone personalities go at it, and it'll still be running. So even if the tournament ends early, let's say we end in the next couple hours somehow, really quickly, the drops will still be active as long as you're watching the Hearthstone category on Twitch. So I know a lot of people, they've been clamoring for more of that Twitch content for Hearthstone, and it's kind of cool to see it on Twitch for today.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. I'm glad to see the Twitch drops back again here in the Hearthstone category. And, as we were saying earlier, it's very love having you here on the official Play Hearthstone broadcast, but it's also a lot of fun to jump into the player streams, get a bit more of their thought process behind their matches for all 20 of our players, especially as they jump into the Demon Hunter or Demon Hunter strategies, which I think, as you were saying, will be a little bit more difficult to fight back against the power of Demon Hunter than to embrace it, as the Salty Satyrs will be doing.
Yeah, and I think that when we start getting deeper into it, we'll start to see more trends, but they are allowed to change what they want to play between each match. So let's see what the people who stay on their classes instead of switching to Demon Hunter, what their game plan is against Demon Hunter. And you can see that a lot of these players, even if they aren't necessarily like being the most competitive, right? Like Kripp, for example, is playing a lot of Battlegrounds and dips into different formats in Hearthstone. Despite that, they're taking this very seriously in terms of just the quality of their deck list, because there's a lot of money on the line. So, people aren't really just like, well, I'm just going to play whatever. They're really looking for the best versions of their class, so that way they can get that win and get that $6,500 for the winning team, plus $1,000 if they're the best performers.
Yeah, as we were saying there, a little bit of a lack of knowledge of interactions, perhaps, but the overall deck list that Kripp went for there was very much spot on. And I would say even Brian Kibler, we can embrace the meme, if you will, of him being the Dragon Overlord and only going with that style of deck. I think given that Paladin is in somewhat of a less powerful state at the moment compared to the likes of Rogue, Demon Hunters, and Warlocks, it's a very strong way to go with the deck, embracing a lot of the newer Librams as well as pure archetypes.
Yeah, so Paladin, potentially not really a high-impact class for the first round, but we'll see how they go. In the meantime, we're going into our first game, Tice versus Kripperian. And Tice got the win against Trump to start things off in round 1, and now Kripp, it could be the second victim, as Tice will be playing that Demon Hunter. And Warlock struggles a lot more with Demon Hunter now that they don't have Sacrificial Pack available to them to target their enemy minions or enemy demons.
That's very right. But I think if anyone would be struggling with Demon Hunter, from what I've seen on on Tice's stream, it sounds like he's struggling to gel with the class. He's been in his practicing for Grandmasters matches. Hasn't been having as much success with it as a lot of the other players have been, and now that there's seen another round of nerfs since then, as you can see right there, Glaybound Adept at 6 mana instead of 7, 6 attack instead of 7, and Altruist up to 4 mana. I think Tice could be in with potentially a little bit of a harder uphill climb than the rest of the players.
Yeah, but at the same time, I have faith that Tice will pull through it, and he usually can figure things out.
He can indeed.
And he did still make top 8 in week 1 of Grandmasters, so I still think that Tice has more than a fair shot of taking out the Hearthstone superstar Kripperian. And so with the changes to Demon Hunter, you can actually see from the stream that we're ingesting right now, the deck list of what Tice is playing here. And it seems exactly what you're talking about, which is just kind of having that Priestess of Fury in to give it a little bit more punch to make up for the fact that it might be a little bit slower now.
Yeah, I was just saying earlier today that after Kripp tweeted out before the expansion had come out that Demon Hunter is incredibly powerful, but Priestess of Fury is far and away the most powerful card in the deck. It seems like after 7 of the other Demon Hunter cards have been nerfed, he may actually be correct.
I mean, it makes sense. Priestess of Fury, 7 mana, 7 cards get nerfed before it. It feels very fitting thematically. Although it doesn't deal 7 damage to enemies at the end, and yeah. Maybe if
Literally
it's
unplayable.
7 boombots that had taunt.
Talk to Priestess.
Well, these are one of the cards that got changed. Altruist to Outcast. He is a really powerful legendary minion where if you play the left or rightmost cards, aka in the Outcast positions, it'll deal 1 damage to all enemies, period, not just enemy minions. So a lot of times you see Altruist combos just getting a bunch of damage out to the onto the opponent. And, you know, some of these turns deal 12, 15 damage with Altruist and a bunch of cheat cards because you're able to just generate a ton of pressure and clear the board. It was super filthy whenever, like, Altruist would get the ideal turns. And people have said that Altruist is still very effective at 4 mana. It's just, again, it's a little bit slower and it's just a little bit harder to get those really big combos off.
Yeah, you're really looking to go for it potentially after you've played a Skull of Gul'dan. I think at the moment is the best way to go for it because Skull of Gul'dan, as you can see there, now up to 6 mana, while it was just a little while ago 5 mana, draws 3 cards from your deck, and if it's outcasted, they are all reduced in cost by 3, which, as you can imagine, pairs very nicely with a slightly more expensive Altruist for a huge board sweep. And Tice, after, I think it looked like he was reaching for the Metamorphosis, maybe setting up for a more powerful play later on, in the end, just decides, as somewhat appropriately for the Salty Satyrs, gets the Satyr Overseer down to try and get some semblance of a board presence together.
Yeah. Very awkward turn. You can see, like, why Demon Hunter, you know, didn't necessarily include Priestess of Fury. They already have sometimes a tricky hand to deal with, you know, the expensive cards of Inner Demon or Metamorphosis, Skull of Gul'dan also sometimes getting in the way of itself. Priestess of Fury just kind of adds another mix of where the curve might be a little bit harder to achieve. And now Tice already has used Altruist. Does he have any other way to deal with a wide board like this? Kripp is seizing control of the board versus Demon Hunter.
Yeah, it really does feel like his best chance is that Priestess of Fury, being able to take out all these 1-health minions very, very nicely. But how does he best set up for that? Is it a Metamorphosis turn, where he could fit in the 5 damage hero power that is granted from that card in as well? Or is it a Raging Fell Screamer, so that he has more mana available on the following turn? It's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah, definitely a tricky spot. I'm kind of racking my brain here to see what Tice can really do in this spot, but almost anything that I can think of involves him taking a lot of damage potentially next turn. I don't think Metamorphosis into the 1-mana hero power to kill off the Dragonblight Cultist, for example, is a reasonable play. I think that's something that plays not to lose, and in the long term, you'll be just slowly losing more and more without the ability to come back.
Yeah, my thinking was more that he could take out the overconfident Orc just so that there's less health on board, so that the Priestess of Fury is more likely to clear next turn, but I can fully agree with this play as well.
Oh no! Kripp ends up using the spell and damaging his own minion. Awkward, to say the least. So we have that Priestess of Fury, but Tice also has the Skull of Gul'dan, and now is the time to play it. Outcast being a mechanic that that has a bonus effect for the left or rightmost card in your hand. This would be the time to play, because we saw what happened the previous turn, where Skull of Gul'dan, the first copy, was the second card from the right-hand side, and as a result was just a 6-mana draw 3, which is okay. You know, Nourish does the same thing if you wanted to draw cards, so reasonable, but Skull of Gul'dan makes it super powerful, you know, borderline insane, and I think that Tice really needs to find a way to win back the board here. So Priestess of Fury is going to come down, but most likely not going to clear off the entire board.
Yeah, it's such a hard
fact,
choice.
it
'Cause if he
can't.
doesn't go for Skull of Gul'dan this turn, it's unlikely to be able to be outcasted on the following turn, because obviously another card will come to populate the rightmost slot in his hand. But if he can find himself an I-Beam, something like that, to get a bit of lifesteal going and swing things back in his favour, I'm still seeing him being in with a chance here, even if it is looking slim.
Oh my, Kripp going for a massive swing. Netherbeth dealing 8 with the Morg Artificer. And it's exactly what you're talking about. He needs a cheap card. He doesn't find it. He finds one of the most expensive cards in his deck, the Gladebound Adept. And now Tice going for a Spectral Sight to see what else he can draw to bail him out. His next card was also expensive. Oh, jeez. Super awkward turns here for Tice.
As he is demonstrating there with a quick I. That does, I think, more succinctly encapsulate what this position is like for him. But thankfully, due to the nature of Outcast, he doesn't just have to play the Skull of Gul'dan from the right-hand side. Now he can play it from the left, because he played all the other cards in his hand. And I think, Gladebound Adept, Raging Fellscream, powerful cards. They are not pulling him out of this situation, though. So he's going to have to find something off the top.
Yeah, and usually that card off the top is Altruist Outcast, but I'm hard-pressed to find a string of cards that can really bail Tice out of the situation.
They are useless.
But perhaps maybe a sub from Kelvin will make Tice feel better. Thank you, Kelvin. Well, Tice, he's dead. There's just no way to really survive this. So Kripp's going to take game 1 with the Warlock and show you that even without Sacrificial Pact on the Priestess of Fury, that was a dynamic that existed. That was very core, actually, to take down those cards. Warlock was able to get the pressure. Now, granted, Demon Hunter drew a little bit more awkwardly, but it just kind of show you that Demon Hunters can't get away with what they used to nearly as easily.
That's right. They've got to be.
In the meantime, we're going to transition to a different series. We're going to showcase the Korean match-off, the Salty Satyrs Korean Flurry, and then we have Dawn on the other side here. It's going to be Demon Hunter versus Druid. Dawn last time was playing the Embiggen Druid, and we'll see whether or not he can get a win for the Feisty Fiends here.
It looks like he's having a bit of a tough time doing so, though. He has transitioned, however, over to the more traditional Spell Druid, and I think we've come here to this game just in time for an absolute powerhouse turn from Dawn.
Yeah, perhaps reassuring that Demon Hunter's still pretty good. Now, here becomes a big potential turn from the Druid. Exotic Mount Seller, it summons a random 3-cost beast with every spell that you play, and Dawn's been saving all of these cards. Iron Bark now becomes free. Bog Beam now becomes free. A lot of these cards that normally cost 2 to 3 mana, if you have 7 mana crystals, cost 0. That is one of the new things for Druid in this expansion. You can see a board from nothing all of a sudden has a board full of stats, and now you can remove like this Frenzied Fellwing, for example.
It is all
and
absurdly
really limit Demon Hunter's
powerful,
plays.
but I just don't think it's going to be enough.
No, it's not enough, because Metamorphosis is still going to deal 5 direct damage, so Dom was really hoping no direct damage exists. And worst case scenario, there's also the Priestess of Fury to potentially go for the Hail Mary, although extremely improbable. And Flurry is going to get the win, so Demon Hunter still showing a lot of life there. Against a deck that's a little bit slower, though, so perhaps when you play against a Druid class that is just going to be passing a lot in the early game, Demon Hunter still very much has those pressure tools to really punish them. And this was a tough matchup even before the patch, so Druid, even though it has an easier time very slightly, seems like it still might have some troubles versus specifically Demon Hunter.
Kind of interesting to see Frenzied Fellwing still making the cut in the Demon Hunter deck here for Flurry. It is a 4-mana card that becomes 1 mana cheaper for each damage you've dealt to your opponent on this turn. And very recently, just yesterday, went from 3 health down to 2 health, keeping it in line a lot more with the rest of the Demon Hunter minions. And it does make it significantly more easy for the Druid to remove.
Yeah. 3 health versus 2 health, just, I mean, we could list the amount of cards that immediately tackle it. And it's not even necessarily just like the removal spells, but just minions with 2 attack, 2/1s, you know, can now challenge the Frenzy Fellwing and make you feel a lot safer and force your opponent to hero power. And it's a very subtle difference, 3 to 2 health, but it's a very impactful one. Speaking of the subtle differences, Kael'thas going to 7 mana. Do you think that's a dramatic change, or do you think that one won't be felt very much at all? Because Kael'thas can make cards 0, so it kind of makes it feel like you're making up that mana deficit pretty significantly.
I think it may be felt in other decks more significantly, but in this spell Druid, Kael'thas being at 7 is honestly kind of perfect in a way, because turn 7 is a really key breakpoint in Druid. If you play Overgrowth on 4, as we see here, getting 2 mana crystals, you curve perfectly into 7, which is also the turn where Ironbark and Bogbeam transition down to 0 mana, because their text reads, if you have at least 7 mana crystals, this spell costs 0. So now, if Dawn did want to go for a big Kael'thas turn, 6 mana instead of 7 is really not that big of a difference.
Well, he's not going to go for a Kael'thas turn now. Instead, just going to clear off the board a little bit and set himself up in case he draws cards like Overflow.
이게 진짜 뭐냐 진짜 손빼가 어떻게 이러냐 진짜로.
Flurry, of course. Probably lamenting at his awkward hand, right? Because
yeah, it's
the
really
outcast
awkward.
cards are blocked in. Skull Gul'dan is 1 mana off, right? This is a situation where the the nerf to Skull Gul'dan, the first balance patch, had a high impact. Obviously not going to do much here, and now Flurry has to deal with a very expensive Priestess of Fury on the left side. Already, I can see the change to Demon Hunter of what they're doing. The Priestess of Fury already throwing a big wrench into their normal game plan.
As much as it hurts, I think I would have liked to have seen a 3 mana I-Beam on this turn to just take out one of the 2/2s, or to help you take out the 3/5 buffed Glowfly. Because then next turn we could have seen a nice curve into Coin Priestess of Fury. Or maybe try to play the Skull of Gul'dan from the right-hand side. But, I don't know, it feels like now Flurry is left with not quite enough reactivity in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, he does
Given
have
the mana.
reactive cards, like you said, but they're very expensive. Is he going to double slice here? Wow, one of the most powerful cards in the Demon Hunter class, Twin Slice. It's not really imposing just when you read it by itself. It's a 0 mana card for the Demon Hunter class. It's part of the basic set, I believe, where you have a 0 mana, give your hero +1 attack this turn, and you get another copy of it in your hand. But when you think about what it can do, which is help line up with Altruist Outcasts, help activate that 3rd spell for Kael'thas, there's so much powerful tools that you can use with Twin Slice to activate combos. Speaking of combos, too, we find Fungal Fortunes in the hand of Kael'thas, so we might see a huge turn here from Druid.
All depends what comes off of the Fungal Fortunes on the next couple turns, but for now, this is looking more than good enough to lock down the board.
Yeah, and just by having the Soul of the Forest being played makes a lot of sense as well, because there's just too much pressure, and now Flurry has no time, and I actually like this play way better now that I see it. Instead of getting greedy with card draw, don't try to go for the big combos. Go for the guaranteed combos that are hard to deal with.
That's right, and you got to remember as well, Kael'thas has stats. It's a 4/7 minion, which is very impactful at this point in the game. It's not just the effect that you're going for.
Oh, Flurry's like, wow, and he has more card draw backup. I thought he was out of ammo. And he has even more. Wrath can potentially draw a high-impact card.
Yeah.
We're looking for a Gift of the Wild or an Overflow here. Oh my goodness. An Overflow gets drawn from the top of the deck. That restores 5 health to all friendly characters and draws 5 cards.
Really like taking the value trade first so that he can heal the Kael'thas as well.
Absolutely filthy turn here. And it's not over. He has more cheap spells. He can continue to train. He found another Overflow. Derek, he can go ahead and innervate an Overflow here. 5 more cards. Heals opponent
I
back
don't
to
think-
full, but it won't matter.
Oh my god, this is one of the most filthy Kael'thas turns I think I've ever seen. And it's still
about
not
to
stopping.
get a lot worse. Yeah. He doesn't have anything else definitively to play in terms of like a big buff onto the board, but he can still play the first half of the Forest Age just to add more pressure. And Flurry has no way to answer this without big Altruist turns, and he's just going to go ahead and concede. All of those nerfs really just adding up and making it difficult for Demon Hunter to decisively answer the Druid. And hey, a matchup that was very difficult for Druid might have gotten a little bit easier. Poor Flurry, his chat is mocking him. You can just see all the people laughing in his chat at his misfortune there.
Based on our first 2 matches, it is looking pretty tough for the Demon Hunters so far. I thought they would be destroying their opponents, given how powerful they've been in the last couple of weeks. But for Tice and Flurry there, it's looking harder than expected.
That's right. So we see Slissa on the board now, and she is going to be playing against Firebat, Paladin versus the Demon Hunter 2, Electric Boogaloo. And Slissa, does she have the variant of Paladin that plays neutral cards? She does. She has an acidic Swampu, so it's not going to be a pure Paladin, so to speak, where there's like no neutral cards. You often can tell when they play light forged cards in the Paladin class if they're going for a all Paladin class card deck list. Slissa is, I believe, down 0-1. Firebat seems to have won game 1, so don't give up hope just yet, Derek. We might see Demon Hunter still win here.
It does look like Firebat on the other side has gone with a slightly different build of Demon Hunter, though. As you can see, with 2 inner demons in hand, this very much looks like the OTK combo Demon Hunter, which relies on Kael'thas, as we just saw in the previous game. Every 3rd spell you play in a turn costs 0 while he is on the board. And you know what looks like a pretty good spell to make cost 0? That inner demon, plus 8 attack to your hero. A couple of them on your turn, and you are just laughing all the way to lethal. Bit of a tough turn now in terms of the outcasts, though. Consume Magic could be played now just to draw a card while it is on the right-hand side. But 5 mana is a pretty good turn to just preemptively get the Metamorphosis down.
Yeah, not bad to just spend that Metamorphosis mana while you can, so I think Firebat will end up going for it. And Firebat knows this deck fairly well, given that I believe him and Zalay were some of the early pioneers of the combo Demon Hunter to climb it to high legend. I love the little Hungry Crab as well. It's a nod to the fact that Murloc is a tribe that Slissa is very fond of. She's used it to qualify for Masters Tours last year, where she competed in the qualifier, her very first qualifier, and just won it with Murloc Shaman, which was very impressive in multiple fronts. One, of course, Murloc Shaman, I still not sure if that is a legit deck through and through, but Slissa piloted very well. And 2, most people play like dozens of open cups and qualifiers before they're able to make it. Slissa only needed 1 to qualify for it. So, you know, she definitely had a really nice streak going on there. And I love the with Wirebat.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm glad you let me literally no idea and no way of knowing that she is fond of that.
Well played, Derek. Well played. Also love the doggos kind of napping. Wake me up when Demon Hunter wins a game.
Oh, yeah. They're very cute.
I'm afraid to go too wide.
So, if you are Slissa, how do you build up this board? It looks like she's got some of the Libram discounts going on so far, but you heard it herself. She doesn't want to go too wide and get completely swept away by an Altruist and lose a ton of value there.
That's the problem versus the combo Demon Hunter, is it's not only Altruist that you have to be afraid of, there's also Immolation Aura, one of the key Demon Hunter board clears if you want to go for a slightly slower strategy. For 2 mana, you can deal 1 damage to all minions twice. effectively getting a 2 damage AoE for 2 mana is incredibly powerful. And I mean, just look at what it would do here. It would obliterate the vast majority of Slissa's board, and as if by magic, the caster's curse is real. There it is.
Oh yeah, Immolation Aura, very good. But you know what? Slissa still got a really impactful swing turn. She was able to use the Acidic Swamp Ooze to destroy that weapon, the Draki Warglaives. Very, very powerful weapon in this deck, but you know, for the most part, people really focus instead on the Inner Demon. And I think that Aldraki Warblades is like very subtly one of the best cards in the deck because it allows you to play very liberally with your health and then rebound with major lifesteal swings.
We have refill, which is important to have refill at all times. We only have only like one refill.
The really
right now.
awkward spot now, though, I would say for Slissa is that Libram of Hope is doing both of the things her deck wants to do at once. Versus Demon Hunter or OTK Demon Hunter, you really want to heal yourself as much as possible. Stay at that high health total so they can't burst you down with a couple of inner demons at a turn. But it's also her best way of developing onto the board. So she needs to be careful about not using it too early so she doesn't have the heal later on when it's more necessary. But I think now that she's down to 14 health, it's looking like a pretty good way to keep her health that much higher.
Oh, that.
But Mana Burn does not help that at all.
Yeah. Mana Burn, a card from the Demon Hunter class, which is really fun actually, but maybe perhaps frustrating if you're Slissa in a Murloc onesie. It restricts your mana the following turn. You have 2 fewer crystals. So she really wanted to pop off with some Librams, but instead she doesn't have the mana as much. So definitely an unfortunate situation, but well timed by Firebat. You know, Mana Burn,
Very
I think
nicely done.
a lot of the players have agreed that Mana Burn, while being one of the coolest mechanics, also is one of the most skill-testing mechanics because you have to really understand your position and your opponent's position in the state of the game.
Yeah, exactly. What are the key breakpoints that their powerful cards will come down on, which is doubly difficult to keep track of when Librams, their cost is being reduced willy-nilly throughout the game. So whether or not Firebat knew exactly that he was disrupting that key Libram is up for debate, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he did know.
All right, here we go. An Altruist turn. Ready to go here from Firebat. Finds Spectral Sight to help him draw an extra card. Finds a Sigil Runner. He also has that Twin Slice, don't forget, and he's holding on to it because he knows Twin Slice can get 2 guaranteed Altruist activations because it will put the other slice, the second slice, on the furthest rightmost card position.
That's exactly
important
right.
distinction because Twin Spell will keep the card in that specific position. You know, if you look at Conjurer's Calling or Ray of Frost, for example. But, you know, Twin Slice or Second Slice will always go to the right-hand side.
The Outcast card as well. I don't like that. Normally
there is the potential here for Firebat to go for Consume Magic to effectively delete the Libram there that keeps returning back to hand on Death Rattle. But I think I would actually rather see Firebat hold on to the Consume Magic to get rid of a key Taunt, which is very, very important when you have 2 inner demons in hand.
True. The caveat is that Firebat's at 12 life.
That's true.
And so Silencing does give you some health back. Oh my. Very scary territory to be at 7. And Slissa does have the Consecration in hand. I mean, Derek, there's a possibility that Firebat might have taken a little bit too much damage, and, you know, again, one of those, like, smaller plays, but that have huge impact. The Acidic Swamp Ooze on the Eldraki Warblades might subtly be one of the ways that Firebat has lost this game, because he doesn't have that lifesteal rebound. However,
we'll have to see.
He does have the Inner Demon, so if he picks up a little bit more damage, he's going to want killing Slissa. This is a very tight match.
And so, therefore, does Slissa feel that fear herself and go for Libram of Hope instead of going for Consecration? Both of which I think are pretty valid lines in this instance. Clearing the board gets rid of, you know, pretty much the same amount of damage that Libram of Hope would.
I don't know if he can.
she's wondering, can he kill me? Is it a losing play to go for Consecration here?
Looks like she's instead going to just go for the safety of it, and, you know, I don't blame her, but this is what you're talking about. Firebat's very timely hold on Consume Magic is brutal in this position.
It's so risky.
It really is, and I think it's an argument you can make for why Slissa should have held on to the Libram of Wisdom there, because if this 10-10 is dying, the game's probably over anyway, and if it survives, a 10-10 versus 11-11 I don't think makes too much difference.
Yeah, and another thing, too, is that she'd be able to develop a little bit more proactively. Although, you know, one of the things, too, is that if Firebat silences and he doesn't deal with his minion, Slissa does have the damage to follow up and kill.
That's true.
So, this is a tough spot here for Firebat still. He's not out of the woods just yet.
And then I had to tank one more attack.
In fact, I would say
obviously allow him.
Slissa's favored from this spot.
Well, he's got the cane to get through the taunt, so that's one thing that may be able to get him over the finish line. He just needs to find a way to not die, however, first and foremost. Maybe if he has a freeze in his deck.
Oh, no. I thought Zephyrus could have maybe done something, but Zephyrus doesn't do anything. It's just a 3-mana 2/2, and now this 8/8 is unkillable, and Firebat might just be dead because he just doesn't have enough life. And we're talking about him taking that damage because he was trying to set up the kill, but he ended up taking a little bit too much, and Slissa prevails. So this is a tied series. Paladin has gotten the win. And now we're going to game number 3 to determine who takes it all for this round.
If I had to be honest, I would say that I would not have thought this Paladin deck would have had much of a chance of taking a single game off the OTK Demon Hunter. But it does look like it has the ability to go more aggressive than I was anticipating. Clearly, Slissa with her strong Murloc synergy herself with the class overall is embracing that more aggressive potential.
Yeah, I don't know if Slissa has played a single Murloc card yet, but now we have the Imprisoned Sungill, which when it awakens summons 2/1/1 Murlocs and helps you just get onto the board very quickly. However, Firebat, if he has an opportunity to use that Hungry Crab to get early game tempo, he is going to do it. But he won't be able to do it to turn 3. So, interesting start here, but Slissa has a very good curve, and I think this is exactly what she's looking for, and we might see a follow performance here, because that game number 2 was very tight, and I'm starting to believe that this could go either way.
I would definitely agree with you, especially with this blisteringly fast start that she has got here. These are all premium minions as well to find in the early game. Shotbot, very powerful, obviously reminiscent of the shielded Minibot from days of yore. And the Imprisoned Sungills, their real weakness is that later on they become not so powerful. But I would say if you're playing them turn 1, 2, or 3, it's one of the best 1-drops you could throw down.
Oh, yeah. Definitely has that capability. Interesting.
That's very interesting.
You're trying really hard as the Paladin to not overextend into Immolation Aura, but I don't know if you have a choice in that matter.
Yeah.
I guess no matter how you slice it, Derek, you might be walking into an Immolation Aura trap. Oh my. So Bronze Explorer discovers a dragon. This was a Descent of Dragons card that a lot of people had high hopes for Paladin to help stabilize their mid-game. Has the option of picking up all kinds of mid-game dragons, or even a late-game threat in Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, but that's very far down the road. I think if you're Slissa, you might just look at what is the more immediate impact, and Big Ol' Whelp is playable on 5 mana and keeps up your momentum. So while Dragon Queen Alexstrasza in her ideal state is by far the best card, I like that she recognizes Big Ol' Whelp is a more immediate pressing need, because if you get to the phase of the game where you get to play Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, most likely you're also at the phase of the game where Demon Hunter can hit you for 25 damage and kill you.
I completely agree with her pick there. I think the biggest criticism you can make of Paladin at the moment is its lack of card draw. Interestingly enough, given that Christology has now obviously left the meta with the rotation and the Boomsday Project leaving, I think that the Librams would be incredibly powerful if there was just that little bit of extra card draw that allowed you to find Lady Liadrin, the Libram of Hope, and once you played your cards that reduced their cost, like the Aldor Attendant, and Aldor Truthseeker, if you could draw them more consistently, I think the deck would be very, very strong. So Big Ol' Whelp is a card I would actually consider just putting in the deck full stop in one of the original 30 cards.
Yeah, it's wild to think that too, because Paladin has a lot of cards in their class that say draw, but you know when you look at what they actually do, they might be a little bit too expensive for what you want it to do. Like Lay on Hands, for example, or Hammer of Wrath. Blessing of Wisdom is okay, but I'm not sure how much it fits in a deck like this, despite the fact that you do play Lady Liadrin. It is definitely food for thought. Like, how can we best outfit that card draw for a class that would really want to keep up that gas? Because it's exactly what you're saying. Sissa, she chose to play a low curve, and it's working out great, but she is low on resources, and that Big Ol' Whelp will help, but perhaps she might run into problems if Firebat just switches to a defensive game plan altogether, and he can now that he's picked up Altruist.
Have we actually just been reading that wrong the whole time, Dan? Is it Big Ol' W help because it helps you get the dubs in your games of Hearthstone?
That's right. Good whelps are hard to find.
We are not getting to our draw.
Well, clearly here there is, like you said, the consideration for Altruist now to clear up this damage, because that is the way that Firebat lost on the previous turn, just taking that a little bit too much. But when you have the lifesteal weapon, the Adraki Warblades in hand,
I had it in my original deck.
you have a little bit more liberty to take that damage early on. So maybe it is a turn for Firebat to just go Kane and take out one of the minions whilst holding on to Altruist for a bigger swing later on.
Yeah, I think also another thing to consider is that he wants to play Skull Gul'dan, and he might want to just buy time. This might look non-imposing, right? Because, you know, it's a couple of cute Murlocs, a little tiny shot bot, and, you know, a Bronze Explorer who looks not intimidating, but the damage can rack up very quickly. Firebat with a full pass.
Full pass. I've never seen Demon Hunter full pass in my life.
Right.
I moved.
Like, he didn't even hero power just because he can, you know?
Like he's trying to
Sometimes people hit that Demon Hunter hero power for one and then choose not to attack, but Firebat with the full-on, I don't even need 4 mana to win this game.
No.
Although I'm
Firebat is a
sure
man
he
who
would
loves
love
to
actually
do
spend it
nothing.
more meaningful. How dare you?
He said it himself.
Since that new
That's true.
that card is
I
nerfed to
I think that Firebat has mentioned on several occasions that one of his favorite plays is the non-play, which is to do nothing.
lose out on a 1/1.
Because it's pretty counterintuitive. In Hearthstone, you don't get your mana back. So, you know, there's no way to preserve mana turn over turn. That really hurts.
Mana.
No interest on mana. Saving his mana for next game.
Well, just lounging. Looks like one of my doggies.
Alright, and while last turn may not have been warranting the Altruist, this undeniably is. With the 1 mana spell off the top, in addition to the Twin Slices, I'm loving this.
Far left, I'm not sure.
Oh no, Slissa is, her mouse was covering the web, which was incidentally blocking part of the board, but the Twin Slice activation will help clean that up a little bit.
If he does clear.
And Firebat will also be able to strike this Big Ol' Whelp. And now we're in that situation where Slissa, her board's not nearly as impactful as it used to be, or rather strong.
Alrighty. So really?
Does look like her best hopes at the moment are in that dorky little Bronze Explorer finding a great big dragon to just milk the value out of.
Yeah, but you know, this might be one of those games where it's death by 1,000 paper cuts.
I definitely don't want to give him 10 mana. That's
She finds him the Bronze Explorer, which
Agreed.
honestly might be the other best card here because she just keeps up her pressure. She just needs to keep filling up the board enough and making it just annoying enough that Firebat can't clear off the board, and she can keep pushing damage every single turn. And in fact, that's why she wants to play the shot bot, because she wants to make a stickier board. I think I like Bronze Explorer just a little bit better, because I do want to maybe plan my mana for the following turn. Because Bronze Explorer
That's
can
fair.
help pick the best mana, best card that you want to play for turn 7.
There is some reasoning, I think, to holding on to it because you don't want to commit both your lifesteal minions to the board, because those can be very, very powerful. But the upside is obvious when you find Evasive Draconid for turn 7.
Right.
It's worked out great.
Yeah, and she finds the Aversive Draconid. She had the ability for Scale Lord to give her Murlocs Divine Shield, but, you know, doesn't really find a lot of application.
Yeah.
Firebat with the turn 6 Skull of Gul'dan finds cheap cards, but blocked by the 5-mana Inner Demon. Masaru starts spectating Slissa, trying to lend her energy and try to see how she's doing. That must mean that she's finished with her series. And Slissa with the army of Murlocs and Bronze Explorers trying to end the Demon Hunter run here from Firebat.
My favorite line.
I do like the Crimson Sigil Bearer coming down here on this turn from Firebat. Obviously, it's not drawing a card because it is not outcasted on the leftmost or rightmost card in hand. But with another Skull of Gul'dan on the left-hand side, you really want to clear up some hand space, which, I mean, I guess you could just play it at the start of next turn for 0 mana, but I feel like if it's going to have any impact at all, it's going to be now, as minuscule as that may be.
This little puny one. It's so small.
Yeah, this is definitely a tricky position. 10 power on the board. And Firebat's at 15 life.
Oh. Ooh. Okay.
Ooh.
2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Murlocs. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 with 5 off, 3 off.
Is she cheerleading her own Murlocs on board? That's awesome. Evasive Draconid looks really solid to me as a 7/7 play, but Slissa looking for an opportunity to close the game. She is 1 damage off lethal now?
I think 1 damage off lethal exactly, yeah.
Okay. 4, 5,
And I think I actually agree
4,
with you,
5,
because
6,
even
8,
before the
9,
consecration, she
12,
was
13,
2 damage off lethal, and then maybe tunnel visioned a little bit too much on starting off with the Hand of Adal. Because I agree, a 7-mana 7/7 there was looking really powerful to threaten lethal and also protect her other minions.
It's not just a 7-mana 7/7. Evasive Draconid has the inability to be targeted by spells or hero power, so it would have been very hard to deal with it. You know, I-Beam and other removal cards that try to target minions can't be used against it. But, you know, she does have the Lemur of Justice, and that does set up a 2-turn lethal if she puts the Firebat to 3 life. So, again, there's multiple routes here that Slissa could take, and ultimately, all of them lead to her victory if Firebat doesn't clear this board and deal with the weapon.
And that is definitely not the card that Firebat was going to need. Maybe he has a chance to make Zephyrus active on this turn. I don't know exactly what the cards left in his deck were, but with that green border, it doesn't look like he's found it.
Oh, Immolation Aura? Wait, but Immolation Aura isn't enough damage to clear up
And
these
he
2/3
has to
Bronze Explorers.
Yeah. He's just dead to the consecration if he doesn't heal. I think, despite all the odds, Slissa might have actually just taken the win in this series.
Oh, yeah. And you can just see that her early game plan to pressure Firebat with these small Murlocs and Shotbots and Bronze Explorers really panned out well. And that pickup of having things like the big old whelp was pretty significant. And now Slissa kind of giddily, reading between the lines here. I think she's understood that she has won. Firebat is desperately drawing for some kind of answer, and that's not going to do it. Slissa wins the series 2-1 over Firebat, getting a big win for the Feisty Fiends.
Yeah, 2014 was a long time ago now, Dan. It looks like there's a new era in Hearthstone with Slissa taking the lead there.
That's right. Well done to Slissa. Firebat gonna have to go back to the drawing board. But, you know, here's another thing, too. Everybody knows that Demon Hunter will be played, so people can prepare an anti-Demon Hunter version of their deck. So that's why Celissa, when she's playing things like Acidic Swamp Ooze and other things to counter Demon Hunter, they have a stronger chance to fight against it. So even though there's a full round of Demon Hunters, and I think people anticipate Demon Hunters to do well, maybe the all Demon Hunter round by one team is the worst that Demon Hunter will perform, because it seems like if you have the ability to foresee that you're going to go up against that class, you can counter it.
I would definitely agree with that. When you know what your opponent's going for, that's when you can truly exploit it. And it does look like with Altruis up to 4, Kael'thas up to 7, Demon Hunter's more exploitable than ever.
That's right. I mean, it feels like all of their cards being targeted by the patch has put them back a step or two. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and check in on the scores. Round 2 goes to the Feisty Fiends. Dahyoni purple, Solari represented by Disdemon, Tice, and RDU getting the wins on that side. In the meantime, Celissa, as you saw, took down Firebat Dawn, beating Flurry in that all-Korean matchup. Standard Dachi getting the win over Dog, Trump over Syned, and Regis Kilbin, the man with the glorious beard himself, takes down Boar Control, one of the best players in Europe for the Grandmasters player. Definitely an interesting series. I wish I saw that one myself.
Yeah, 12 points for the Feisty Fiends and 8 for the Salty Satyrs. I believe that equalizes us at 20 points each for both the teams. So still very much all to play for heading into the last 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm. Also worth noting that out of all of these Demon Hunter matches, I believe only 4 won. So more Demon Hunters lost than got the win in that best of 3. So yeah, Demon Hunter is beatable if you know it's coming and if you're preparing for it. And it seems like, you know, even on the other side of things too, Demon Hunter's still able to get 4 out of the 10 wins, despite the fact that people are trying to beat it, might also tell us the same exact story the opposite way, which is even if you know Demon Hunter is coming, maybe that's still too hard to fight off against it sometimes. It can still get there.
It really can. We'll have to see if the players can adapt. They can, of course, change their cards between rounds, so we might see a complete reversal from these players on the Demon Hunter strategy, especially when we see the Feisty Fiends have a go with their Demon Hunters in round 4.
That's right. So in round number 3, it'll revert to the same thing as round 1. So when we come back, we're going to have more Hearthstone action here at the Invitational. Stay tuned. We are back with the Hearthstone Invitational for the new Ashes of Outland experience. If you're just tuning in, we're just crossing the halfway point. That was halftime, so to speak, where we have 20 of your favorite Hearthstone personalities playing for $100,000, separated into 2 teams of 10 and playing all 10 classes, except every other round, rounds 2 and 4, they'll be corrupted by the dark legacy of the Demon Hunters as one team fully becomes all Demon Hunters and the other team has to hold off the onslaught of those that have made that dark pack in exchange for power. And now that I'm done weaving out about what World of Warcraft lore, I want to reintroduce my co-host Derek Brown, who is also an expert in Demon Hunter lore and history. Derek, what has surprised you and what has perhaps not surprised you as we've seen 2 rounds of competition so far?
Well, I think right at the start of the game, the fact that we're seeing the slightly slower versions of Paladin performing less well is something I find not too surprising. It definitely feels like it needs a little bit more love if it's going to be able to take the wins against the more aggressive decks. But one thing I am finding surprising is that Demon Hunter is looking pretty beatable at the moment. I've got to say, maybe we're going to need to see a little bit more innovation, given that there were a couple more nerfs to Demon Hunter just yesterday. But a lot of the players going with the aggro Demon Hunter have just found it's not feeling quite so consistent as it once did.
Right. Wait, people might have to even innovate their deck lists, Derek. They might have to go back to the drawing board and try new things. They can't just jam the old deck list that they know and love. And obviously that's a positive sign. We want the balanced patch to actually impact things. Yeah. But at the same time, it's great because it'll push Demon Hunters into a direction where maybe they have to fight a little bit more honestly instead of just trying to play all these low curve things and capitalize on really powerful outcast mechanics, which is utilizing the left and rightmost side of your hands. So with that, we're going to get ready for round number 3. We're still setting it up. We did want to give the players a little bit of a brief intermission, even though most of them are streamers and they're very well versed in being able to grind Hearthstone nonstop for 6 to 8, maybe even 24 hours in a day if they so desire. We're going to go straight into the game after we are able to reintroduce the format. So we have 2 teams of 10, which each player is assigned to a class. And as we mentioned, there's going to be 4 rounds. With every other round, one team will be playing all Demon Hunter. We're right now in round 3, so we're basically going to reset to the very beginning and have everybody play their assigned class.
That's right, but the matches will be very much changed up. Everyone will be playing against a different opponent from the other team. If there's anyone that you particularly want to see that's not being shown on broadcast this round, there are of course all their Twitch channels up, all 20 of our competitors here, so you can go join them if you would rather, but we're going to have some pretty good matches on stream nonetheless, I believe.
That's right. And we do want to remind people that part of the promotion today is that we're giving away Hearthstone packs just for watching. So if you are watching along right now live on Twitch from now until 6 p.m. Pacific, so that's about 7 hours. If you watch at least 2 hours of Hearthstone in the category on Twitch, then you will get a free Hearthstone pack. If you watch 4 hours, again, any Hearthstone stream, including this one, or your favorite personalities and content creators, you'll get another pack. So 2 packs just for supporting, watching, and getting some free entertainment. Seems like a pretty good deal to me. Also, we do want to do a quick score check on how everything's panning out. Derek mentioned before the break that both teams seem to be alternating their wins, and after 2 rounds, yes indeed, they are tied. And no, we did not script this so that way it would be dramatic as a finish, but it does so happen to line up that way.
Yeah, big difference for these players in terms of the prize. I believe everyone on the team that finished second will get $3,500, whereas everyone on the first place team will get $6,500, which is obviously a pretty big leap for these players, in addition to the extra bonus money that they can get, $1,000 for the 3 players who have the best game score at the end of the day.
That's right. So, we'll see who ends up being the best performers, and, we do end up giving that bonus money. But still, $100,000, a lot on the line. You can see these players are taking it very seriously. Some players have 4 decks built, sometimes even more than that. And some players have 2 decks built because they have one of their class and one Demon Hunter. So we'll see what ends up panning out, right? Like, who are the players that have figured out perhaps their class, and maybe that adds to their threat because every single round they're allowed to change what archetype that they end up playing for their class. Taking a look at the round 3 schedule. We have some spicy matchups once more. I'm looking at match number 1. 2 world champions going at it, former world champions. Tom 60229 versus Firebat. That one should be an excellent match if we can tune into that one or another one.
Yeah, a couple more I'm looking at. Boar Control versus Solari, already in his first week of Grandmasters. I think Boar Control may have made himself a few friends, maybe even a few enemies amongst the French community after taking down Feltine. And down there as well, Kripp versus Dog. It's just another absolute slugfest in terms of the top Hearthstone streamers.
That's right. And, Kripp versus Dog, definitely a battle of 2 of Hearthstone's most popular streamers. Is there any specific class matchups that you are intrigued by, Derek? Because we talk about the player head-to-heads. Is there any specific, matchup that you feel like you would want to see as well?
It's a good question. I think I'd have to go for seeing the Shamans at the moment. That's actually a class that I am most interested in seeing what the players go for. We've seen Paladin, also one of the weaker classes at the moment. But for Dione and Masaru this round, I wonder if they'll be going for the slightly more anticipated Totem Shaman, which a lot of players have been experimenting with, using the new Totemic Reflections to buff up their totems. Yeah, it is very, very powerful. Finally, Totemic Might has become a playable Hearthstone card, arguably. But they may go for a more controlling strategy. There's also something you can go for there.
Yeah, Totemic Might, along with the Splitting Axe to summon copies of your totems, really, really does wonders if you're able to make it lined up correctly. And then you even have Bloodlust to help finish it. Feels kind of like a meme, right? Like Totem Shaman has long been mocked in Hearthstone, and if it ever has been like a totem-based deck, it was because of other really impactful cards and synergies that really made that viable.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the old Witch Doctor that used to summon totems every time you played a spell, similar to Violet Teacher. And even then, that was like a very temporary stopgap while people just figured out another more proper mid-range Shaman deck. So, is it the time for totems to reign supreme? I hope so, because then all the Twitch chat spam can finally have relevance in terms of the current meta. But I'm still holding off reservation, and I would love for Masaru to perhaps show us the way if that's what she's doing. But I'm still cautiously optimistic. Because Shaman's one of my favorite classes in Hearthstone, along with Rogue, and I would want them to succeed.
No, those are my 2 favorite classes too, Dan.
Really?
Yeah.
No, you're just saying that to have common ground. You're trying too hard,
I'm not
Derek.
just saying that. I'm not just saying that.
First time we've cast together in like a year. Don't suck up to me. Oh, interesting.
Sucking up
we
to
have
me
Firebat
in
versus
reverse.
Tom. Same but in reverse. Stop negging me, Frodan. Is that what you're saying? That's right. This is all elaborate ruse to win your affection.
Nice try.
Yeah. You see through my devilish ways. We have Firebat versus Tom coming up next. Firebat is going with a Quest Warlock. Very fun. Supreme Archaeology. If you draw 20 cards in this game, your hero power now turns into a free card draw. And when I say free card draw, you would hero power, and then the next card you draw costs 0. So it's very fun, but you do have to draw 20 cards, it takes a long time to get set up. However, when you have Plot Twist, maybe that accelerates the progress enough for you to have a lot of powerful turns.
Yeah, traditionally this is a deck that was used with Archvillain Refarm, which of course replaces your entire hand and deck with legendary minions. And then, of course, you can use the upgraded hero power to draw 0 mana legendary minions. But instead, Firebat's gone for perhaps a slightly less memey strategy, you could say, and has just stuffed a whole bunch of expensive minions in there instead.
Yeah, it seems sort of just like a mid-range warlock, quite honestly. I'm examining on the right side of the screen. He's got some cheap removal, and he's got some big dragons to play late game. this quite honestly looks like a deck that Brian Kibler may have just slid under the table with Firebat. Like, Firebat's like, do you have any spicy Dragon Warlock decks? And Kibler's like, opening up his trench coat with 15 deck lists right there. He's like, which one do you want them?
Well, I'm not sleeping tonight.
Just have images of Brian Kibler in the alleyways.
And his trench coat.
trying
What are you
trying
buying?
to peddle some dragon decks to young men.
Not worse, much worse. Either way, now for Tom60229 on the other side, it looks like we've got some kind of a control-ish warrior. Obviously, the lines are blurred a little bit between like mid-range aggro and control now, because most of them seem to just rely on Risky Skipper and Battle Rage to get those huge combos together, where obviously Risky Skipper says whenever you play a minion, deal damage to all minions, deal 1 damage to all minions, and that actually works great for you. Damaging your own minions is exactly what Warrior wants to do at the moment with Battle Rage and Armor Smith in their deck.
Yeah, Warrior's definitely more of a masochistic class, loves to activate really powerful combos as long as their minions aren't at full health. And, there's some really powerful tempo Warriors being played right now in their full strength, being able to draw a lot of cards and summon a ton of minions based off what's damaged. But, we'll see if the plot twist, getting that quest done very quickly, can have that major impact that Firebat's looking for. Again, I'm not entirely sure how his game plan comes together, but perhaps he just outvalues and over time has that hero power give him that big mana advantage to just overwhelm Tom.
That's right. He's got a couple of very nice tricks up his sleeve as well, because it's not only the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, the Zephyris, all those big demons. It's also Canrathad Ebonlock, the prime minion for Warlock, which is usually seen in Zoo Warlock, given that when you play it, it reduces the cost of all your demons in hand by 1 while it's on the battlefield. But the Canrathad Prime is an 8-cost minion which resurrects 3 demons that have died this game, and if you have a whole bunch of really big, beefy demons in your deck, like Enhanced Dreadlord and the Broodmother, that can become a real threat in its own right.
Yeah, Enhanced Dreadlord is probably just like my favorite demon to summon whenever it says something like a random demon through Galakron, just because it has such a high impact and can dramatically swing life totals. It's a huge taunt that gets in the way of your opponent. It's 8 mana, 5/7 stats, and it summons a 5/5 lifesteal demon afterwards. So whenever I get that, I'm super happy. But then sometimes on the other hand you get Blood Imp, so live and die by the summons. Quest is completed. Tome of Origination draws a 0-mana Nether Breath. And Firebat could also reasonably just hold on to all these 0-mana cards and over time go for a complete free mana turn and just go for a decisive swing to the point where Tom can't really come back. And Tom's taking it extremely slowly. You saw that he was favoring Armor Up instead of going for like a Livewire Lance development.
A little bit awkward here for Firebat, because in a way he actually doesn't even want to play these Moarg Enforcers for the entire game, or Moarg Artificers, sorry, for the entire game, because they are demons, but they're obviously very low-cost demons, kind of low-impact demons, so when Canrathad resurrects them, you're not going to be wanting to hit those over the Enhanced Dreadlords. But given that he was at 10 cards in hand, I think it's still perfectly fine, and it does, of course, unlock the 2 Nether Breaths that he has in hand now to deal a huge amount of damage.
Right. Yeah. And if he's able to do that, I've seen a lot of crazy things. There's a surprising amount of spell damage in the Dragon Pool right now. So if you end up playing Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and getting a couple of spell damage dragons, of course, with the best option being a free Malygos. I also had lost to a Highlander Major today, and I very quickly quit Hearthstone after that because I had to go cast.
It had nothing to do with the fact that you just lost to a Highlander Mage. That's definitely not.
No, I was at a time, and yeah, I didn't want. I did let them have the satisfaction of fireballing me, but then I quickly quit after. It was a 0-mana Malygos followed by a fireball off the top, and then he played Zephyrs and then killed me. It was
and then all of a sudden there was a
silly.
hole in my desk, and I have no idea why.
Yes. Very mysterious how just random craters appear in my current room. Tom playing what looks like to be a Highlander variant, but then he picks up his second Battle Rage, so I am very intrigued by it. And I'm sure if you want to see exactly what is being played, you can go to Tom's stream.
What makes you...
I presume you would want to know traditional Mandarin to help understand exactly everything's going.
I don't know if it is the Highlander variant, because that's not Alex Strasser in his hand, right? That's the
right, and he has 2 Battle Rages now, so
yes,
I'm not sure if that. I don't think that was a randomly generated one either.
I think it's one normal, one regular, and one generated.
Okay. Well, either way, Firebat. What is his game plan here? Is he just going to outlast the warrior, or is he going to try to start pressuring?
I think he's quite clearly the aggressor in this matchup, because I feel like one of the main things that Warlock struggles with at the moment is just running out of threats. Because while this is obviously a huge amount of tempo that he can generate with 0 mana minions off the hero power, in terms of the raw amount of threats in his deck, it's not that high, actually, when you look at it. Enhanced Dreadlords are pretty powerful, but they don't do that much damage on their own.
Do it anyway.
And of course, Dragon Queen Alexstrasza is the real one powerhouse threat in the deck, in addition, I suppose, to Canrathad later on. But with just a couple of brawls, a well-timed Blade Storm, I really wouldn't be surprised if Tom is able to completely outlast that, and then go for shuffling 10 more cards into his deck at the end.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Archivist Elysiana will drag this game deep into the trenches and really outgrind you. But if Firebat can, draw out all that removal from the warrior and force Tom into awkward positions, then that'll be the way that he's able to get it. A brawl comes out here because this is a very high amount of power on the board. And the South Sea deckhand wins the brawl. That is a big swing here. Firebat wanted a single sturdy minion to survive, but no such fortune.
Yeah,
so
and
what
with
does the second plot twist accomplish here, is my question.
Nothing, really. I mean, if there was still Augmented Elex in Standard, you could use it to bolster the size of your deck, given that it would add an extra copy of every card you shuffle into your deck. But again, Boomsday Project has rotated out, so I don't know. I think that's pretty much just a dead card at this point.
Lost a brawl.
Apart from the slightly niche usage of shuffling Celadan back into your deck, so that you can draw it on the same turn and then destroy the board.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find a win condition here for Firebat that isn't just Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and being able to pressure and win the next turn with the normal Alexstrasza for Firebat. But perhaps that is the key. Maybe the key is to just use his hero power to get a free big Alexstrasza and then just surprise Tom. And if he whiffs on it, let's say he naturally draws a Dragon Queen Alexstrasza or Alexstrasza, he just plot twist to try to get it back in the deck for full cost and then hero power again.
These are my last 2 dragons.
He also can get a 0-mana Zephyrs, which could make a really big deal.
Yeah, that's true. I think Firebat is going for the play of playing his last dragon before he plays out the Crazed Netherwing, which
besides
is pretty nice just to get a 5/5 on the board. Again, we were saying he pretty much has to play as the aggressor, and this is the most aggressive play he can make. So while I still don't think it's going to be enough to get there, this is definitely how he has to start.
Yep, looks like Tom, a little bit desynced, but not a big deal. Yeah, looks like he's got the Brute ready to go and just to rush things down. And Firebat is drawing all of the cheap cards, but there is one of the prime cards, the Ebonlock, finds a 0-mana Zephyrs.
Wow. Okay.
So slowly but surely, Firebat's piecing things together. He does have also that second plot twist to regain a little bit of life with the Brood Mother.
True.
I think it's fine just to do this, though.
Yeah, and if he can find himself Alexstrasza, original Alexstrasza, not the Dragon Queen variety, then maybe getting his opponent down to 15 health, follow up with a 0-mana Zephyrus for Pyroblast. It could be enough of a surprise to catch Tom off his guard.
Definitely. Tom does have lots of answers, though, and he is very slowly going through his deck compared to his opponent. He's had Battle Rages that he hasn't really been able to utilize.
Yeah.
Now here comes a risky skip returns. Ooh. We've seen big moments out of the Warriors when they play cards and combo it, and then use Battle Rage to draw even more cards from their deck. And what did he end up picking up? Finding a Shield Slam. And Tom, now he's starting to draw a ton of cards from his deck. We'll see if Firebat's able to find a way to end this game soon. He's down to his last 3 cards, and it's almost to the point where Plot Twist will guarantee to shuffle everything back in. Finds a 0-mana Dragon Queen Alexstrasza.
It's absurdly powerful, but it just gets cleared up so easily, right? There's a Blade Storm plus a Plague of Wrath on the other sides, but who knows? Maybe with an especially impressive set of dragons, he could turn it around.
Yes, you are correct. Bladestorm and Plague of Death should kill off most, if not the entire board.
Whoa!
He finds a Ysera Unleashed, which...
There we go, is correct.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That is absurd. It's like, what a high roll. And that is a huge spike in power in what's coming next turn for Tom.
Oh my god, and Dan, now look at what the Plot Twist does. It just draws through every dragon in the deck if you wanted to.
Yeah. It's insane. Not to mention that there's still the threat of the Alexstrasza draw.
That's right. We've got a game on our hands.
Draw. All right, so now Tom has to deal with this. This is still, even if no Dream Portal gets drawn next turn, highly unlikely. But let's say Firebat whiffs and just like draws Morog Artificer this next draw. Tom still has to deal with this big board. There's still, let's see, 4, 9, 17, 21 power represented right now. And you gotta deal with that, even if you're at 40 life.
So there is the ability to trade the Livewire Lance into the 4-2, and I guess your Risky Skipper into the 4-2 first as well, and then go for Bladestorm to deal 7 damage. But I think even then you're probably still just better off trying to use the Plague of Wrath on this turn instead. It's very close there.
Yeah, Bladestorm is one of those cards where it's very exciting at first when you read it. It says deal 1 damage to all minions, and it says repeat until a minion dies. So when I first looked at this card, I kind of immediately thought, oh, is this kind of like Defile? And then I realized it was not like Defile, but it does have some really potential situational use cases can be very strong. Oh my goodness, Firebat drew only 1 portal, by the way. Is that a good or a bad thing here, Derek?
Yeah, it's not that bad, because it just allows him to get threats a little bit at a time. Counter third plate, I like the look of.
Tom discovered another Plague of Death off the Ethereal Lackey that he got off the Livewire lands.
Oh, I didn't even see that because of the desync, but that's insane. That's like the single best spell he could get.
Yeah! But I mean, at the same time, Firebat only drew 1 dragon, so this is a big threat, but there's still waves of dragons that are going to be coming.
But he can attack.
He doesn't actually want a hero power here.
But he can just use a Bladestorm, right? He can attack into Canrathad with the weapon, Bladestorm for 5 damage.
So if he doesn't clear, we Alexstrasza him.
But then how does he clear up the rest? It's so close here for Tom.
Is it better instead to Deathwing? Like you can attack one of the minions. He's just gonna go for another Bladestorm. Also, with Canrithid Prime shuffled into the deck, there's now 2 cards in Firebat's deck, which means that his hero power would be guaranteed to draw something if he draws all of his Dream Portal cards right now.
Oh my god. That's a good one.
Yeah. Finds a couple of Death Rattle Dragons. Wow.
Those aren't bad, honestly.
Ooh, good
finds the Caligos.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Sarah pops onto the board. Very sturdy minions after Plague of Death has been used.
Absolutely.
And don't forget Dragon Maul Skystalker being able to summon a 3/4 dragon as Death Rattle. Very impactful as well.
So, Firebat could guarantee himself Canrathad on this turn by tapping if he wanted to. He probably doesn't want to on this turn because there's already still the board space and he'd rather just delay Fatigue for an extra turn.
Right.
It's removing armor anyway.
Firebat taking it very slow. In these late game resource battles, when it comes down to managing fatigue, Firebat is a player that really loves being in this scenario because he feels like he can really map things out and solve it. It does feel like a puzzle that you can figure out what the best optimal way to approach it. And Tom is in a tough spot. What is he going to do now? He's used 2 Plague of Deaths. I guess it's just a Blade Storm from this perspective, right?
Yeah, Blade Storm deals
no, Deathwing?
6 damage.
Deathwing turn? Deathwing stats do line up really nicely into the 412s.
Oh my god, the value, dude.
Oh!
Plague of Wrath and a
Oh, he clears everything! Big plays here from the Deathwing that was summoned off a Draconic Lackey. Both players getting a massive card generation for very impactful board swings, and now Firebat's down to his last 2 portals.
2 random board clears.
Firebat keeps generating the threats, and Tom keeps finding the answers.
It's rough, dude. Can't catch a break.
Ooh.
Okay.
Just more and more fantastic cards here. And that's exactly right from Firebat. It's time to start threatening your opponent with lethal. He's so close to just Pyroblast off of the Zephrys, killing his opponent in its own right. I think Tom may have just been beaten by the power of the Emerald Dream here. Bladestorm, is there any way that we can make this work here for Tom? If he can kill off the 3/4 first somehow with Warmaul Challenger. 1, 2, 3,
He should hopefully get some
4.
enhanced Dreadlords.
Yeah, the Risky Skipper perhaps can help simplify that if he's able to at least execute and gain some armor. Oh. Did Tom find a way to potentially clear if he picks up a card or 2 that he needs? We're a little bit behind in desync, so we're not exactly sure how much mana he has left, but his Battle Rage did leave him with 5 more, and Execute cost 2. So he did clear off a big portion of it, but now Firebat's in that fatigue state.
Oh, it's going to be so close. Tom's still in with like a slim chance. Maybe his Prime minion will be able to pull him out of this with Kargath Prime, but I don't know. Speaking of Prime minions, Canrathad Prime comes down first, and that is another devastatingly strong board.
Yeah, but there's a Brawl.
Oof.
But the Brawl does likely leave a minion. Actually, unless Tom's able to clear off the first half of that enhanced Dreadlord, there will be a minion. This is a very tight one here. And he still has that Zephyr to help close it out.
He can go Brawl into Bladestorm, but the problem is there'll likely be a 5/5 plus something else left on the board due to the Death Rattle of Enhanced Dreadlord.
Okay, so Tom ends up drawing another Warmaul Challenger. This Brawl, he's trying to look for a way that maybe doesn't have to play the Brawl or another guaranteed clear. But if the Brawl ends up having, you know, a really powerful minion survive, like the Prime, then this is going to hurt a lot for Tom. Might even be game ending. Instead, it's just a small minion that survives. And then he has a Rush minion through his own Kargath Blade Fist.
So now Zephyrus can deal 10 damage maximum, I'm pretty sure.
Right. He's gonna try to silence this this Kargoth Blade Fist, so that way he doesn't summon the Prime, or rather shuffle the Prime into the deck.
Yeah, it's pretty disastrous for
Bronze
Tom, actually.
Dragon, just stats on the board, and I think he just wants to load up as much power as possible.
He can make an Edwin on this turn with Zephyrus, given that it would, with 3 mana left, offer him an Edwin, but I guess he's just saving that for a Bloodlust or a Pyroblast.
Yeah, just play this and go face.
By playing the Moog, though, that does juice up the power of Bladestorm.
Right.
So
How does that even work now?
Okay, so I'm assuming that it'll just check after each repeat, so...
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, if he trades... Yeah, if he trades into the Ironbeak Owl, Bladestorm should clear this board, right? Based off the way Moor, Gardefister, and Bladestorm interact with each other? Oh, no.
There'd be one left,
It'll
right?
stop
There'd
after
be a 5-1
after they
left.
die at 4.
But
right,
then he
so
could
it'll
just
be
go
one
for a,
left minion.
yeah, Warmall Challenger. There it is.
And
Looks like he's
Firebat's
managed to
almost
clear
out of
for the
threats.
moment. Oh, but on the other side, there's still the Pyroblast that could come off of Zephyrus. There's now Fatigue setting in for Tom.
Right?
He doesn't have time to shuffle the extra cards into his deck. With
Oh,
Elysiana.
yeah, you're right. Firebat might just have too much pressure on the board here. And if Tom goes for the Archivist Elysiana, which he feels kind of forced to do, Firebat wins.
There's an Archivist instead.
That was one of the closest games of Hearthstone I've seen in a long time. To go for that long
Yeah.
and still have both players' hopes alive.
The Iron Beak Owl silencing the Kargoth Blade Fist ended up being a major play for Firebat, saving that Iron Beak Owl to the very end. He's screenshotting his deck list, or Tom's deck list, just so he knows what he's playing on the following game. What an epic back and forth that we had. Firebat's going to close it out with the 0 mana Zephyrus. Really well played.
That is definitely to tweet out World Champ beating Warrior right here.
That's
or
right.
World Champ losing Warrior even.
I mean, it's also, wow, funny that you get Itter Demon offered as a way to finish as well. Oh, yeah, crush him. You love to see it. King Crush going to wrap up. This is game 1 of Firebat versus Tom. So, 2 slow decks back and forth. You saw the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza's. You saw the lackeys getting a bunch of removal spells. You saw Ysera, get those dream portals. Really crazy game there from Firebat and Tom. But at the end of the game, Firebat had the last laugh. But we'll see how it ends up continue to play out, because this is a best
I
of
think
3.
we have higher odds to get lucky, maybe. But he's not going to make the Kagarth mistake again. If he doesn't make that mistake, it makes things way harder, right?
All right, so Firebat's already kind of acknowledging how the games will continue to evolve going into the rest of this series. And it looks like Firebat with a hand that's not really that not really that proactive. And again, I think he's going to have to look to see how he can recreate that game success, because it feels like in terms of pound for pound, the Warrior deck has a lot more gas and strength to go to the late game.
Yeah, I think there's two things that are really going to be working in Tom's advantage here. Number one, obviously, it's very unlikely that there'll be another Ysera that comes in for Firebat to massively boost his chances of winning. And also, Kargath Prime, he's very unlikely to just play that out without sacrificing it off immediately by rushing it into one of Firebat's minions.
Yeah, and Firebat also might just run into fatigue issues if it ends up becoming a removal battle. As you saw, Firebat somehow found a way to extend the game deep into the scenario where both players were in fatigue. However, that ended up favoring him because he needed that little bit extra damage for Zephyrus to close the game. So I guess from Firebat's perspective, he is looking for a plot twist as fast as he can and try to finish this quest so that he can get a bunch of free cards. So things that he draws now isn't going to have a huge impact. It's about later on in the game.
Yeah, I do like that Firebat is drawing through his deck as quick as possible. It's easy to fall into the trap, I think. Maybe not for Firebat being such an experienced player, but you know, if you're losing in these fatigue matchups because you're running out of stuff, to say, okay, I'm just not going to draw any cards, and that'll be my strategy, and then I'll win in fatigue. But I think you quite quickly realize this deck functions so heavily around drawing its entire deck that it doesn't matter whether you do it quickly or slowly. You either have enough stuff to beat them, or you don't.
Yeah, over in Tom's camp, it seems like he is drawing combo cards to try and battle rage through his deck. And I wonder if he's perhaps learned his lesson. Maybe instead he's just going to Kargith Prime and have it trade into a minion that he can guarantee and shuffle it later on to pick up. For now, it feels like this weird hybrid deck where he wants to play like a battle rage combo, but also wants to have late game options with Archivist Lysiana.
I think for Tom here, he can just afford to take another turn of chilling before he starts to pop off. Obviously he wants to go with a big battle rage turn, like you said, and set up for the Archivist Lysiana. But well, I was going to say I think he could afford another turn of chilling with the Captain Greenskin, but instead he's saying now is the time to just start drawing through.
Yeah, and I think that his hand is just kind of limited with what he can do option-wise, and a lot of the cards that he would want are deeper to the deck, so I think that's totally fine to draw right now. Firebat, on the other hand, he has no plot twist, and he has no easy answer no easy minion just to play on curve here. So I guess Dark Skies is something to consider in this position, as well as the actually, it might just be that. It also could be the Ebonlock that he drew.
Yeah, it's really hard because he wants to play 2 cards so that he can tap and then naturally draw and not overdraw a card because of that on the following turn, which means like Canrithad Netherbreath tap is maybe where we're at, or double Netherbreath tap, but that all sounds really quite bad.
Jeez. Yeah, Firebat's really desperately trying to find a way to get to that plot twist so he can activate his quest. He doesn't want to have to use all these cards and tap so aggressively. You actually kind of want plot twist to activate before you tap too much because you want to be able to get that hero power in as many times as you can.
No plot twist drawn.
Firebat, despite not 10 minutes earlier randomly generating a Ysera off of Dragon Queen Alexstrasza for his only chance of winning, is now lamenting no plot twist drawn this game. I respect that level of pessimism. He can be an honorary Englishman for the day.
Yep, so Tom going with the Captain Greenskin, and it seems like there is this also possibility that we don't go to fatigue, and it just ends up being Firebat getting pressured out of the game just because he doesn't have enough defenses. Oh, he finds the Broodmother, which restores 4 health. That's nice. It's a good pickup. But Firebat can't even tap anymore. If he taps, he's going to overdraw. He might have to dump the coin.
Yeah, he's got to be dumping something if he does want to tap here. Netherbreath is honestly not that bad to go for. I'm pretty sure you can't get rid of Zephyrus, given how much value you need in this matchup. Yeah, just tapping as much as possible is far and away the most important thing. Find those plot twists, quest complete, and then play your big threats.
Trying to manage hand size.
Yeah, so Tom has this randomly generated Cobalt Spellkin. Look and see if you can find any high impact spells. Warrior has a couple of nifty 1-mana spells, but not too many. Looks like he got the Shield Slam. Also, he got the Boom Squad. Boom Squad just says discover a lackey, a mech, or a dragon.
Which could be pretty good, actually, in this matchup, just for a little bit of extra value. If you can find yourself another Deathwing on 8 mana to sweep the board, that sounds pretty good to me.
Yep. I like the Warmaw Challenger. It's very resilient to 110. Very hard to kill. And also good activators for all your Enrage cards, like a Cruel Taskmaster. Well, I mean, there's not an Enrage effect, but it's the idea that when you damage it, you give them some bonus.
Yeah, I think that Warmaw Challenger is an incredibly powerful card. I think, unless I'm mistaken, it was part of Hunter Ace and Shao T's testing. I think that they were one of the first players to discover the power of that in Warrior, which is pretty impressive. Shao T's been innovating a lot of deck lists recently.
Yeah, always love to see what Shao T's able to come up with, but now we see kind of an accelerated pace of this game. Alex Straza comes down and going to try and pressure the life total from Tom.
Right.
Tom does have a couple ways that he can deal with this. Finds another Shield Slam. Karga's Blade Fist, this time guaranteeing that it's going to die.
And that
now,
could be an absolutely massive difference.
Yeah. That 10 armor is going to make a big difference if Firebat's trying to reach the end of the game. No plot twist still for Firebat. He was mulliganing for it, didn't find it. Trying to tap for it, still doesn't find it. Plot twist. Being at the very bottom of the deck would definitely hurt Firebat's chances dramatically, almost to the point where I'm not sure how he even wins. He's just kind of playing a very average mid-range Warlock deck at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the thing to remember is that he still has these threats in his hand now, right? He doesn't necessarily have to play them for 0 mana for them to do anything. It's hurt his chances drastically, but I would say he was in a pretty miserable position at the start of this matchup anyway. And so maybe his best chance is still getting another Ysera off of the Alex Straza.
Yeah, and so now here, Tom... just kind of slowly building that board advantage again, but all of that damage dealt to Firebat has been undone. Firebat's healed back to full, and so this seesaw action is kind of reaching an equilibrium again. Crazed Netherwing is a very nice card to play, and then you can play a Twilight Drake to follow it up and then just kind of get to it. And at this pace, Firebat's just going to naturally finish his plot twist. Sorry, rather finish his quest without drawing plot twist and just have 10 cards left to draw, which incidentally is kind of humorous because then you would draw a 0 mana plot twist.
It's not a great situation for Tom on the other side, but it's far from hopeless either. He's got a pretty nice easy clear here with the Shield Slam and the Blade Storm. And then he's just kind of plodding along his way. He doesn't have much card draw, but I think his 2 brawls will be more than enough to weather the storm for the moment.
Still has another Shield Slam because one was randomly generated.
Ah, Firebat finally gets the plot twist. Or perhaps the plot twist was the friends we made along the way. Interesting. Firebat. I guess he just wants to play the Dreadlord because it is a really good minion to present right now on the board. And he did put Tom down to 19 life, so if you can mount an offensive, it would be still entirely reasonable to try and end the game quickly.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risk here either way. He could either go Dreadlord, then go for Plot Twist to guarantee himself something on the board, or he could go Plot Twist Hero Power, which means if he finds a big minion for 0 mana, he's in a fantastic spot. But if he finds Fellbolt, Moag Artificer, or Plot Twist, he is in a significantly worse position.
Okay, I'm just playing this.
Yep. So Enhanced Dreadlord and Plot Twist. I mean, he doesn't even want a life tap anymore. He needs to just kind of draw these cards through the hero power and give himself as many chances at 0 mana free cards. Also, he would want to draw some of the duplicates in his deck, so that way he can have active Alexstrasza, as you were talking about. And now I think it should be active. We're kind of looking at this deck tracker on the right-hand side. It seems like Firebat has drawn one of everything. The Morag Artificer was the only duplicate left.
Dragon Queen's active now.
Okay, so Tom's turn plays Cobalt Spellkin. We're a little bit behind, so we'll have to see what spells that he get.
Whoa, another Shield Slam.
Wow. Shield slams, everywhere. That's his 4th Shield Slam that he'll be getting?
Shield Slam. He still
That's
has
right.
another Shield Slam. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Wait till Firebat finds out there's there's even more Shield Slams coming. Oh, he just found out. Okay, I apologize for the teasing. Okay,
all right,
so now that we have all of these cards in hand, how does Firebat choose to go for it? He's going to go for the Countermethod Prime, summoning 3 demons that die this game, the Dreadlord and the Summons.
Oof. That's very powerful.
Nice.
That's very powerful.
And, it's an army in a can. You basically play one card and you have giant wave of threats. Well, I guess you have to play the Enhanced Dreadlord itself. So really good foresight from Firebat. That's why he also wanted to play that Dreadlord, because he knew that he needed to play the Dreadlord to die, and then he can play the Prime to summon it back.
Please don't lose the Brawl again.
One Brawl coming down here may necessitate a second Brawl if there's enough 5/5s on the board, and it does actually look like that's the situation Tom's got himself into. There's just too much damage.
Yeah. Tom needs to clear off everything again with another Brawl, and that leaves Firebat the opportunity to play Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. So you know what? Maybe I'm coming around to this Warlock deck, because if you can get the Dreadlords down alongside the Countermethod Prime, you end up having a pretty significant threat to these slow controlling decks.
It's true. It's been one of the weaknesses of Warrior for the longest time. These control warrior decks just don't have good answers to death rattles. Brawl, Plague of Wrath, even Bladestorm just really don't answer them very well at all.
Right. Wow. Firebat finding a way to make it work. Dragon Queen Alexstrasza hits the board. Finds a Murazon, but Murazon will play whatever your opponent played, which was 2 Brawls, and I don't think you want to do that.
Yeah, maybe hold on to that.
Here we go. Nose Dormu.
That's pretty good.
And now Deathwing gets played, but he only can clear 2 of these minions. And if he doesn't clear the 8/8, that's it. Zephyrus is going to close out this game, and Firebat is going to have a way to... Or he's just going to be able to end it right here with the Pyroblast, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he has 2 Titanic Lackeys. He has 2 Titanic Lackeys. I apologize. There's still a way to just put enough of a threat. Unless I'm missing whatever Zephyrus can do for lethal here.
Against me now.
6 mana, 8 damage.
Oh, he's got the Dark Skies top deck, so now he can play this for the Wind Fury. Yeah,
he could also have just gone for Maiev was also lethal there. But either way, that is going to be the second game going to Firebat. I didn't see it going this way, but it turns out that's just a pretty easy sweep there for Firebat.
Yeah, and one thing that I noticed too before going to this game was that Firebat labeled his deck. Oh, nice, by the way. You unlocked the mount for WoW. Firebat labeled his deck versus Warrior, so it seems like he's preparing deck lists against the specific classes that he's going up against. He knows Tom is playing that Warrior, so he is saying that I feel like I can get away with this Warlock deck if I'm going to go up against this Warrior. In the meantime, Daioni, the hero that Shaman needs right now.
And somehow, apparently, we are still in Game 1, despite how ridiculously long that series was going between Tom and Firebat. I don't even want to know what could have happened over the course of this game.
Yeah, and when I look at Trump's hand, it's got a ton of healing and a ton of primes. What is happening? What
How does he
just
have 2
plop
McGurgle
into?
primes?
2
What?
McGurgle Primes to summon a bunch of Murlocs. He's got 3 Witch's Brew. I believe that is a full house of cards that don't belong in your
Does it show
deck.
from left to right? The Soul Mirror?
I don't really understand how we got to this point,
And I
but
would only get these 5. So it would be-
Trump has
unfortunately
1
not
card
working.
remaining in his
But
deck, and there's the
someday,
Soul Mirror.
I will get it.
I don't
He
even
is
think
also holding a dragon,
if I had,
so...
I think if I had all day, I still wouldn't be able to figure out how we got into this scenario here. Like, what possible combination of cards could give us this? How is McGurgle Prime in the game?
Twice.
Twice!
Yes. He must have copied it somehow. He summons 5 Murlocs, which he finds an opportunity to generate more Murlocs? I don't
Somehow.
even understand anymore. It looked like to me
And
that this was a Highlander Priest deck that just kind of had a bunch of shenanigans.
Conjure Mirage as well is, I would have to imagine, functioning kind of like a fatigue denial, as it just gets shuffled back into the deck over and over again and drawn over and over
Right.
again.
Dahyoni, in the meantime, he was playing what looks like to be Galakron Shaman, summoning those rushers and trying to see if he can overwhelm his opponent, but hasn't really been able to do that so far.
Oh my god.
Oh
what?
no! All the
Wow.
Murlocs survived!
That was very unfortunate.
Yeah. And now, he's got to find a way to clear off some of these minions, and if he doesn't have anything else... Okay, so... If Trump plays McGurgle Prime, his Underbelly Angler gives him another
I don't want
Murloc.
to draw a card.
Okay.
I don't think Trump can turn down the value. I'm actually calling it now. I think Trump sees this and he's like, I have to play McGurgle Prime this turn. I don't even know if that's the correct play. It looks right. But Trump immediately, his eyes are probably beaming like, oh my god, I have a chance to play McGurgle Prime here.
If he can
Oh
get
my
himself
gosh.
another McGurgle off of this, he could just go again afterwards.
Yes! A McGurgle. Finds another Underbelly Angler! He's just turned
Oh my
into a
God.
Murloc Priest.
The value. It wasn't a meme all along. Murloc Priest is the meta.
What does it say about Shaman that they can't even beat Murloc Priest? And he keeps drawing this Conjure Mirage. Dahyoni is not going to fatigue if this Conjure Mirage doesn't die. But looks like it will go down.
And that was off of Archivist Deliciana as well, so at least 10 cards have been shuffled into his deck over the course of this game.
Yeah. Okay, so now
That's
Dahyoni,
recall?
he targeted
That's
his
fair.
own Conjure Mirage. Makes me
Recall.
think that it maybe has Ancestral Spirit or something along those lines.
Definitely thinking about the Soul Mirror.
Trump is thinking about Soul Mirror, and I think he wants a Soul
Oh!
Mirror because he wants to prevent fatigue.
I can keep going.
Right, it gives him a Conjured Mirage, which will keep shuffling in on its own right.
I think that's right.
Assuming he doesn't
Oh
die.
my god.
Wow,
This is-
Trump really trying to hit the
Started
turn
with
timer
cards
here in
shuffled
Hearthstone.
into your deck.
This just has to be a simulation. This is the first time I've watched Trump in months, and this is the most value-oriented game I've ever seen in my life.
I honestly think he doesn't need to Soul Mirror. I think he just needs to get past his Conjure Mirage and pressure with
Oh.
the bajillion damage he has on board.
He absolutely doesn't need to, Dan, but he absolutely will.
Oh wow. Yeah, I think he does. I think he's got this.
Yeah, I'm not
What can
entirely sure what a
Dahyoni
shaman
do?
can
The
even
Shaman
have
deck
here.
is so much weaker without Shudderwalk to help summon back those giant 88 elementals with Rush.
True.
Dahyoni, I don't know what he can do in this position. I don't even know what his hand is.
If you found some way to randomly generate a Plague of Death, I have no idea what's happened over the course of this game, but that's looking like one of his few outs.
Plague of Death. I mean, that would be amazing to just try to react to this. The only plague that they have in the class is Plague of Murlocs, which,
yeah.
I don't know if you've been paying attention, Derek. Might not actually change the board state at all. Downey's racking his brain.
Oh my god!
29 hack of this game. He's been holding it since the beginning of the game. And the Murloc that died buffs the Skeletal Dragon in the hand.
He just did 58 damage of AoE on that.
I shouldn't have been surprised at that deck.
And Trump's Soul Mirror for a single Contra Mirage didn't even do anything.
So we're out of stuff.
It just was a 3. It was a 3/7 that just died. What?
Alright, well, Dragonmore Overseers, at least a little bit of extra value.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Does Trump just die to fatigue this game? Surely not.
Oh, if
Surely
Dione
not.
held on to one more AoE, maybe he'd be able to fatigue. No, there's Witch's Brew and whatnot, right? Like, he wouldn't die.
Yeah, I guess not. 29 damage. Oh, man.
Okay, Dione, what does he have left? We're coming in hot midway through this game. I'm not really sure what else he's got. He showed one Lightning Storm. Maybe he has another Lightning Storm. There's also, I believe, the Lightning Breath, which allows him to deal AoE damage to minions if he's holding a dragon. But Dione's not at the most amount of life here, so he can't afford to take too much more. Also, I'm a little bit sad that Trump played his cards without playing the Skeletal Dragon first. That way he can get a Dragon Discover.
No, I want to get my
So
water
true.
hoof working. Water
How
hoof
could he
would
deny
probably
the
be
dragon
one
value
probably
there?
That's later value. There's plenty of time to get all the value.
Yeah,
I mean,
so Cleric of
having said
Scales, the
that-
card that he just played, if he played Skeletal Dragon at the end of a turn, he'll get a dragon in his hand, and then you'll have Cleric of Scales dragons.
How much damage do I have?
But that doesn't
7,
do
9,
anything,
11,
right?
13, 14.
Because there's no spells left in the deck to work with Cleric of Scales.
Oh, you're right, because it's Discover a spell from your... yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I thought it was Discover a spell, period, which also would have been super broken, but you're right.
That would be nice,
Give an enemy -2 attack.
I mean, one of the other things to consider is, obviously we have no idea because we just joined this game towards the end, but turn timer can't be that far away, right? If it's taken this
I don't know.
long to play out the
I'm trying to
game.
rack my brain at this point, Derek, and it's just frying. It's obviously I'm missing a ton of details. I just noticed that he has big old whelp in the hand, so he had a dragon. So but he can't play because he's getting drawn to fatigue. This is a clowny game. And is Conjure Mirage gonna survive and shuffle itself into the deck?
I have no
Even
idea.
with the
Oh my
Bluegill
God, I
Warrior,
forgot
he
that.
can't kill it, so yes is the answer.
But Dione's running out of cards. So...
Even if he's got like Earthquake now, it's still not enough to clear the board. Oh no, Earthquake
Right.
plus Hero Power would be a clear.
Oh,
no,
wow, Trump
it
finds an
wouldn't, not
Alex
quite, not quite.
Straza. Wait, he plays a Muck Morpher.
Another
What does he transform
Conjured
into?
What's going on? What is this card?
Wait, he's gonna play another one. Wait, oh, he's an He's playing an Archivist Elysiana scenario.
Yeah.
And perhaps the person most surprised that Trump won was Trump.
Yes, I mean, he's been it throughout the entire time, and if anyone was going to take that series, that game, I should say, game 1 in this best of 3, it would have to be the Mayor of Value Town. That is the Trumpiest game I've ever seen.
Jeez. Yeah, I have no other words for that game.
Like
That
the
was
Murlocs got
quite the roller coaster. Apparently, this might surprise people. This is the only game still going on.
Has everyone finished their matches already?
Yes.
Yes, Trump.
Rip.
All these players
All
trying
right.
to put on a good show, and you know what? That was very fun, back and forth. But we also have to get a move on. Everyone's waiting for you guys. Everybody's waiting for you.
Okay. I wanna
This could
get
take like
Killer
2
Khan
more
as
hours,
early
Dan.
as possible, clearly.
Yes.
And we need Holy Smite against
Well,
2 of the totems early. Skull Rider would be really good.
so clearly
Now,
it's
if
a,
there was a time
Dragon,
to flip the
Dragon.
switch on the back end to create a blitz mode for Nosdormu to force the players to play within 15 seconds, I think now would be the time.
I knew it, Dan. You set this up to get what you always wanted in a 15-second turn timer Hearthstone mode.
Yes. Ah, I knew I should have reverted to an hourly rate here, Derek. Okay, so Trump has
Well, actually, having said that, a
Very
daily
slow
rate
hand.
may double for us if it goes on for
the
long
daily
enough.
rate. That's right. We may go over budget here and pay for 2
Yep.
days of casting.
4 more hours here in the UK.
That's right. Wait, but that doesn't apply to me. I'm still on the same day.
Sorry, buddy. We win again.
Every once in a while. You get that
Oh, wait.
magical
He's switched. Has he?
Oh, totemic
He just played Totemic
Reflection.
Reflections.
Are you sure he switched though?
I don't know. Maybe
They said he
plays
wasn't
that
allowed
card.
to.
Oh, yeah, I did say that, didn't I?
card against those.
Oh, I guess he's just playing
I'd
that
be
in
happy
his
he used
deck
that.
then?
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
likelier that he just plays that in his deck.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't totally Smite's a good answer, but I think I want to answer like really big threats with that.
Yeah, it's just a Highlander deck.
Let's use
Yeah, that makes more
That
sense
makes
to me.
sense.
Highlander
Who
Shaman
wants to kill
coming
me
out.
fast?
Which does
It's a very
explain the
early
Archivist
use of Zephyrus.
Elysiana. Diony playing Tempo Zephyrus. And now Trump finally using... He said he wanted to save the Holy Smite, ended up using it anyways, because he recognized that his opponent was playing much more aggressively.
I mean, who knows? Maybe this will be a
Jahuni.
5-minute game.
Maybe. So, Diony plays the Fist of Radin, which casts a spell and summons a legendary of that cost. When it came out with the Descent of Dragons expansion, I was pretty excited about it, but seemed like Shaman, since they had that Galakron Shaman nuked from orbit, had kind of just fallen off. But now let's see what he summons a legendary off this torrent. Does it
Nice, get the full cost.
give him anything good? At least the Enlightened.
Okay. I mean, it's a 5-5. I don't think there's any way he could get that back to hand. It would be insane if he could.
I think I want to hold off, play the Soul Mirror on the next turn.
Yeah, so Diony really trying to go for the pressure option here. Trump does have
shouldn't have any
removal
first.
tools.
Just play Kronk's follow-up of Soul Mirror. I should be
Ooh.
fine.
I wonder if there's a card in Diony's deck that can
But
end the game next
get rid
turn
of
if
that.
Trump's not careful.
That's kind of scary.
Yeah, he's played Zephyrus already, so nothing too scary, I'd have to imagine. But maybe he can discover a bit of extra damage. Maybe he has the new Marsh Spawn
I really
to discover an
want
extra
these.
spell.
I hope it offers it to me.
Trump playing very
2,
greedy
2, 2.
if he just chooses to heal. Looks like he's going to go for the Zephyrus for Shadow or Death.
Shadow of Death, yeah. Interesting. This is 2 very early Zephyruses.
Unlucky.
What was he looking for?
If he's looking for...
It's a one
Oh, he wanted
ooze.
to
Oh,
ooze.
ooze. Of course.
Yeah.
Text. Disaster.
Oh, interesting.
Disaster.
Oh no, Trump really wanted to remove the weapon, And he was trying to manipulate the mana cost to give him an ooze option, but to give him cleave because Clev was like, "Oh, you want a board clear, right? Oh, you want board development for next turn, right?"
But I figured it would look at it. It's like a 4-mana card.
You get an A for
That's
effort
a
there,
1/3.
Zephyrus.
It's like, oh, it must have some cool ability.
Interesting.
It has like some ability, I think.
Oh boy, now Dahuni has some expensive cards in his deck. Although, if that card becomes 0, it's going to summon a 0-cost minion. Edwin Van Cleef.
As a singular card here, just a 2/2.
Yeah, and I'm sure Dahuni doesn't want to like throw away other very expensive cards like his Hagatha scheme or whatnot in order to summon a 5-mana minion, legendary minion. What is happening? So many transformations and randomly generated minions. Trump,
I mean, I think it's
did stabilize
just
though,
going
it
to even
looks
out.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he can use his Radiance to heal back up.
I didn't see the 10-mana spell from him that last game. Probably doesn't run it. Probably.
Yeah, Dahuni is trying to figure out the best way to utilize this. Apologies on not having the hand still. Just kind of have to figure it out. Shaman does have a bunch of expensive cards. The cards that I think that Trump was referring to was the Eye of the Storm, which summons 3, 5, 6 elementals with taunt. But even if he did, he's a few turns away from it.
Juicing up the Galakron, obviously a pretty key part of Dioni's strategy, and I have to imagine the difference in the Galakron's hero powers is probably one of the main things that puts Trump in the driving seat in this matchup, with Galakron the Unspeakable for Priest, giving you just a random Priest minion whenever you press the hero power. That is a truly disgusting amount of value.
Oh yeah, I can see why Priest, especially Trump, gravitated towards it. In fact, I was playing a lot of Galakron Priest, just because, you know, with the meta slowing down a little bit, it feels like he has an opportunity to grind decks out of the game, and you just get a surprising amount of like playable minions. You would expect the random minion would make it harder to have a consistent game plan, but Priest just generally has a lot of minions that are solid. Like one of them is the Aeon Reaver that you see in hand, which deals damage to a minion based off its attack. Okay, so now Trump has the Breath of the Infinite to help clear off a little bit of this board, but it's not that threatening, so maybe instead he wants to just play this Chrono Breaker.
It's not a terribly threatening amount of damage, especially with an Apotheosis in hand to heal himself back up quite nicely later on.
And Dahuni, what's the big thing he's going to summon? Does he have Eye of the Storm? Please tell me he does. Oh, okay, he was like kind of setting up as if it was going to be leaning towards that way.
Wasn't surprising.
Yeah, just holding onto the Fists of Radin for as long as possible, I think now. Like you said, until he's decidedly ahead on board.
Invocation of Frost. It looks like Dahuni is
The fourth? No, that is the third.
little bit like one invocation away, I think, from being able to get the Galakron summon. So
Yeah.
he's probably just going to wait for a little bit. But Trump has to deal with this board now and consider pulling the trigger on some AoE. Breath of the Infinite is something I'm looking at immediately. Is there anything else that you can use instead?
It's kind of an awkward spot where Aeon Reaver does less damage after you play Breath of the Infinite on the Orc. So I guess you could go Aeon Reaver first, then Breath of the Infinite, but now that he's gone for the hero power, not even an option anyway.
1-4. Anything else? No. Wait, first
Yeah,
or
Trump gonna
second?
take
First,
his
second.
time and really try to plan this out, but his hand is just kind of all reactive cards that don't really line up very nicely into this.
Mm.
And so he's just gonna pass. Downey has fewer cards, but try to see if he can find a very impactful moment with his deck, and he finds a Dragon Queen Alexstrasza.
If ever there was going to be a push, it is right now, and it's not a bad time to do so. Against Priest, it's not a bad idea to push while they have a little bit of board presence of their own, just so it makes Plague of Death that little bit less enticing for them.
Yeah, Soul Mirror is better because I actually have
And
a
by
board.
holding back one dragon, I wonder what Dione could have there that's not worth just throwing out onto the board.
Well, I think he didn't want to overextend it to a Plague of Death, because then I think that'd
I
be
guess so.
too much investment onto the board. Trump going to play the Soul Mirror and try to see if he can just answer the board card for card. He's going to deal a very good amount of damage to most of it, and then clear off
Yeah,
the
of course I have a
rest.
dragon.
Looks like the Priest is once again going to outvalue the Shaman. Or
It's definitely looking
towards
that
it.
way. This hero power is just ridiculously powerful in this matchup.
Yeah, I think Trump is afraid of like the possibility that Daihoni. Oh, he knows that Daihoni has a dragon in hand because of that Dragon Queen Alexstrasza.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's just saying get the 4 damage, let Dione do what he wants to do.
Yeah, maybe. It's tough to say because it feels like you're giving your opponent the optimal way they wanted to trade. But I guess he did have that taunt, so it was going to happen no matter what. Daihoni still has that 1 charge remaining for the Raiden weapon. What is he going to summon? Does he have a very high cost spell? There's only a few high cost spells in Shaman. One of them is Eye of the Storm, as we mentioned. Another is Earthquake. And then Shaman has 5 mana spells from that point on. Dragon's Pack would probably be another really good card.
Let's see. I know his removal. I don't believe he actually runs Plague of Murlocs in the main deck because I saw it generated. I mean, had a chance to play most of his cards, so the only AoE I would expect is Lightning Storm.
Yeah, Plague of
Earthquake,
Murlocs
and
is kind of an
Haggard,
interesting card to not
of which there's quite a few.
include. I've seen a few players, I think Ike in particular, try to include that in his control shamans with the Waste Warden thrown in there as well as a very nice complete board clear by turning everything into Murlocs and then using that synergy with the Waste Warden to clear the board.
And there's a good turn to play my 9. No.
Ooh, Daihoni plays the
I need to
Walking
kill that.
Fountain and chooses to not attack with it because he doesn't want to trade into the Twilight
Yes,
Drake.
this seems pretty good right now.
And then Trump has options to answer it very cleanly, but he also wanted to find a turn to play
it doesn't
Dragon Queen
actually do
Alexstrasza.
anything. It buffs. It heals me a lot. I don't I'll do it now. No, I don't think I need to.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Trump has a
but-
multitude of ways that he wants to go about this. He can buff his big dragon through Apotheosis. I'm not sure if I pronounced that card correctly. And
Like
even get
someday I
favorable
need to play
value trades and use the
Apotheosis.
Aeon Reaver
It
to
might
help
as well
deal
be
that
this
final
day.
bits of damage there. And I like it given that he's low on health, and it seems like the Shaman wants to try and pressure him out of the game here.
Yeah, the only real downside here is that he is missing
I'm
the
saying
hero
that
power, but I think with a handful of 5 and 6 cost cards, you know, once every
this has very still
turn in a
passed
while,
over
you're going to have to
available.
miss it, and I think
Let's
that's
save
fine.
this exactly for Cabal Shadow Priest is a little bit much. I wanted to go for the high roll and Cabal Shadow Priest, but that's so unlikely.
Trump thinking about every ounce of value that he can squeeze out. Earthquake finally coming out here, and Daihoni trying to summon a 4-cost legendary. Oh no! That's not going to do very much.
Not now, General.
Yes, Sky General Crag summons a 4-2 rusher if you have a quest. Oh my goodness! Trump found 2 really expensive and powerful dragons
Do
after
I have anything?
Earthquake had been used, although Earthquake still wouldn't address these big dragons.
Sad thing, of course, is that there are very, very few, I think, if any, pre-spells that can now target your opponent's face.
Holy Nova.
So Malagos loses a lot of its value there, but who knows? Maybe it can be used just as an extra board clear later on with that Holy Nova.
I think I played both here. That's fine.
All right, Trump is going for a big victory push, and Daihonid needs to answer it. And now Daihonid, does he have a way to try and counter all the dragons? He has a way to at least kill one with his own Aeon Reaver.
So okay. Plague of Death is bookmarked for 2 8/8s with Rush, but Aeon Reaver is also good against that. I don't think I Aeon Reaver a 4/4. I mean, the 4/12 kills the 4/4, duh.
Trump just managing out each of his turns. Before he's even seen a hint of any cards from his opponent, he knows once Galakron comes down, Plague of Death answers that. Aeon Reaver there to take out something a little bit less threatening as well. But I think overall, you know, Trump is just in that situation where he's just got to chill. I think as long as nothing goes too wrong, he's going to be winning this game.
Yeah. Eventually. We still have,
Eventually.
This game still has a lot of potential to go down to fatigue. And I know that might sound like silly given that we're looking at the hands, but Trump doesn't have offense, but he has a ton of defensive cards.
I think I can take this.
Like, he doesn't even have a way to capitalize off of
No,
Malagos. Unless...
Okay, well now I guess Aeon Reaver...
Does Mind Vision give him a spell for him to use and capitalize off Malagos?
I think he feels pressured to kill me.
Ooh.
For good reason.
Dragonmaw Sentinel's very, very nice as well. Get a little bit of life steal to heal back up in case that becomes a problem later on.
Because of the button.
And this is just the situation I think you're going to get in this matchup. Once both Zephyrseeds have been used, there's very little potential for burst damage.
Or maybe he just really wanted to play Kronk. I guess that's it.
And Kronks with the Galakron's Fury will kill off this board, so once more, another reset. Reliquary Prime. Another Aeon Reaver, are you kidding me?
Oh my god. It's like Aeon Tennis.
The goal is to make him play a bunch of cards, because then the Mind Vision gets the Alession. Oh,
ooh.
That's scary.
That's kind of a card.
That many cards.
But I think, unfortunately, Trump had the same reaction as me. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Oh, no, wait. It's fine. Able to very easily take out the Questing Adventurer. And I think, you know, as I've been saying, it is just business as usual here for Trump. As long as he keeps milking that value as the mayor of Value Town undoubtedly will, I think he's going to be in a perfectly good position. Look below, new Shaman Legendary in the Ashes of Outland expansion. Not one that I think was particularly hyped up by a lot of the players. It was anticipated to be a little bit weaker than some of the other legendaries. But in situations like this, being able to clear the board and swing it in your advantage, get a big tempo swing, can be very helpful just to make sure you're not dying to those early priest, to those strong priest minions now in the late game.
Pushes me one into fatigue. I don't need to kill this X3.
Yeah, again, Trump saying doesn't need to kill it, and I completely agree. Not entirely sure what Diony's best chance of getting a threatening board down at this point of the game is, given that we don't have complete deck lists for both of these players, but I'd have to imagine he just wants to kind of try and survive and then hope that Archivist Elysiana will be able to give him the win, because that is far and away his biggest advantage in this matchup, or the biggest chance he has of taking the series, is the fact that Trump lacks those 10 cards that he can shuffle in, whereas Diony can extend the game that little bit further. Whether or not that will be offset by the extra value that comes from the hero power from Trump obviously remains to be seen.
No, that was his.
All right. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, Derek. I disconnected somehow,
This is
but
a
I'm
transaction
reconnected back,
button.
and I see that Trump still has a full hand of priest cards.
It's all right, no worries. Yeah, got a message from the producer saying, "Don't worry, Derek is carrying the cast." And I thought, you know what?
Hopefully the rename
I
is-
agree. I am carrying the cast.
All right, I'm AFK again. You don't need me then.
I take it back. I take it back.
Another soul mirror. Trump's got answers for days, but he's got no offense. He's instead got an insurmountable wall of defense.
Well, even despite the offense that both of these players are lacking this game, I am severely offended by everything that's happening in this game. On a personal level.
But the good news is that if you started watching this series from the very beginning, or perhaps even this game, you will most likely achieve the 2 packs just from watching Trump versus Daihoni Game 2.
That's very true.
Daihoni going for some card draw, which is always a little bit risky when you're getting this late into the game, but he does have Archivist Lysiana to his deck. And I do like that he's playing for tempo, because he does need to find a way to drop Archivist Lysiana safely.
The problem with a Cleric of Scales, I believe as well, is that it doesn't get a copy of the minion in your deck. It merely draws the minion from your deck, the spell from your deck. Sorry, which obviously means that you are missing out on quite a lot of value comparatively to the.
Like that.
Yes, yeah. It does mean that you're missing out on quite a lot of value.
I really want to use Seth.
Interesting. I thought the Discover spell from your deck was similar to how it worked in the past, where if you discover something in your deck, you got a copy of it. But I guess it didn't say discover a copy, so it sounds right to me. Also, am I right in assuming that Trump's been holding on to Mind Vision because he wants to land Mind Vision onto Archivist Lysiana?
Banner Smosh is
Whoa!
actually insane in this matchup.
I hadn't even thought of that, but I guess so.
He got Swamp King Hagatha off the Muck Morpher, and now he's gonna get a horror that's gonna be able to get 2 random spells. What are the spells going to
Plague
be?
of Death will be if he ever is ahead.
Was it off the Muck Morpher? Wasn't it off the? I think that's just the minion itself.
Oh, was it? Oh, you're right. Oh no, it wasn't a Muck Morpher. It was a Bander Smosh.
Oh, Banderswash. Right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. They both have big mouths, big scary mouths, and they're like green, creepy creatures. I think it definitely wasn't a Muck Morpher. It was a Bander Smosh.
Also, I wonder if Mana Tide might kill him fast enough, even with.
Very curious as to what the options are that he has here. I don't think there's anything that can delay fatigue in Shaman's arsenal at the moment. But just any way of clearing off this board, I think would be perfectly fine.
Far side Totemic Reflection. What the?
Wow! Dione is turboing through this deck.
Wow, Dione just wants to find the conclusion of this game soon, or even just find his Archivist Lysiana.
It's a little bit of a tough choice here for Trump. I guess he could go for a value trade on one of the 5/5s, and Holy Nova could help him take out one of the totems. But, I mean, who knows? Maybe he wants to leave up the totems just to allow Dione to draw through his deck even quicker and get fatigued.
Mirror is terrible. Holy Nova.
Yeah, Trump trying to find a really good
maybe I
board
can
clear
outrace your
here,
Lysiana even with
and
that.
Soulmere looks totally fine. The problem is that his minions will likely to survive, right? So
I only have a very small chance of
instead,
getting this one anyways.
does he just use Shadow or Death and like Holy Nova?
I think I'll go for this line.
Psycho Pop. Ah, yes. So he wants... so it's a 1 health Twilight Drake back. So he wants his opponent to keep drawing cards, but I mean, he's just going to trade him in.
All right,
Now-
Elysiana time. Obviously, we can't see the options that are being discovered here, but I think in this instance, you're looking... removal is not bad, and if not removal, then just the biggest threats you can find.
I'm going to try to win the game in the next 8 turns.
But as soon as Archivist Elysiana comes down, on average, I think the rest of your deck becomes significantly less reactive, which is, I think, a lot of the notification that Trump needed to start pushing ahead onto the board and go for lethal. As you heard him say there, in the next 8 or so turns, he wants to be the aggressor because Dione has 10 more cards in his deck, whereas Trump obviously does not have that ability, as you can see on the right-hand side.
Well, Dahyoni finally picks up the rest of the cards that he wants off of Arcus. Elysiana doesn't get the final attack off. Oof. That's painful. Hopefully that doesn't end up biting him later on in this game, because he's going to need to finish Trump off somehow, and every damage really counts in this scenario if he wants to tie up the series and send it to game 3, Derek.
So it's not going to draw many.
I mean, want is a very strong word, Daniel. I don't know if I'd necessarily say that.
You definitely need to hit the button each turn. He still has a Hagathis scheme, so... Before committing a lot, I need to get rid of that Hagathis scheme. It's tough. I think I'm going to lose this one. Which is going to be brutal.
Wow, Trump's sounding pessimistic about his chances in this series. Thinks he's going to lose it, which I'm sure he's sad to hear, but the rest of us maybe as well.
Yeah, Trump doesn't really have that much other things to develop. He has that acidic swamp ooze, but is there any other thing he's holding it for? Very slowly increasing his power onto the board, but we know that Dahyoni has cards like Hagathis Scheme in his deck.
I mean, there's definitely Hagathis Scheme. There's even Lightning Storm still.
Yeah, Trump knows there's plenty of ways to clear off this board. He's going to have to hope for,
It's probably enough.
I think, significantly more threatening minions than Kultiran Chaplain off of his hero power. If he can find something like Natalie Celine, one of the new priest legendaries that was put into the basic set, actually, to or the classic set, I should say, sorry, to replace.
Yeah, get a 4/5,
Velen
get a 2/2.
from the original set after that was rotated to the Hall of Fame.
That turn?
But now Murazon's coming off the top now for Trump. That would give him a pretty decent selection. It would just get him a 4/5 and a 2/2 with Rush. Obviously, the battle cries do not trigger. But he thinks he can get something a little bit more impressive, which I think is very reasonable to expect later on in the game.
Trump finds a Unseen Saboteur.
That could be really good. That could just use up Hagath's scheme.
Wait, why is this in his deck? He must have randomly gotten it.
Yes,
I
his
mean,
deck
he could have generated through Archivist Elysiana as well.
It's the only way he could have
last
done
game.
it. Yeah, because that's the only thing that's left in his deck.
Well, if Trump knew that, definitely would have sequenced that differently.
Oh. I have a Plague of Death, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Knowing he has an Unseen Saboteur is kind of scary.
Oh, got it. Yeah, that you could pull it out from the hand. He also has Soul Mirror, though, and Shadow Word Ruin. But now Swampkeep Hagatha, the original one, gets played.
Another one? I could have sworn you already played it this game. You did.
Teacher 2 Shaman
Oh,
spells.
it was,
Either Storm could obviously
it was
be
Bender's
very, very impactful. It would still overload you for 3 on the following turn, but I think overload's not really your biggest concern at the moment. You just want to get the most impactful cards you possibly can.
Getting rid of the scheme is good. There's no more hard AoE removal, so if I just flood the board, the only thing I can get me is Lightning Storm. And his Saboteur.
Trump gets a another minion to play, but how much tempo is this really generating? If this Hench Clan Shadow Quill dies, he actually restores health to his opponent. Jiahyuni, at this stage, what does he have left? And you know, part of the mystery of not seeing the cards kind of adds this element of surprise that he has. Looks like Plague of Death gets pulled out by the Unseen Saboteur. That's a big outcome, potentially swinging here for Jiahyuni.
So if I play the 8/8 right now, I'll get a 5/6.
It's kind of good for both players in a way, because it means Dione doesn't have to see a Plague of Death for the rest of the game, but it also means Trump is much more able to develop onto the board because he can't have it taken out by the Unseen Saboteur.
Man, I do not know how the end of this game is going to resolve, but Reliquary Prime hits it, and Jiahyuni, does he have an answer to Reliquary Prime in his final form?
I mean, there's not many answers you can do that don't require spells to take it out, really.
Just for Horror summons, does Totemic Might or Totemic Reflection and the Storm's Wrath, and he has found a way to put on an actual offensive while generating some lackeys. Trump's down to his final cards, and now he starts to enter fatigue.
Incredible here.
He can, of course, Soul Mirror to get his own pair of evil totems, which could generate him some value. But, I mean, I think I agree with his slightly earlier assessment that it looks like he's not going to be winning this game.
Trump looks very behind at first glance, but, I mean, maybe he has some of these other cards like Murzon that can swing it.
Maybe, Daniel.
Oh, what?
Ooh.
That's the card I want to Murazon.
Oh yeah, of course. Anything that comes down here, Murazond will be able to
oh my goodness,
take care of. But with a 9/9 rush, the burly shovel fist that can't even be taken out anymore by by Batterhead.
Murazon the Infinite hits the board. It's going to evolve one of his minions as well, I believe. Or actually, he just plays the lackey, right? Yeah. Doesn't work that way. Yep. But he still gets to evolve the Batterhead.
That's right.
And no Dormu, the second one this game. Jiahyuni can clear it off, and remember, he has more where that came from. Every card that he's shown that's from Archivist Elysiana, he has 2 of. So he has another Saboteur, right? Or perhaps he's played both at this stage. He has another Batterhead. He has... He showed us at least one more card, and I can't remember off the top of my head.
5 damage. 2, 5, 9.
Who knows? 14. Maybe got himself another Elysiana off of the first Elysiana.
Have to win in 6
Ooh,
turns.
Draconic Lackey is very juicy.
It's really hard.
Oh, evasive worm. And now he can perhaps use to clear off this Murazond. Although it looks like at least one of the big minions will die here. Trump does have the opportunity to pick up another good minion off his hero power.
Mm-hmm. Trade. All evens up in a pretty much equal board, but I gotta say, it feels like Trump's gonna have to put on a much more impressive offensive than this, given that I believe Dione still has a Hagatha's scheme in hand, which means as soon as anything slips out of control, he can just let loose with that.
What's he trying for here? Lightning Storm? I haven't seen the card yet somehow. Oh,
The Batterhead. I mean, Dione still has more cards to draw, and Trump realistically might be starting to take like 6 or 7 damage of fatigue by the end of this game. Psycho Pump, but so many minions have died. What's he can even summon at this point?
Reliquary Prime is, I guess, the best he could get.
Whoa!
What?
What? How did you know? How did you know?
I can see into the future now. This game has gone on so long that I'm Benjamin Buttoning in reverse.
Great. Tell me what happens this game then.
We all lose, Dan. We all lose.
That actually gives me a chance.
We all
Can
lose.
cancel fatigue for
Except
the
for
next
Trump,
couple
maybe.
turns.
Trump might
That's
be able to
rough.
turn this around all of a sudden.
Oh.
Maybe. Hands together in prayer. Reliquary Prime. I mean, he may be able to ride to victory on... I was going to say the back of Reliquary Prime. I don't think it has one. I think it's just a big face. But it might be his ticket to victory.
Okay. I just realized he's also going to fatigue soon. Oh, but he's got...
Yeah, Trump has observed that there is high chance that Dahuni is going to start hitting this fatigue and get into a precarious situation as well. Trump still has those minion generators. Psychic Conjurer.
Your opponent's deck and add it to your... Oh my god.
Whoa, that's a
What
good
is
card
in the
to get.
deck? Body Wrapper?
Body Wrapper, yeah.
Oh, Dark Scale
Not
Healer.
bad,
So
not
just has
bad.
more healing.
Yeah. You can just use that to value trade and heal up.
Definitely want to play the Overseer. Definitely want to protect my 6-8. Punch, punch. Punch, punch.
Okay. Envoy of Lazul. Time to guess which of the 3 cards is in Dione's hand. If he gets it right, he gets it to the hand.
It's gotta be Body Wrapper.
Can't be Zephyrus, that was played.
Yeah.
That's the card I want also.
Whoa!
It can't be
That's
Zephyrus,
such a
but
good card.
Body Wrapper. So he's had a lot of Death Battle minions die this game, right?
Yeah.
Including Reliquary Prime.
Well, Reliquary of Souls, the Prime
Reliquary
version.
of Souls,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
yes. He can get
Oh, and
another
it's-
Reliquary Prime is what I'm saying.
It's just discover a friendly minion that died this game. It doesn't have to be Death Rattle. And shuffle it into your deck.
It shows you how many times I've played Body Wrapper.
Yeah.
Unless Dahyoni had basically used Body Wrapper to discover Zephyrus and found a way for that to happen. Oh, wait, he did!
How did you know, Dan? How did you know?
I don't know! I just say things and it's happening! That's always been the way I've casted.
And once it worked out.
Why did Reliquary Prime survive? I don't even know what's happening in this game anymore.
It can be buffed now with the Dragonmore Overseer as well.
He's gonna summon another one!
Another one! Let's go again!
If he does, I am done, Derek. I am done if he summons another Reliquary Prime.
I was thinking about just playing over.
Oh my gosh, that's still really good.
That's still really, really good. Oh my god, Trump's gonna save us.
That's too bad. Now he's got it with the 2-1, but that's a pretty big board. And then I dodge fatigue one more turn. Basically heals Merch for 7. Maybe I get a
I
really
think
good
Trump
turn.
has found a way to win this game.
I choose to
Unless
believe.
Daihoni has any other tricks up his sleeve. And Shaman's got a lot of tricks.
Not as good as the first one, but still pretty good.
Oh no, wait! The Hagatha scheme has already been used, right? He cheated
Right.
it out the
He
hand
forced
with
it
the yeah, the Unseen Saboteur. It was only for 3. I thought it would be for more, but yeah, there's no board clear, I guess, for Daihoni.
Dang, Lazul would have been a really good card in this deck.
Yeah, Daihoni
Switch
does
that for
discover a card, so he is going to be off
But I
fatigue,
could've
and he.
stolen
I
less
wonder what he
than
picked. Prime finally dies. Trump has 12 damage. Finds
Ooh.
Mind Flayer card.
That's a good
Guess he
card.
could use it. Yeah.
Targets the right one as well. You don't want to summon a 4-1.
Right. Although he does kill the 4/7 though,
never
right?
heard
So the
first.
idea is you take more
Not that it really
power
matters.
stats off the board.
Oh.
Wait, what? His body wrapper
Oh
discovers Dragon
my
Queen Alexstrasza.
God.
That's going to be a next draw on his deck. What is
that just game?
Well, yeah, but I mean, Trump doesn't even need it. He's so far ahead on board tempo that if he just
I'm
pushes
racing
all
him,
damage to
so I
face,
don't
there's like a
trade into
likelihood that he was going to be able to win next turn anyways.
I got to tell you, Dan, I think the mayor of Value Town may have been promoted to the president of Value Land in this game.
God. No, with I already have. I don't want 2 presidents under that name, please.
Good point. I'll stay clear.
Yeah, we're good. Daihoni does. Daihoni has the last card in his deck, and I'm not really sure what he really needs to get himself out of this game. Trump here, he's kind of just have too much overwhelming board pressure here for Daihoni to do anything. So I'm really hard pressed to find a solution in this spot. Can you think of anything here, Derek?
Good news,
Nothing's
but
coming
the
to the top of my mind.
I win!
Trump kind of excitedly claiming that he really wants to. He really wants to move on to the next round here. I'm pretty sure most people have agreed with him, considering that there's 18 other players waiting to see what happens.
Oh my god, he does win. He's actually going to win this game.
He did it. And you know, Downey hung in there.
I actually don't have lethal.
Oh wait, Trump is right. He doesn't have enough damage on board. Just 14 power represented right now.
Mm-hmm.
Unless?
Whoa!
No.
He could. I think he should just do it. I think he should trade
Just
in
do
everything
it.
and then Nazari both to full health.
There's been way too much
It would be
thinking in
great.
this series.
Wait,
It would be great for the
15,
clout.
7,
Just think
11,
about it.
14.
Think about it, Trump.
So
Do
true.
it for the clout.
Taking 7, so
Do
I'm
it for the
actually at
vine, Trump.
17. I should kill the 4-2, but not the 5-5. So I should probably save the 3-3 because it's more space.
Man, even in these final moments, Trump really trying to figure out what's the right line here, but I'm pretty sure he could just kind of play this next end. There's nothing that Downey can do about it. And, I think Downey hung in there as long as he could, unless his horror has found the absolute nuttiest combination of spells. I think this should be Downey's last turn here.
Could it be Earthquake for the Savior? There's still a 4/4 body wrapper, he'd still just die.
If 1 damage ends up mattering, it might because he takes 2 then 3 damage. Depends on how good of a horror he got.
And Downey, what did he get? Did he find AoE? Did he find removal? Did he find a way to somehow steal this game? Past Lava Burst,
Lava
and
Burst and
Earthquake.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's good enough to take out this, but not.
Wait.
Oh, but...
He does
With the
actually
hero
kill
power.
the
kill
Nixia
the
because he
entire
has the
board.
hero power.
Oh no. Oh no.
There's no way, right?
What? He has a way to.
There's no way.
To avoid fatigue. Trump's gonna
And
take
because-
8 damage next turn.
Trump chose to deal 3 damage to face instead
wait.
of 4 last turn, which could
Does
be
he
the difference
want to
between winning and losing.
Yeah, but does he want to deal? Does he want to play minions that Prime could shuffle into and avoid the fatigue damage?
I think the more important thing is just making sure that something sticks on the board for next turn.
That's true. Wait, he has Witch's Brew.
Witch's Brew!
Oh!
Derek!
Brown!
No!
Diony has found a way to restore almost all his life, and now he's gonna he can pressure Trump,
He just wins on fatigue.
and Trump has to Nazari because he has to heal, otherwise he's gonna die. Trump didn't attack the face. Wow, I'm at this point we are committed, right? We kind of need to see this go the distance. What on earth? Katrina
Ooh.
Muerte. Okay, that's a lot. That's
Reliquary
a lot
Prime.
of stats on board.
Okay, next turn I'm taking.
Reliquary Prime!
I should
Yes,
imagine
Reliquary Prime.
That he doesn't have lethal on me. I think
This is
I play Nazari.
Probably
next
one of
turn.
the most ridiculous games of Hearthstone I've ever casted, and that's saying a
I
lot.
don't even remember what the
Yep.
Prime does. I think it draws 3 cards from her.
How has this come down to it? I am
the
actually... I'm actually not sure what happens anymore. Katrina Muerte is a very big deal. That's if Diony can't answer that, that'll actually just be building up over time.
Cause fatigue. does
The
it?
wording on
draw?
Vash Prime
I
as
don't
well,
even
which
know.
is shuffled in once Lady Vash
Well, I
dies,
should probably play
is
this just 'cause of
spell
the
damage
plus
+1, and it's a 7-mana 5/4 that draws 3 spells from your deck and reduces their cost by 3, which is a very underwhelming minion at this point.
Right. So, with that in mind, the Katrina Muerte summoning a minion every single turn, that is a massive deal, and I don't know if Diony can answer this. If he can, he has layered his removal beautifully.
What? What?
Are you serious?
Natalie Celine! Natalie Celine! No!
There's no way! And he takes 9 damage from fatigue next turn, right? Or
That's
10?
game.
He's dead! I can't
can't watch.
believe it!
Oh no, wait, the Lightwell keeps him alive for 1 more turn.
There's no way he wins it off of that. That's Todd, but he dies of fatigue!
Oh my god.
He buys him I don't even understand. I don't understand what happened this game. Diony is going to take game number 2, and we are going to go to one final game
I'm gonna...
to wrap up this series.
Yeah. Alright.
Oh my god. This is the biggest fiesta of my entire life.
This round has been going on for an hour and a half. And we might go to yet another fatigue game. For reference, the tournament was scheduled to end in 9 minutes.
Oh my god. Yeah, well, my casting from my bedroom. My girlfriend's got work tomorrow. Joke's on her, I guess.
Yeah, having a job in 2020.
Lol, what a boomer.
Okay, here we go. One last time, and then we get to do it again. Another round.
All right,
like
maybe
Trump,
with this hand.
I feel like Trump is deflated. Just look at his face. He thought that this game was over.
He thought he had it
series,
locked.
rather.
Yeah.
This is looking pretty promising.
Like you said, though, this is looking pretty promising for him. This starting hand is very, very powerful. He's got a lot of decent early game. Can follow up with Kronk's, Skeletal Dragon, and Dragon Queen. Maybe that just gets there if a Hagatha's scheme hasn't been found.
I don't have any good plays, which is really scary, though. Oh, God, I might just get rolled over.
But on the other side, yep, he may just get rolled over.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he doesn't actually have much going on. Is he not going to play the Swamp Ooze? Oh my goodness. Maybe Trump's doing the right thing and just kind of letting Dahuni get an early lead. But, you know, he really wants to have a way for the Ooze to answer the weapon.
Oh, no, no, no.
The legendary weapon from the Shaman. Okay, finds a circle of, or Cleric of Scales, can find a removal tool. Nova is very good in this spot.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
God, I don't know what's scarier. The Manatide? No, the Manatide isn't that scary.
I suppose.
I don't know.
There's some
I think the
consideration
Manatide
for
is
Soul
very
Mirror.
intimidating in its own right.
Yeah. I mean, like, the
If you let
damage
your
he's taking at this point probably doesn't matter too much.
You can't pressure me enough, even with all the best cards in the deck.
Well, you
Maybe
say
runs out of
that
hand
now,
space,
but...
What is going on?
Oh, good thing I have Shadow Word Death.
Oh,
okay,
wait,
just
he
died.
has Shadow Word Death, yes,
Might not
okay.
even
If
have
he
Shadow
didn't
Word
have
Death.
removal for that, if he didn't have the death,
So I leave them
That
in
would
the
just
that
be
would have
the
been a
game.
quick
Yeah,
game.
that's probably terrible.
Which means it's probably a good
Jeez.
play from Dione to just make him have it.
Yeah, I think so, because if he didn't have the Shadow Word Death, he might have just been able to completely pop off next
They
turn.
have a Luciana.
Absolutely. He's wondering if he kills it at all, actually, here.
Also, I'm playing Galakron next turn.
Yeah, I think you do kill this Manatide. I do understand Trump's like logic in the sense that he feels that the deck doesn't present enough threats to kill him and end the game, so he's okay with him drawing cards.
That's worth thinking about.
But you still don't want him to have too many more cards, because then it'll turn... It's kind of like one of those scenarios back
I
in the
think
day when people
ultimately-
play
Yeah.
Warrior versus Warrior,
The
and
game
they're like,
plan
well, yeah,
is-
you don't want to draw on the Warrior mirror because it goes down to fatigue. But sometimes the Warrior just gets...
I throw too much value at him.
the other Warrior gets way too far ahead in card draw, and then they would just kind of get out-resourced.
This time I have Kronks on top. But okay, so the stuff I
A
have
really
to get
important thing here for Trump that will give him a
Hagatha's
real
scheme
fighting chance here
works great.
is Galakron's
And then
on
random
curve
spells.
once again.
Last game he just happened to get a lot of value off of lackeys.
Okay, so the board building from Dahuni
Flagell.
summons
Info.
a couple of okay statted minions, but nothing too impressive.
It does actually mean, weirdly enough, with the pint-sized summoner that it could be Alexstrasza, Dragon Queen Alexstrasza on the next turn. But no longer.
Right. And I think that's why Trump's going for the board clear here with the Kronks, trying to see if he can find a clean board to set it up on. And Dahuni coming up on turn 8. I mean, I don't know necessarily.
I haven't had the Galakron or the Kronk get value, but
I don't know what his game plan is against that. I think it's still too early for him to have built up a really powerful Hagatha scheme.
because I had the Cleric of Skills for Holy Nova.
So his most decisive AoE is Earthquake, but Earthquake
all
doesn't
in
answer
all,
Dragon
we're
Queen
about even.
Alexstrasza.
Yeah.
In terms of cardage.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Got Mind Flayer
It
card
could come in the
trigger,
form of
so I
just
should be able
a
to get a good target with it.
series of smaller removals, like
target
Hex,
is
for
like,
example,
yeah.
or maybe Lady
Maybe
Vash
what,
can
like
find
5/5s
something.
in that deck?
Or Vash Prime, I should
I
say.
don't think I've seen anything.
Or
bigger than
Zephrys, of
5/5.
course.
Okay, Hex. Hex will be a useful card
I think I
to
threw
ruin
the
Resurrect
Dragon
Pools.
Queen Alex draws and try to clean it out fast, but the totem came up. The totem
Ooh,
makes the
yeah.
Earthquake
Wrath of
really
Air
good.
Totem means that Earthquake will
So I think
clear
I
off
saved
Dragon Queen
Click
Alexstrasza.
button as a result.
Probably means he holds off for a turn then.
Yeah. You can set up
No,
just go with
a
Skeletal Drake.
like a
Dragon.
yeah, Skeleton Dragon.
Copy a card in your opponent's deck. That could be really good.
Find a Ysera. Ysera to
Okay.
generate lots of value.
Problem is, however, that this potentially opens up for a Dragon Queen Alexstrasza on the other side from Dione, first of all, before Trump can even get his down.
Had to force him to play Zephyrus. X? Question mark? Black Knight.
Yeah, this. I wonder what this really says about Daihone's hand. He's been using
Alright,
Zephyrus
guess I'll
as
play my
a
Dragon Queen
removal
Alexstrasza
option,
while
but
he's
he
got
hasn't
one.
really been playing it as a way to just get ahead on the board.
Wait. Almost misplay.
Alright, getting down to 9 cards first. Good job, Trump.
Yeah, Nozdormu the Timeless doesn't really matter much here because both players already are.
Play
They're just basically at
around
10 mana crystals.
Clear by
Yeah, it's just
saving
an
one
8-8.
dragon.
So now Daihoni, what does he have in response? He kind of knew that this was a possibility setting up into a Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. And that's actually something that I'm a little bit afraid of too. Like, if he played Zephyrus into the Skeletal Dragon, he doesn't have Zephyrus for the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, which seems to
generating
be
some
like a
pretty good
more
cards.
important
Got the
threat as the
Ysera,
game develops. So now that doesn't
Big
have that, what
Dragon,
can he do?
Dragon that gets a dragon. Got the Galakron really early. It's like getting Dr. Boom early.
Such choices.
Okay, save for weapon. Play these ASAP. Save for losing health. Save for good minion. Play this ASAP. Play that ASAP.
Woof.
Play that
Very
ASAP.
weak response from Daihoni. Looks like he's going to have to spend multiple resources just to kill one of these dragons.
Yeah, this is the
And
kind of
Trump
situation
has-
where if Trump can find a Zephyrus, he's looking
Looks like I might be
potentially
able
at
to beat him
lethal in the
down.
next couple of
Doesn't have,
turns, unless
many
things
answers
switch
for
around.
Big things, it appears.
Right. He's unable to deal with the dragon, so it seems like Trump should really press in here as an opportunity.
Alessiana!
He does fish for the Lysiana, I knew it.
He's just lucky
Now
he didn't
that
get a sea
with
bass.
Okay,
with
this
this health
game, it
buff,
looks
that
like
means
I actually have a
Earthquake
chance
doesn't
to
kill
have,
Nozdormu.
Checkmate him early.
And Daihoni doesn't really have that answer from what
And if
we've
I don't
seen, so
checkmate
you have to
him
play at
early,
the top of
he's
his
gonna have
deck,
to use a lot of
or he's
cards
just going to have to
bail
chill.
himself out, so
Mhm.
my value will be superior. I feel really good about this one.
Such choices.
What do you got, Daihoni? He's already used Hex, he's already used Zephyrus.
Such choices.
Can he build up a board and maybe just put a wave of taunts? Does he have something to summon from his deck? Does he have... Like, what does he
must
have
have
here?
something,
No one knows.
surely. Agatha's scheme would have to have been drawn at the start of the game. It's only 6 damage here. But
Okay.
Devoted Maniac is able to clear it off nonetheless.
I guess this game is out of the way, so there's only Earthquake left.
So it feels like Trump has an opportunity to really just go for a
He's
double
looking trying
dragon
to
here
drop
with the
the
Ysera
Ysera.
and the Emerald Explorer.
Would that overdraw him? Yeah, I think it will by one.
Yes, but I think that's worth it.
Obviously, you just pick the big card.
Okay, fair enough.
I would say that
overdrew by
the
That's fine.
dragon you
I think-
pick might be better than
I
whatever's on top
probably
of your
shouldn't have
deck.
played the Ysera.
I think he just realized that he was going to overdraw for the turn. But yeah, I mean, I agree. It's probably not too bad. There's nothing really big left in the deck.
No, it's probably right to play Ysera. No, it was wrong.
Another Nozdormu being played here by Daihoni. And Downey looks like he is just kind of trying to rush things out here. Prison Homunculus going out, not a big deal.
Okay, so we would like.
What is Trump going to do? The dream is nice to return him into handy. I don't think he wants to return his opponent's Alex Straza, though.
It's possible.
Do you hear what he just said? He wants to Mind Flayer Kaj the Alex Straza, and then when it dies and summons an Alex Straza, dream it back to his own hand.
Problem. I actually can't heal.
Because that's the world we live in now.
That's so greedy.
The 8/8. Too much.
By all means, I don't think you need to do that, but it's totally a viable line of play to try and just outvalue it. It seemed to work in game 1.
You want to push the button.
Or the more sensible line that you're advocating for, just push for tempo. It is a huge tempo swing.
It is pretty dramatic, because now that Nozdormu costs full mana compared to before, and Downey doesn't get the luxury of being able to play it and like remove. There's still like a ton of pressure onto the board right now. 15 damage showing with 16.
Yeah, the one thing I maybe would have liked to have seen different there from Trump was just pushing a bit more aggressively. Like, he could have played the evasive Draconid and pushed a bit more damage face, and I think that's one of his best chances of taking the game. It's just by playing as aggressive as possible.
That should be a pretty big breath of fresh air for him.
Downey heals up with his Walking Fountain, and Trump can do it. He has a second dream. He can kill off his Flayer and then summon a copy of Dragon Queen Alex Straza, then dream it back to his hand and play it for free dragons.
It is incredibly low tempo, but also incredibly high value, and I think that means we'll know what Trump's going to do.
I mean, it's not necessarily low tempo. You get Dragon Queen Alex Straza. You get to play a bunch of free dragons.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so.
I know what you mean, though. Is that it feels like it might be better to just develop and push, and I think that he agrees with you here.
Expensive cards, play the cards that get more benefit over time.
There we go. Trump really pushing in. Ooh, the evasive Draconid getting the buff.
Because one of his it's Earthquake. It's still probably fine.
Downey, his back is starting to get closer to the wall here. This is a tough Draconid to deal with, especially as a class that doesn't have convenient removal tools for it.
Why go through the dream process on Dragon Queen Alex Straza when I can just hit the button? That is a real question. Will I ever have enough
back and forth on the tempo?
Oh, hey, hold on. That's lethal, right? Yes, that is 100%.
Is there a really good card
How?
here?
You would dream the taunt.
There almost
then
certainly is. But Soul
can
Mirror
you
is really good.
can you get the Zephyr's
9
card
damage,
to finish? It's
and he
12.
can't
It's 9
win Fury.
damage. Yeah, you can't win Fury. You know, I was really I got overexcited there. I thought maybe there was an opportunity
9-12.
there.
If he goes for Apotheosis,
Wait, no!
he just realized you can't target it.
Oh. I thought that there was like a Bloodlust or a Savage Roar opportunity, but no, he is off with both of those.
Would it offer Wind Speaker? Because that is a classic card that offers lethal here.
Wait. Yeah. Could it offer the Wind Speaker?
I don't know if that's a card that's even in Zephyrus' pool of possible cards. He just realized it as well.
Wait, he's got it.
It doesn't offer! Oh my god!
He's just playing cards at a time. I thought that Wind Speaker would.
You can't get Wind Speaker.
I mean, there's certain cards that There's certain cards that are just never in the pool for Zephyrus, right? Because they don't even think there'll ever be a situation where you need them. But there it is. Windspeaker was lethal.
Yeah. Windspeaker is a 4-mana card that gives your minion Wind Fury, so I thought Zephyrus would have gotten it there, but now Daihoni is going to fight back here with the Rushers. Oh,
should still just be game for Trump, I think.
Yeah, because of the Power Blast.
Oh no, it's not quite. It's 1 damage off lethal.
It's okay. Zephyrus knew. Wait, that's still not. Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Oh
wow.
my god. How?
He can still set it up if he like uses.
Yes,
if he pushes for tempo here.
He
I
needs
think
to be careful,
Scale
though,
Rider
because if he
and
goes...
Apotheosis is good.
Yeah, Scale Rider face and Apotheosis does seem good, but if there's a big heal on the turn and he doesn't develop enough onto the board, maybe things slip away from him.
I think setting up for it and forcing your opponent to heal is better because that uses at least most of his mana up. I am curious by this Envoy of Lazul. Oh, wow. He's about to find out if his opponent has Witch's Brew in hand. I think if he clicks it, he's going to discover that it is, right? Because we don't know, but there's a high likelihood that's the case.
Overconfident Orc.
Oh, the Overconfident Orc. Well, he has no healing, right? So then push for the win.
Yeah, I think you have to push for the win
means
because maybe it goes wrong and they have the answer, but maybe you just win on the spot.
Good information. We know he doesn't have Brew. We know he doesn't have Earthquake. It's good info.
Kronk's Dragonhoof gonna deal 5 damage and then trade into the Alexstrasza that pops up on the other side.
Wait! He drew the Witch's Brew! My god. Daihoni, I don't know how he keeps surviving. He can't keep getting away with this.
It feels like one of those like zombie apocalypse survival movies where it's like just when you think that everything is lost, there's some convenient way for them to get out and survive. Trump got the confirmation it wasn't in the hand, and then Daihoni draws out because the Envoy was revealed that it wasn't in the deck.
Mass Resurrection, I guess, looks like the best card.
Wow, Mass Resurrection. Unless it revives like lackeys and whatnot. Wow, Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. To be fair, 2 of them did die, and so it is one of them. It is a higher likelihood that revives versus other things.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. I'm already having people tweet me stupid things about that Zephyrus.
Okay, that's all the AoE. Other than lightning.
Guarantee you're wrong.
But now that I think about it, is lightning strong even in that?
I want to think that there was some possible way for Zephyrus lethal, but
I think there might have been with Apotheosis, but I mean that's 2 damage for 3 mana. I think it might actually have been just out of reach, because Inner Demon was 1 damage off, right? Or it would have offered it.
Right.
3/5.
Alright, Cobalt Spellkin.
Okay. It's gonna be an insane double Sethic turn.
Oh yeah, that's true. Double Sethic could pop off here. There's nothing that can go face. Again, it's not like you can go 20 Mind Blasts in a row into lethal here anymore, like the good old days.
Double Sethic, Inner Fire.
Wow, Daihoni.
Card Fiesta.
It somehow come down to almost fatigue again, by the way.
I can't hold all those cards.
How?
Like, I think the game will be determined like before that, because it seems like Trump with that Power Blast very much looming. And I think Daihoni knows that because Trump played Zephyrus on 10.
That was actually a really good grab here.
Didn't pick anything that he played immediately, so you should know that it's Pyroblast in the hand. But he doesn't know about the inner fire. Ah, no, that's not enough to kill him.
Oh yeah, Pyroblast and Inner Fire can't be used on the same
In my
turn.
history, I don't think I've ever seen Zephyrus offer Windspeaker.
Yeah, I think
Because
he's
Wind
right. I
Fury's
think
just
it's just
almost always
not
better.
possible to get it.
It must just be that Windspeaker isn't like ever offered. Random thinking.
Yep, well, Trump may have figured out the Zephyrus scenario, but he's about
knows I have
to
a Zephyrus
try and
card.
pop off with
And
this.
He was really close to dead, so he must
Spell
pretty much
Weaver,
just
he's going to
wants
go ahead and
fire.
use Inner Fire to start things off. He's only playing 1 to keep his mana flexible.
It's not a bad card to get. Bit of an AoE on the other side, clear things up.
Ooh, Shadow Word Pain. And now Trump can slowly start his victory march. He has ability to press in for damage and set up this Pyroblast.
Yeah, I mean, he does, but he's also kind of running out of threats. He needs something big off the Draconic Lackey or the Hero Power, and that is that.
I mean, the idea was that he just wanted to push the damage to phase. Cause
Yeah,
Breath
yeah.
of Infinite was happening every time. And Dahuni, again, can't really answer the board and simultaneously heal up.
Alright. I have you in checkmate at last.
Unless there's something that I'm not considering. Vash Prime picked up 3 spells.
Lightning Storm
Only
can
2
maybe
gets
clear
drawn.
the board. Or at least some of it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what Dahuni might have, but we know that he plays like Farsight and stuff, and I think he hasn't played that yet. Invocation of Frost? Yeah. And Torrent. So Dahuni is going to finally drop here. He put up a valiant effort, but Trump has ended this series of insanity. A 2-1 victory over Dahuni. And just like that, round 3 out of 4 is finally completed, Derek.
I know. It's nice to see you on the other side, Dan. I'd completely forgotten what you looked like. A pleasant surprise, definitely. But
That's right.
yeah.
Is the quarantine over? Are we allowed to go?
It's been 83 years.
I don't know what you mean. Frodian's been dead for 7 years. Yeah, so that brings us to our end of our 3rd round, and we're going to go into round 4. Let's take a look at the results once more. And we have Firebet, Stenodachi, Trump, Brian Kibler, and Dog taking the win. And then for match 6 to 10, we have Masaru, Boar Control, Tice, Slissa, and Purple for matches 6 to 10. The Feisty Fiends are able to get a 6 to 4 record, though. So overall, the Feisty Fiends are in a good position to get the win here, Derek.
That's right. It's a big difference that that win for Trump over Dione made. It would have been all square otherwise at 10 points apiece, whereas now the Feisty Fiends decidedly in the lead. And also, as we head into round 4, that is, of course, going to be the round in which the Feisty Fiends are all playing as Demon Hunters, as I believe we can take a look at the round 4 schedule, which, of course, means, in my opinion, I think they are even more likely to be able to get another positive round.
Very much so. Now, all of those Demon Hunters coming in, implies that the round might be quicker paced, but we shall see. And a couple of matchups that might intrigue you: Purple versus Firebat, battle between two friends. But yeah, we're gonna need a little bit of time to get set up before our next match, because I believe that the players who have been waiting probably are ready to go, but I believe Trump and Dione might have to take a second to breathe. Wow, that was quite a marathon, Derek.
It was indeed. I'm glad we're getting
become a man. That's definitely a trial by fire cast for you, huh?
What are you talking about? I've been through the longest of the long. I remember the Odd Warrior days with Aliciana and bouncing it back to your hand again. And
yes, you've cast Specialist Warrior Mirrors. Oof. That puts hair on your chest.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't have the... I can't remember how long it was for you in the first week of GM in Americas, but it wasn't quite that bad.
I think we had started at like noon or so for the Americas Grandmasters. Then we went to like 9 or 10 p.m. or something like that. It was absurd. And then when it's a two-caster setup, it's intense, to say the least.
It is.
That being said, we do have this final series, and for all those people who have survived that series with us and got to see the conclusion of it, we appreciate everyone who tuned in. We do also want to do a couple of quick reminders for people. One is that there's Twitch drops going on, so if you if you look at the chat or you're talking to other people around the Hearthstone category and you're saying like, oh, how do I get packs? You just gotta link your Twitch account to your Battle.net account. And then just watch Hearthstone for a few hours today, or one Trump versus Dione series, whichever one floats your boat more. It's going to go until 6 p.m. So right now is 1 p.m. Pacific or 1:20 p.m. Pacific, so about 4.5 hours remaining. So if you start now, within the past like 20 minutes or so, you just have to watch for a few more hours, and you'll get your free packs.
That's exactly
if you
right.
linked your account.
Yes. Might not be too much longer here on this stream. As we were talking about, Demon Hunter should be a little bit quicker. The power of Illidan, I think, is a little bit quicker in coming into actuality, which will make a nice change of pace. But as you said, the streamers will still be, I'm sure, carrying on until 6 p.m. Pacific time this evening. So make sure to catch them there for your free packs.
Yep. So that's going to bring us to our last round of the day, and we're going to have a bunch of matches. Sorry, my brain's a little fried. Kind of what's going on here. I'm really sad I actually skipped breakfast. wasn't a really good idea, Derek Brown, to say the least. Also, if you're wondering about how the format's going to work, we're trying to get a resolution on it if the teams do end up tying. Because if they end up tying in points, Derek, do you know what ends up happening?
I do not.
Do they split the prize pool?
Exactly. I think we'll have to wait for official confirmation on that.
Okay, gotcha. In a moment, we're going to join Regis and Slissa for our first match of round number 4. And Slissa, last time we saw her, she was able to take a win with the Paladin over the Demon Hunter.
And Regis, on the other side, I believe, is playing Priest, so that's something to look forward to, given what happened in the previous series. But I think Priest up against Demon Hunter should be an entirely different kettle of fish.
Yeah, Priest versus Demon Hunter seems like the Priest will have pretty good defensive tools to try to fight against the Demon Hunter, and I'm sure that these players who've had a little bit of time to build decks between rounds will be prepared to try to fight against that pressure. And so here we go, Galakron Priest. This is actually very similar to the deck list that I was experimenting a little bit. It's like a Dragon Galakron Priest, which is pretty cool. One of the most fun cards to play is Fate Weaver, which is if you invoke twice, you discount the cost of your cards by 1 in your hand. So you get to do some pretty fun combos in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, this is pretty similar to a list that one of the Grand Masters in the Asia Pacific region actually brought this weekend. Regis, who ended up winning the entire weekend, brought a Galakron Priest pretty much exactly to prey on this archetype. All the early AoE in the form of Holy Nova and Breath of the Infinite just makes for such fantastic board clears. And given that pretty much all of Demon Hunter's early minions are 2 health, you're all but guaranteed to have an early board clear.
Yeah, and you know, I think that Regis has really good tools to try to fight against this. He's got Penance and Breath of the Infinite. Both are fantastic cards to handling Demon Hunter aggression. Demon Hunter aggression largely predicates all on 2 health minions right now. You talk about like Altruist, Battle Fiend, Battle Mage, even the Frenzied Fellwing now, which has been nerfed from 3 to 2 health. It's now going to all get swept away by things like Breath of the Infinite and Holy Nova.
Nice top deck there in the form of the Crimson Sigil Runner.
Even now, oh, it is Underwing Hero Power. Even
So it looks like Sliss is considering not playing it. I'm pretty sure I'd just throw that down while it's on the right-hand side to guarantee myself the card draw. It does, of course, play into Breath of the Infinite a little bit more, but by replacing itself, I think I'd probably deem it worth it.
Yeah, I guess it does push 2 damage, though, when you hero power, so when you evaluate it through that lens, maybe it makes it feel like it's better, because if you play the Fell Screamer, then you can play Priestess of Fury the following turn, and then play Sigil Runner on the next turn after that.
Sure, yeah.
However, it is kind of what you're talking about, where like if the Crystal Sigil Runner was down, maybe there's an opportunity to play the Spectral Sight for even for this turn.
Oh, interesting. Oh, very intriguing. I did not expect to see that at all. Okay, let's go Fate Weaver here.
You know, I can't help but I feel Regis Gilbert is being sarcastic there.
Yeah, I've got to say, I thought he might be being a tad facetious there.
So we have the time rip, so I don't have a huge hurry about that.
Regis has the ability to use the coin this turn. He also can just kind of clear. I'm not sure if this deck necessarily needs to save the coin. That's definitely something I've like thought about a lot, but I think his primary concern would be to just make sure that Demon Hunter doesn't get any kind of semblance of board control.
To deny weapon attacks and stuff and give us more stats on board. Okay. I like this.
Very much just doing what the Priest does best in this matchup, which is clearing the board turn after turn, and almost more importantly, I think you could argue, against Demon Hunter, is all the healing that Priest has. It is absolutely absurd when you factor in Renews, Penance, Apotheosis, Hero Power, Holy Nova. There's just too much for the Demon Hunter to overcome, which means they're going to have to stick some kind of a board here. And I've got to say, with this Priestess of Fury very easily being taken out by the time rip, I'm not loving Sliss's chance in this series at the moment.
No, it seems like the Priest is really well designed to try and handle the aggression. Time Rip just killing off this Priestess of Fury is a really devastating play here, and Slissa looks like she's going to be really far behind. That being said, she does have Crystal Sigil Runner and Spectral Sight to refill her hand and get that aggression going.
I don't think I'd attack, honestly. It gives you a little bit of extra face damage, but it doesn't change the ability for this thing to trade. Which I guess
Regis criticizing Slissa's play.
Oh, interesting.
And that he doesn't think that was worth attacking. And I think that if the Priestess of Fury had ended up killing that minion, perhaps it would have been a different story. But you do see that Skull Gul'dan being played here from Slissa. That's a really big draw.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge. Satyr and the Warglaives as well. That could be used to completely populate the board. I mean, no more AoE in hand for Regis. Maybe that's what Slissa needs to dominate the board and get that board presence that I was talking about.
That might explain why she's covering that card.
Wow, she throws it down this turn. I was kind of expecting her to hold it back, I think, there, actually.
Leaving that fairly exposed here, I'd say.
Yeah, also fun fact, but a little bit weird, is the reborn mechanic with the imprisoned homunculus makes it go dormant again.
Yeah, I'd never
I'm
seen
not
that
exactly
before.
sure if that's what Regis was aiming for, but it is an interesting fact.
The same could be said of the Psychic Conjurer, though. How big of a turn is she going to have here? I don't know. Oh.
So, Regis favoring a little bit more board presence here and trying to get that tempo by having that 1-mana minion on there, but I felt like there's an opportunity to use Renew in that spot as well, because now he's given a really convenient way for Slissa to get an attack off if she didn't have Warglades of Azzinoth.
That's very true.
I kind of want that other Holy Nova, that other.
Yeah, I guess he wants to save the Renew for face, which is definitely something to consider, but while he already has an Apotheosis in hand, and the Dragonmaw Sentinel as well, I agree, I'd rather prioritize keeping board control.
Yeah. That being said, I mean, if he finds AoE, he's going to be okay. Other than that, though, he might be in for a world of hurt.
So what does that mean? I wonder.
Uh-oh. This is a big chain draw.
Twin Slice as well allows for a very easy board clear and damage to face and more minions being generated and the Satyr can go face as well.
I definitely want to be pushing 5 here. I think that Regis...
We can try to find one off Renew, of course.
I mean, if he doesn't find Breath of Infinite or Holy Nova, is he just dead?
Penance is a little better.
Maybe, maybe not. He still has a way to gain some life here with Penance.
Start with the Renew, see what you get.
Let's just find something here.
Okay. Apotheosis is reasonable, so is Holy Smite.
Holy Smite's okay. We can Holy Smite, Penance, Apotheosis. It's
he already has Apotheosis in hand, doesn't need the second one.
Certainly not the AoE we were looking for, right?
And with this, Regis is going to bounce back to over 20 life right now.
Well, unfortunately. 22 is not that much.
I guess 22 isn't a lot when you are staring at 9 on the board presented with the 10 from the hero power. Another Skull of Gul'dan presented to Slissa here.
Where are our breath?
I'm sorry for ever doubting you, Illidan. I take it back.
We're functionally at 25. This usually dies to attacks. It could get eye-beamed, I guess. Sandhoof heals me, but not that much. Another skull. God!
Regis is loving it.
Metamorphosis as well is a great way to ramp up that damage even yet further.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, Slissa did very briefly debate if she wanted to develop more onto the board with the Glaive Bound to Death, but she's got a lot of direct burn damage. Kane's Sun Fury, Metamorphosis, and the 2 adapts are all direct damage.
Oh, you're right, it is that kind of hand. You're right.
Yeah, I think the one thing I'd really like to see is just Kane being held. I really think you want to save that for when the taunts come down, so that you can get through those, especially when you have so much other stuff to spend your mana on.
I really need Holy Nova so bad, man. Just a Holy Nova me, please, game. Please, game.
Well, Slissa does get that extra 1 damage push. And
not bad. We can go Fate Weaver.
It seems like Regis is kind of running out of gas here. Needs to find some way to refill his hand, because he does have some decent cards now, but when he's running out of cards and he's under this much pressure, he might have to hope that he finds a really good Galarkon minion off of this.
Oh, I can play this instead. Oh, no, I can't. Oh, yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. That's fine. We're still going to 23. Would I ever rather
Could definitely stay alive this turn, doing what Priest does best, as I was talking about, getting that healing going turn after turn. The healing cards that Priest have gotten recently have been incredibly powerful, but it's the removal that is missing. He'll definitely be kicking himself for not including 2 Holy Novas in this list, I think.
I basically have nothing left to do after this. How have we not generated more value?
Yeah, I think Regis is asking the questions that I ask myself whenever I play this deck, which is I have a ton of value cards, and I feel like I'm getting outvalued by a deck that's not supposed to be high value. And I think it's because you look at exactly that deck difference. Regis sees that Slissa is drawn twice as fast as Regis did.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we were talking about that previous series with Dahyoni and Trump. It's like, yeah, you will outvalue them over time, but if you let them draw too many cards, they just get way too far ahead.
Alright, am I dead? No way am I dead. No way am I dead right now.
Oh, is she dead? Actually, I haven't even paid attention to that possibility
No way
here.
am I dead.
There's 4 damage from the Kane, the Adept. There's 3 from Kane. Oh my gosh.
0 chance.
Oh my god, he is dead.
He's dead!
Wow. Demon Hunter. Still very much a huge threat. And Regis just gets completely obliterated. I thought he said he was fine.
Cool.
He cannot believe it. Queuing up straight away again. He is ready
Oh,
for some
jeez.
revenge. But that was unbelievable.
I mean, I guess 15 from hand to be totally fair since she had 8 on board.
I mean, when your opponent plays 2 Skull of Guldans, you have to anticipate them to have cheaper burst, but jeez, that is so nuts to see how much damage output gets, I guess, completely overrun by the Demon Hunter burst. That's just ridiculous.
Okay, I felt like we actually had a pretty baller opener, and we still lost that. Let's actually hold this Cobalt Spellkin since we had a value check problem last game.
Not sure if I necessarily agree with that
Nerf twice,
conclusion that Regis has come to there. I think you do definitely want some kind of value, but you probably want it in the form of some of your more powerful minions. Cobalt Spellkin isn't really giving you the kind of value you would want, I think. Yeah, you'd rather just generate some random minions.
Yeah, so the defense in this deck is actually fairly light because it's very spell heavy. You don't actually have that many minions because you're playing like 2 Holy Smites, Renews, Penance, Apotheosis, Breath of the Infinite, Holy Nova, and like if you don't really have early game minions to play very often. In fact, the fact that he's started off with Imprisoned Homunculus is a very fortunate draw, given that was the only minion alongside Disciple of Galakron to play early. So Regis off to a pretty good start here. But at the same time, we saw that the last game he started off pretty well and then just got overrun by the Demon Hunter.
I hate using the penance this early, man.
Really unsure as to whether he should use the penance here. I think it's probably worth saving, given that it's only a 1 attack recently nerfed Battle Fiend now, and you should be able to take it out fairly easy with the Homunculus.
If this was the 2-2 version, I would probably do it. But as a 1-2, I think we can wait. I think we can extract a little more value out of each card. Last game, we actually had like weird value checks. I was really surprised.
Slissa attacked with the minion before the hero attacked. That cost her a damage, and I don't think that will make the biggest difference, considering that Regis has like penance, so it in the end was okay.
Maybe that's okay.
Obviously, like if that ended up mattering later in the game, that could have made a huge difference.
Because again, we don't have an answer for that right now.
Bit of an awkward hand and a bit of an awkward draw actually for Slissa there. The skull coming down on the right hand side before it's playable does feel pretty bad.
She can't play the priestess next turn though. So this does give us a turn to like set up at least, which means I can play this as a body to try to.
Yeah, not a very pretty scenario when you have to play your Galakron Invoke cards for no value, just playing a 4-mana 3/6 because he just needs to get board presence. I think Regis definitely needs to fight more onto the board here. At the same time, if you look at what's going on in Slissa's hand, she has 2 Warglaives of Azeroth, which are a little bit awkward to use, given that she wants to get Skull of Gul'dan to the side of her hand for the Outcast mechanic.
At the very least, though, she should be able to clear up the board fairly easily with the Warglaives on this turn.
Altruist, though, so we gotta be careful there. So this could easily be Priestess of Fury trade.
And with pickups like Metamorphosis off the top, she'll have things to spend her mana on, whether she gets the Skull of Gul'dan down or
She was
not.
just banking that. That's good news. She's gonna clear both of these minions, though. But that's not that bad. I'm not that.
She chooses to go for double Twin Slice rather than tanking another hit on the 3/5. I don't actually know if I agree with that necessarily. Because if she'd gone with the other way, she could have kept a Twin Slice. She would have taken more damage, of course, but it would have fully used a Warglaives of Azeroth, freeing up the second one to come down next turn, which then frees up Skull of Gul'dan the turn after.
Yeah, Skull of Gul'dan. is one of the most important cards in this deck. So,
Disciple's fine.
you know, Slissa did get unfortunate draws to like be surrounding that Skull Gul'dan in a very suboptimal position. But yeah, you do have to kind of plan around that from time to time. Which is, you know, how do you set it up for future success? That being said, she does have the opportunity to set it up now.
That does mean she doesn't really want to play like.
And I think you take it.
Early as much because she may realize the discount.
There's the ability for Metamorphosis Hero Power, which would of course take out the 2/4 without it life stealing, which is a pretty nice way of keeping their health as low as possible. But I think getting the Skull of Gul'dan down is far and away the most important thing.
Right. So she plays Warglaze of Azzinoth here. She gets the weapon equipped right back, and then can attack another minion and then attack again. So this is a nice little understanding of the interactions with Warglaze of Azzinoth, where if you attack a minion, your hero can attack again, even if you equip another weapon to add to that attack. So very good job there by Slissa to understand that and set up for the Skull of Gul'dan.
It could be amazing if we could hit another dragon in hand. Wow. That would be fantastic.
Oh, yeah, of course, with the 2 Fell Screamers, the next demon to be played will cost 4 less overall, which could, of course, be the Satyr Overseer.
This 3 times and kill it. 4, 4, and 1.
Yep, and you know, you can see that Slissa is taking this threat very seriously. She's not going to let that Skeletal Drake survive much longer. And she's going to summon 2 more 2/2 minions, 2 Satyrs, to try and put this aggression on and force Regis to have AoE, which he didn't have last game.
I don't know if I have a choice, though.
Does, thankfully for him, have, well, 2 options, I suppose. Breath of the Infinite or Soul Mirror for a full, complete board clear.
Reclaimer,
which I think go for.
Same problem, though, 'cause this lives, right? Yeah, I guess we're just dead to Priestess here, right? No, actually, I think it's...
Yeah, it seems like Regis is in that spot where he just has to pray that he's going to be able to survive the next couple of turns, because he doesn't have the ability to set things up immediately. But if he gets the if he gets a minion to stick and has Apotheosis, he will be able to swing it around.
Into Rotnest would be pretty sweet, but it's protect me against the Priestess, right? But the Homunculus doesn't protect me against the Priestess. It doesn't do anything. So she didn't have Priestess earlier. I mean, I think we should probably assume she's not going to top deck the Priestess here and hope that we're safe. But it is lethal if she does. If she hits Priestess 1 out of whatever it is. It's only 2 mana?
Slissa has 5 damage through Hero Power. Skull of Gul'dan
it's 7 mana, but it's still lethal.
can be played here.
It's still lethal. She finally got the Skull.
Finds Spectral Sight.
Those aren't bad.
Free.
Those are not bad. She really needs to consider about what she wants to hold on to here for Altruist on the following turn.
Right.
Radiance or something, I don't know. I'm so low.
No, that's a really good point. I think one thing to consider... Yeah, see, one thing to consider with this for Slissa is whether or not she wanted to not play it this turn and then get that damage with Altruist from the hand. But I think because she gets to Hero Power Metamorphosis and then Hero Power attack and get +1 attack and summon a 2/2, that she's very much incentivized to try and develop the board here.
Is that better than Umberwing? Not sure.
Is this coming alive, actually?
Yeah, Umberwing might be better.
She can't decide if she wants to use her hero power or not, because she wants to get an extra 2/2, but also she wants to go face a lot. Like, she's got.
The only thing with Umberwing is kind of exactly what you're describing, which is that she doesn't have many. She doesn't have anything to really use with Altruist on the next turn.
A little better, but
not
much.
But perhaps she doesn't need it. If she has Kane, maybe she just goes through everything.
And I think this is the one thing that I would have changed about Slissa's gameplay, is like using the Twin Slice very early on, going for those 0 mana minions there. Maybe it's worth holding back a little bit on.
This always happens.
Yeah, just
on some of these cheap cards.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of Demon Hunter players, specifically those who are like climbing really aggressively with it, have been trying to time their Twin Slice cards very carefully.
She has 6 damage, 7 damage already. This does prevent the Priestess lethal, but it does not prevent all lethals. There are
Yep,
certainly
so
other
I
lethal opportunities
believe
to be realized here.
if Celissa
This
draws a
could
little
stop
bit
the
more
Priestess
damage,
and maybe
Kane's
kill the
Sunfury will
Priestess,
let
but
her
most
get
cases,
through. Actually, this is not even a
massive
taunt. I don't know.
damage to the Priestess lethal.
Yeah, I don't think that would have been the case here.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So not quite 7 out of 10 damage as I count it.
Right, pretty
Um,
close.
Available, yeah, very, very close. It's definitely worth considering just throwing down the Ultras on this turn to set up for Skull next turn. Or it could just be play the Skull on this turn. I might even like that more, just not even outcast it.
Yeah, Celissa might be considering going for the Altruist Kane Blaze Battle Mage because you still get 2 damage off the Altruist, and then you have Skull go down the following turn.
Sure.
I do want to hold on to the Skull, or onto Kane though, because I want to get past that Homunculus taunt.
I guess we could play Apotheosis on it, but we'd have to rely on her to trade into it, which may not work in some cases, right? Like she might have life.
Maybe you just don't play the Kane though. Like you hero power and you attack and you hold on to Kane, so that way you can still get the damages through the taunt.
To clear it, does she? Oh, she can. She can trade with Kane, or go face. She did not play this. Did she miss lethal at all? She hadn't played this.
Either way, this is still an intimidating board state. He still has to deal with it, but he does get the Apotheosis.
So we can do exactly as I said. Oh my God, we hit that.
And also the Skeletal Drake. That allows... Skeletal Dragon actually allows 2 things. Either the Rottnest Drake could come down because it's now activated, which is definitely worth considering, or you can just get a 4/9 taunt, which is also pretty tempting.
Oh yeah, big time. I do like the Rottnest Drake because you get to establish bigger board presence, and I think this is the reversal that Regis is looking for. So he should be able to withstand the Demon Hunter pressure here now.
It is, yeah, it's pretty sad hit for Celissa. Maybe if she'd gone with a Skull of Gul'dan last turn, she could have opened up for a bigger Altruist on this turn, which could deliver the lethal. But I think now with the Lifesteal 5/2 in play, that's probably just game wrapped up.
We just need to dodge like Skull and Priestess here, I think, and we might be able to turn the corner. It's Skull that's really scary because it's so many reasons.
Yes, perhaps. I think the Skull Gul'dan can still change things up a little bit.
Oh my God, you can't beat Skull and Gul'dan. It's so good. How do you beat it? Priestess is playable, but she
you know, I think Regis will beat it. It looks pretty hard for the Demon Hunter to get out of this position. I think Priestess of Fury is like one way you can essentially try to get out of it. Because if Celissa goes for a hero power, she's not developing anything else, and she's receiving, you know, a ton of damage here. She might have to be incentivized to use her hero power defensively on minions here instead of actually just using it to close the game.
Oh my God, I did it again. You're right. Well, it actually is still probably okay. It's been really, really important. I didn't anticipate it to be dormant, you're right, but it worked out really well, right? Like, it came back now to be very significant. What else are we going to dormant? There's nothing else to reborn. Maybe this next turn, I guess, is somewhat sufficient. God, that saved us so much life, dude. That saved us so much life.
Wow, Celissa ends up going for the Metamorphosis blast onto the Lifesteal minion. I think that's going to be it. I think that... that play, while it prevents her from losing, doesn't really help her win at all. So that's going to wrap up game number 2, and Regis is going to tie up the series.
Yeah, the Kane was just used, I think, maybe a little bit too early, given the number of taunts that can come down in Regis Kilbin's deck. But like you said, I think with that down, that does mean the game is wrapped up, which means we're now 1 game apiece between Celissa and Regis Kilbin. They can't change their decks in the middle of a series, so they are going to have to keep slugging it out with just what they've got. But I think Regis is in with a really good shot. This Galakron Priest is built pretty much exclusively to take down this aggro Demon Hunter, and while Priestess of Fury does give it a little bit of extra oomph, oh, moving on to another game anyway. I think Celissa would have been struggling there nonetheless.
Yeah, speaking of struggling, it seems like Nayara, who we're tuning in, is she struggling or is she finding a way to survive? Double Blade Storm does clear this board.
risky skipper.
She's at 7 life, staring at 2 damage. So if Tom can find 5 more, that's game. Oh, wow. Another Priestess of Fury. Oh, that is brutal. And the Demon Hunter will wrap it up. So, it looks like it was game 1 based off the match history record.
Yeah, I think that means it's now 1 game.
No, I apologize.
Each, actually.
That was game
yeah.
2. Yes. Okay, so it looks like Nayara's going to take a break.
Yes.
We should probably switch to another game that's going on as well. But Nayara's tied 1 game apiece with Tom. And looks like she's kind of had some polarized match results. She's had either 2-0 victories or 2-0 defeats.
I think if we were to carry on with the rest of this series, the Warrior would be in a pretty good spot up against the Demon Hunter. Obviously, you've got all the AoE that comes in the form of Risky Skipper, and the Blade Storms and Brawls that she had there. A ridiculous amount of armor gain too. It's kind of similar to what the Priest was just doing, actually, with all the AoE and the healing as well.
Yeah, you know, I think that the Warrior just having all of its defensive tools against the Demon Hunter at its best is very good. You can see that cards like Armorsmith will challenge a lot of those minions, but I think the real ones are Risky Skipper, because then you can use this big 1 damage AoEs to try and control the state of the board. So Nayara is looking for probably some early game curves that she can contest. I think the only thing worth evaluating if she wants to keep might be an Armorsmith, but I think she's looking instead for other really important cards. Ankar being one of them to help fish out the pirates. That's usually a really important card. As well as anything else that really combos to try to stop the Demon Hunter aggression. The only question is, what are the 10 Ashes of Outlands cards that she's required to play? What are they? What did she put in her deck specifically?
Well, one of them we can see there in the War Maul Brawler, I believe it's called, which is a fantastic way to fight back against a lot of early Demon Hunter minions, especially now that Battle Fiend has been reduced by 1 attack. All of a sudden, you're taking that out very easily with your War Maul, and you're left with a, I don't even know, it could be like a 6 or 8 health minion if you're lucky. Or the War Maul Challenger, sorry.
I know what you meant. Yeah, tough spot in the sense, like, I don't think you want to really commit Armorsmith this early to the board, even though it looks fine. I think it's totally fine to just pass here. I think that the War Maul Challenger is totally fine to rebound, and I totally also understand why she wants to play Armorsmith, but at the same time, you also are thinking about long-term implications of the game. So I think this is Nayara identifying that she didn't have enough health last game to survive, because if she was able to survive, she would have been fine. And so maybe she's valuing her life a lot more this game instead of game 1.
Yeah, in a way it's valuing health, but in another way it's kind of not, because the way you gain most of your health off of Armorsmith is the Risky Skipper turns. When you go off with, 3-4 minions in play, gain a whole bunch of armor, up to like 12-15 in a turn. Instead, she's kind of prioritizing board development instead of just pressing the hero power button. But in combination with the War Maul Challenger next turn, it's going to work out really well.
Right, so maybe this is recognition that Nayara says that Armorsmith is hard to kill, so War Maul Challenger will get even better. And Tom played Spectral Sight, which means that he's now very far behind on board. And I don't think he's catching up anytime soon, because there's even more where that came from. Also, funnily enough, there's Kobold. There's the Kobold there that helps. I think it's Kobold Sticky Finger that helps steal the weapon from their opponent.
Sticky Fingers.
I'm trying to read it, but I realized that she's using the Portuguese translation.
I
was like, the Kobold
Também não precisa vir agora, viu, meu bem?
Manoldivo.
Pode
I'm
sair daqui.
like,
Não tem tempo.
I can't really spell or read or either.
But speaking, however, whew, that's your specialty.
Arguable.
Plenty of armor again available here, which could be used in combination with the shield slam, of course. But I think Nayara definitely has to be expecting a Priestess of Fury on the following turn. So maybe she'll just go for the Sword and Board, I think that card is called, to take it out with her minions as well. Ooh, or with
Wow.
the Kobold.
Kobold Lackey and Sword and Board.
That's 3 things.
Yeah, so this puts her super far ahead onto the board here, and while Tom does have a demon discount and Priestess of Fury is pretty cheap, what is he going to do to try to fight back against the Armorsmith and the Wormwall Challenger? Because he's just giving more life to Nayara, who's just climbing more and more ahead.
I do like the holding back, however, from Tom there on the Priestess of Fury. You really don't want to go for it when there's these very, very high health minions on the board. Instead, you want to save it when most of it's going to be going face, I think, where at all possible.
Acho que eu vou comprar primeiro e depois.
Ankar does feel like a pretty nice card to equip on this turn, not only for the 2/2 weapon that you can use
Pensando
to
se tem alguma
take out
coisa
some
que
of
me
these minions,
ajudaria
but also,
mais
of
do
course,
que a
every
arma
time you
aqui.
swing with it,
Virar.
you're going to draw a pirate from your deck, which finds that risky skipper, which allows you to get those sweeping AoE spells down onto the board and clear up all this mess that the Demon Hunter is going to be generating.
Right, and I think the risky skipper draw here is really impactful, even just for the long-term benefit. There's not a lot of room to use it right now, particularly because she doesn't have another minion
Eu
to
vou
play
fazer
with
poder
it.
heróico aqui,
But
porque se
we
ele
kind of talked
voltar
about how
com a
important
menina
Ankar
lá,
is to warrior decks right now. It
eu
seems
consigo
super
tirar
crucial
ela.
to a lot of their core
Com
strategies.
certeza.
Very true.
Não cheguei a fazer o cálculo se o tanto de armadura que ele tiraria nesse turno.
Well, the Acidic Swamp is coming out, and Tom trying to shut down Nayara's ability to develop. And, you know, him taking it slower in a way is, like, now starting to outvalue the warrior. And it just kind of seems like the more mid-rangey approach here is working out totally fine. Does have an shield slam to deal with his Priestess of Fury, but Tom's got the Skull Gul'dan in a couple of turns here.
It is just kind of what happens when you're not finding Battle Rage with these Warriors decks, be it the no hands version with eggs thrown in there, or the more control versions like Nayara has here, or even the bomb version that we saw a lot in Grandmasters over the weekend. You just need the card draw, which comes pretty much exclusively from Battle Rage, and if you don't find it, you're left with hands like this.
Yeah, Tom with the very decisive Satyr Overseer play, and just going to commit to the Skull Gul'dan the following turn. Blade Storm dealing 2 damage to everything, and Nayara just going to armor up and pass. Wow, she's just going to be on the complete removal plan. And we'll see if that ends up panning out, because Tom does have the Skull Gul'dan ready to go, and he's going to draw 3 cheap cards.
Those are not especially good ones to get off the Skull Gul'dan, I've got to say. It does set up for a potentially incredibly powerful Altruist turn once that's found later on.
Yeah, Altruist seems to be the key to making this hand really explode in power, and I think Nayara's totally cool just passing. She already got oh wow, she got the Altruist. Tom got the Altruist in hand, but Nayara already gained a bunch of life from the Armorsmith. That early game gambit really paid off. Now Tom is gearing up for the mega Altruist turn.
This is going to be insane. How much damage even is this? It has to be at least 10, probably more, eh? Guess it depends what comes off the top as well.
Yeah. I like that Naira's staying onto this this line. Tom probably gonna look for something else cheaper. He finds another Skull of Gul'dan off the top. Woo!
Yeah, this looks absolutely
And,
right from Tom.
Right. Looks like Tom's just gonna start chipping away at that life total, trying to get the warrior down in life total just a little bit more. Naira does have the board clear with the Restless Mummy and the Warmaw Challenger.
So there's obviously a couple ways to clear here. Restless Mummy plus Challenger clears things up quite nicely. Just Brawl plus Restless Mummy could also clear things up. Depends how much you value the Brawls. Yeah, I think I probably like going for one. There's not all too many minions left, and you have 2 in hand.
Yeah, I think the idea is that you have 2 brawls, and you know that your opponent's kind of decking out soon, so you can just use your minion removal there. And even gets the fortunate outcome of being able to hold on to the Restless Mummy. Or at least the second half of it.
Yeah, not that it's likely to do much against Altruist's Wrath, which has to be coming down sometime soon. Ooh. Never mind.
Oh, wow. And Tom's now going to start punching through.
Not totally sure it's worth hitting the minion there when could have taken it out with the Priestess of Fury.
So now Naira, if she wants to brawl, she has a 50-50 of killing off the Priestess of Fury, but if she loses that, that might be too punishing to come back from.
Yep.
Será que eu faço esse briga?
Steal the weapon and go for a couple of hits and then clear things up with Challenger. But that's a lot of damage that you're tanking.
Não sei se eu faço isso. Não consigo ver.
Well, she's going to go ahead and steal it and go for the brawl. Wow, she wants it all. She wants to take the damage and win the brawl. And she doesn't get it. The Priestess of Fury survives. She had a 2 out of 3 chance for a good outcome on the brawl. Well, not really necessarily the best outcome if the other minions survived, but still, this was the worst by a significant margin. And now Tom has a window of opportunity. He's going to shut down the weapon. And here we go, the damage that you were talking about. How much damage is this?
I'd be very unsurprised if this was lethal. He only has to get it to 12. Yeah, I think that's it.
Holy smokes. This is crazy. So much power being pushed out, and with that, that is going to be death. Tom wins 2-1, and you know Naira's anti-Demon Hunter Warrior just not really panning out the way that she needed it to, and that's going to cost her. We're going to go back in with Regis versus Slissa, which is what looks like to be
still going on
coming
somehow.
to its final moments.
I still have lethal.
Oh, it's just ending.
Oh, yeah, there you go. She
Brilliant.
has the Metamorphosis ready to go. Another Demon Hunter wins. And the Feisty Fiends get a crucial victory. Slissa is looking like she's really embarrassed. Did she miss lethal by any chance?
Surely not. That's not the Slissa I know.
She said, I still have lethal, and then she looks like she wants to hide from the camera. And, you know, I've streamed a couple of Hearthstone games myself, and I remember that feeling of, oh, I still have lethal, and you just kind of want to bury your face.
Oh, I have that too. It's just called being unattractive.
Oh. Damn. Sorry to hear that.
That was
Derek.
a self-burn, not you. It wouldn't make sense for you, obviously.
All right, so taking a look at what we have here right now, looks like we're just still getting all the scores ready to look at the final round results into our standings, and then we can declare a winner and give an MVP award for today, or give 3 of them rather.
Yeah, of course, the extra $1,000 bonus to who performed best in terms of game score, I believe, over today's matches. Can't exactly remember based on the ones we've seen who that's likely to be, so it'll definitely be a big surprise.
Yes, and so we'll find out who ends up getting the last laugh. I believe Feisty Fiends was up last time I checked, but we'll just wait for the scores. In the meantime, Derek, did we get the round results? I believe we're going to pull it up right now and show everybody. So here we go. The round results are in, and it looks like the Feisty Fiends did indeed take this round. And we're calculating the final scores, so we'll go ahead and put a pin on declaring a winner. But for now, does any results jump out to you, Derek?
Well, what do we got here from the matches? RDU versus Tice, obviously a team kill from the 2 G2 players and streamers. Tice taking the win there. I'm sure a lot of people will be very happy to see that on that side, even if RDU is on the Feisty Fiends, who look like they're in the lead at the moment, as it is.
Yep, that's right. Might as well just go through all the winners there. Florizel take out Steiner Dachi, Kripp take out Syned, Boar Control took out Dahyoni, and then you saw Slissa beat Regis, and Masaru getting another win, taking out Brian Kibler. Dog was able to beat Trump, Tom taking the victory over Nayara, and then Diz Demon and Purple getting the wins. And it seems like most people kind of went even on their records, with a couple people going positive and a couple of people going more negative. I believe someone was telling me that Kripp went 0-3 for the first 3 matches, and then it looks like he got that 4th win. I don't know if anybody went winless today.
Thankfully. As much as we all like to have a good chuckle, I'm glad that Kripp was able to take a win at the end there with his Warlock.
Yeah, so with that, we are going to wait for the final results and see what team ends up coming out on top. The winning team will get $6,500 apiece, and the losing team will still go home with $3,500. And we do crown those 3 players with the most wins. In the meantime, Derek, talk to me about your first impressions of the patch now that you've seen a lot of gameplay over the course of the past few hours.
I think I'm liking the look of the patches a lot, because my problem with or the experience I had with Demon Hunter was never that I didn't enjoy the class. I think it's a fantastically designed class with a lot of really fun interactions. Given the high amount of card draw, you can consistently find all your most powerful cards, and I'm really glad that they've left that alive still, with cards like Spectral Sight, Skull of Gul'dan all in there. But it feels a little bit more in line with the rest of the classes. Especially suffering to the aggressive pushes, because it struggles to lock down board a little bit more early on now that the Battle Fiend has gone down to 1 attack instead of 2. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, a lot of these things do make a big difference, and they all kind of compound onto themselves. It also kind of makes me wonder, if it makes such a big impact for like that 1 attack, that 1 mana, how busted was it before at the very beginning? When they had to have this many nerfs. Granted, we wanted to make sure that Demon Hunter obviously was like playable. I don't think it'd be fun if Demon Hunter released and it was like completely weak and quite useless as a class. So overall, I'm pretty satisfied with the caliber of games that we had today. We had that 1 insane series with Trump and Dauni, and I think we're ready to crown a winning team. So let's go ahead and show the results. The Feisty Fiends will take home the victory, 44-36 points. So, what do you think about that, Derek? Looks like Feisty Fiends was able to just not really come back from that first round and get all those wins.
Gotta be honest, I kind of anticipated this one. I think the Salty Satyrs gave it a great effort, but overall, if you just look at the caliber of players on the Feisty Fiends, it's pretty overwhelming with, I think, a big performance from Purple and Boar Control in particular.
Yep, so congratulations to Kripp, Trump, Slissa, Purple, RDU, Boar Control, Dawn, Tom, 60229, Masaru, and Stan Udachi. Those are the 10 members of the Feisty Fiends. And as you mentioned, Purple seems to be hard carrying for the team, getting a 4-0. Even though we didn't get to see him on the main broadcast, he was streaming the whole time with his dominant performance. Also, shout out to Slissa and Masaru and for being able to keep up with the Grandmasters and really put a lot of points on the board for the team.
Yeah, very impressively done. Slissa as well, I believe, on the Paladin, which is far from the best class at the moment. And going 3-1 with that is very, very impressive.
That's right. So we have, the full points being shown, but we do also have the game scores that we want to show, and Purple and Boar Control have won an extra $1,000. It's a little bit of, that rivalry of the Grandmasters who could perform better. Purple got the last laugh of the day, and then Masaru and Slissa almost able to get that $1,000 bonus, but Boar just had a slightly better game record.
Yeah, it's a big boon to him. $7,500 for those two players just for turning up and winning this tournament with an incredible record of 8-1 for Purple, and not bad either for 7-3 for Boar Control.
Yep, so let's take a look at the Satyrs leaderboard as well. Tice with a 4-0 flawless record, doing his best to help the rest of his team. And Diz Demon coming in second, but everybody else went even or worse, and that's not gonna spell victory for your team if only 2 players are positive in record.
Yeah, very well done to Tice. We only got to see him a little bit earlier on in the day, but he was looking very, very good indeed in his play up against Brian Kibler.
Right, so if 2 players of the Feisty Fiends gets the bonus, that means there's only room for 1 more, and that goes to Tice. Tice gets the $1,000 bonus, so not a bad day's work for him. And he was also able to go flawless, so you know what? Salty Satyrs, they may still be salty, but maybe one player is a little bit less salty on their team.
Maybe indeed. One player definitely will be, though, and that is Brian Kibler. He was giving it all that in the broadcast chat earlier today about the classes he was facing against, which I would expect nothing less from him.
Absolutely. Okay, so with that, we are at the end of the Hearthstone Invitational. Went a little long, but we had some fun games, including one of the most memorable series that I think I'll have for the remainder of my lifetime. That was definitely something that is very amusing and also very wacky, and perhaps just the beginning of what Ashes of Outland has to offer. So again, Twitch drops are going to be continuing for the next few hours, so if you still haven't gotten your free packs, you can definitely go check out the Hearthstone category. But other than that, we are finished. So Derek Brown, any final words before we send everybody off here?
No, just thank you very much for having me, and well done to our Feisty Fiends for taking the win.
Absolutely. Make sure you check out playhearthstone.com for all the updates regarding news, all the players, maybe even the results of what's happening. If you missed the VOD of this show, you can go ahead and check it out. Outside of that, though, that's it from us. So Frodan, from Derek Brown, and everybody else here, have fun with the new patch in Ashes of Outland, and we'll see you next time for more Hearthstone action.
Holy crap, that game won.
Are you joking?
Close.
Alright. Well, he's not dead on board. But he's dead now. We did it! We won! We beat a Demon Hunter with Paladin! Hooray!
Oh god. Oh no! Oh no! 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 Oh god!
Undefeated! Chat!